All right, good evening, everyone. Welcome to the June 23rd meeting of the Garden Grove City Council. We're going to start with Housing Authority, so I'm going to hand it over directly to Chair Patrick Fatboui to run the Housing Authority meeting first.
Thank you, Mayor Jones. I now open the Garden Grove Housing Authority meetings for the June 23rd. Madam Clerk, could you please roll call?
Commissioner Beckles.
Here.
Commissioner Breitigam.
Here.
Commissioner Jones.
Here.
Commissioner Klopfenstein.
Here.
Commissioner Deidre Nguyen.
Here.
Commissioner O'Neill.
Here.
Commissioner Solorio. Vice Chair Kim Nguyen.
Here.
And Chair Bui.
Here. We now move on to oral communication. This part of oral communication is strictly for the Housing Authority. For those who would like to address the City Council for the other part of the agenda, you will have a chance to do that when we move to the City Council portion of this meeting. Is there anyone who would like to speak or address any matter related to the housing authorities? Hearing none, I now close the oral communication. We have two consent items to be voted on. Item 2A, receive and file the Housing Authority status report, and item 2B, receive and file the minute from the meeting held on May 26. Do I have a motion?
Second.
Madam Clerk, please call for the vote.
Commissioner Beckles.
Yes.
Commissioner Breitigam.
Yes.
Commissioner Jones.
Yes.
Commissioner Klopfenstein.
Yes.
Commissioner Deidre Nguyen.
Yes.
Commissioner O'Neill.
Yes.
Commissioner Solorio. Yes. Vice Chair Kim Nguyen.
Yes.
And Chair Bui.
Yes.
Motion received, 9 yes votes.
Okay. Item for consideration 3A. Do we have a staff report?
Item 3A is adoption of a resolution amending the fiscal year 2020-21 Housing Authority budget. And Ms. Eifert and Ms. Song are here to give the report.
Good evening, Chairman and Commissioners. As you will remember, back in June 2019, we adopted a 2-year budget for fiscal year 1920 and fiscal year 2021. As part of the continuation budget for the second year, staff is here to propose minor amendments to fiscal year 2021. The proposed amendment is consistent with what we presented to the City Council at the study session. And again, the Housing Authority budget is mostly federally funded through the Department of Housing and Urban Development. The budget will continue to provide rental subsidies up to 2,337 low-income families, continue activities to tenants, landlords, and others, conduct initial and planned annual inspections, continue the Family Self-Sufficiency Program, and then maintain owned properties of the Housing Authority. The proposed 2021 Housing Authority budget totals $36.2 million, and this proposed budget includes increases to city administration for housing successor activities. It is recommended that the Garden Grove Housing Authority adopt the attached resolution amending the Housing Authority's budget for fiscal year 2021. Staff is available to answer any questions you may have.
Colleagues, any question? Hearing none, do I have a motion and a second?
Motion.
Second.
Madam Clerk, please call for the vote.
Commissioner Beckles.
Yes.
Commissioner Breitigam.
Yes.
Commissioner Jones.
Yes.
Commissioner Klopfenstein.
Yes.
Commissioner Deidre Nguyen.
Yes.
Commissioner O'Neill.
Yes.
Commissioner Solorio. Yes. Vice Chair Kim Nguyen.
Yes.
Chair Bui.
Yes.
Motion received, 9 yes votes. And Commissioner Breitigam.
Yes.
Motion received, 9 yes votes.
Okay. That's the only item for consideration. Next matter from the chair. Anyone would like to address any colleagues, commissioners? Okay, hearing none, so I now adjourn the Garden Grove Housing Authority meetings. Moving on to sanitary district. Madam Clerk, please roll call.
Are we ready for council?
He's asking for a roll call for sanitary district now.
Member Brightigam.
Here.
Member Jones.
Here.
Member Klopfenstein.
Here.
Member Kim Nguyen.
Here.
Member Deidre Nguyen.
Here.
Vice President O'Neill.
Here.
And President Bowie.
President Bowie.
Oh, yes. Before we move on, I think the Housing Authority Council, other two members could leave.
Oh, yeah.
Just want to make sure that they can leave. Okay. Oral communication, anyone here would like to address the sanitary district issue? Hearing none, I am now close the oral communication and move on to consent items. There are two items on the consent items. 2A, adoption of the resolution authorizing the investment of monies in the local agency investment fund. And item 2B, receive and file the minute from the meeting held on Tuesday, May 26th. Do I have a motion and a second?
Move to approve. Second.
Madam Clerk, please call the vote.
Member Brightigam.
Yes.
Member Jones.
Yes.
Member Klopfenstein.
Yes.
Member Kim Nguyen.
Yes.
Member Deidre Nguyen.
Yes.
Vice President O'Neill.
Yes.
President Bowie.
Yes.
Motion received, 7 yes votes.
Okay. Public hearings, there are 3 items. So item 3A, Madam Clerk.
Item 3A is to conduct a public hearing for a report detailing fees to be collected on tax roll for refuse collection and disposal services in Improvement District Number 1, and adopt a resolution authorizing the collection on the tax roll of refuse collection and disposal fees for Improvement District Number 1, and Ms. Song is here to give that report.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Good evening, President Bowie and members of the board. The item before you is a resolution calling for a public hearing to authorize refuse collection and disposal service charges for properties located within the Improvement District 1 to be collected on the county's property tax roll. Improvement District 1 was established in May 1997 as part of the Orange County reorganization when the Garden Grove Sanitary District became a subsidiary of the City of Garden Grove. The properties located in Improvement District 1 were formerly in Midway City Sanitary District. The refuse collection and disposal service charges were historically placed on the property owner's annual property tax bill. Per request from those property owners, the district is continuing this collection approach. In order to do this, the board must annually conduct a public hearing and approve a report detailing the charges proposed for each parcel. This report will then be submitted to the county assessor's office and charges placed on the parcel owner's property tax bill. We recommend that the board conduct a public hearing, adopt the resolution and authorizing the collection on the tax roll of disposal and refuse collection fees in Improvement District Number 1 by 5 affirmative votes, and direct staff to file and the necessary documentation with the county for the collection of the fees on the property tax bills. This concludes my reports. I'll be happy to answer any questions you may have.
Question for staff? Okay. Do I have a motion?
Excuse
Second.
me, President Bowie, you need to open up the public hearing.
Oh, yeah.
Okay. I would like now to open the public hearing for this item 3A. If anyone who wishes to address the council, the sanitary district on this particular item. Hearing none, I now close the public hearing on item 3A. Do I have a motion and second?
President Bowie and board members, As of the close of the public hearing, the city clerk's office has received 0 protests. Regarding this assessment, there is not a majority protest.
I'll move the item.
Second. Please go for the vote.
Member Brightigam,
Yes.
Member Jones,
Yes.
Member Klopfenstein,
Yes.
Member Kim Nguyen, Member Deidre Nguyen,
Yes.
Vice President O'Neill,
Yes.
President Bowie.
Yes.
Motion received, 7 yes votes.
Move on to 3B.
Item 3B is conduct a public hearing for a report of delinquent accounts for refuse collection and disposal service bills, and adopt a resolution authorizing imposition of liens on parcels with delinquent accounts.
Okay. I now open the public hearing. Anyone who would like to address this item?
I believe
Hearing-
Ms. Song has a report.
Oh, okay. Staff, could you,
Yes. Thank you, President Bowie and members of the board. This item before you is a resolution authorizing the delinquent refuse collection and disposal service charges to be placed on the county's property tax bill. This is different than the previous item. The previous item is for the service charges in one designated area of the city, and this one is for the delinquent charges of the same line of service. So the state law allows the district to impose liens on properties delinquent on refuse collection and disposal service charges, following proper noticing procedures. The delinquent bills has to be over 60 days past due. The refuse collection and disposal service is provided by Republic Services. Republic bills customers quarterly, and the last billing of fiscal year 2019-20 was mailed in February 2020. All unpaid charges on that billing became delinquent on May 1st, which were over 60 days after the due date. The delinquent amount plus 10% penalty may be filed with the County Auditor Controller's Office, and upon recordation of the county, the delinquent amount can be collected along with the property taxes and shall be subject to the same process as foreclosure. The property owners were notified of the delinquent amount prior to it becoming a lien on the property. Notice of the lien and public hearing is also published in local newspapers. The county is requiring the district board to conduct a public hearing and approve the report detailing the delinquencies. We therefore recommend that the board conduct a public hearing, adopt the resolution, and authorize the collection on tax rolls of the delinquent disposal and refuse charges by 5 affirmative votes, and direct staff to file necessary documentation with the county's office. And that concludes my report on this item.
okay.
Thank you.
We now move on to a public hearing for this item 3B. Anyone would like to address the sanitary district on this item? Hearing none, I now close the public hearing. And do we have a motion and second?
President Bowie and board members, as of the close of the public hearing, the city clerk's office has received 0 protests regarding this assessment. There is not a majority protest.
I'll move the item.
Second. Please go for the vote.
Member Brightigam,
Yes.
Member Jones,
Yes.
Member Klopfenstein,
Yes.
Member Kim Nguyen,
Yes.
Member Deidre Nguyen,
Yes.
Vice President O'Neill,
Yes.
and President Bowie.
Yes.
Motion received, 7 yes votes.
Okay. Item 3C.
Item 3C is conduct a public hearing and adopt a resolution of the Garden Grove Sanitary District authorizing charges for sewer services in the areas of the district that extend beyond the Garden Grove city limits and do not receive water services from the city of Garden Grove to be collected on the tax roll. And Ms. Song is here to give the report.
Yes, thank you. Good evening, President Bowie and members of the board. This item is a resolution authorizing charges for sewer services for properties outside the city limit and do not receive water services from the city, that their charges to be placed on the county's property tax roll and then be collected through the property tax collection process. So technically, sewer service fees are included on the property owner or the tenant's water bills. And these properties that included in the attached report to the resolution are the properties who's outside the city limits and it's not receiving water services from the city. So the effective way of collecting the sewer service charges is to place those fees on the property tax roll to be collected through the property tax collection process. The sewer fees were established by the board through ordinances number 7 and 10 in 2005 and 2012 respectively. The fees were calculated to provide funds necessary to maintain and operate the district's sewer systems, to cover debt service requirement, and also stay compliant with the state and federal regulations on waste discharging. The fees were established consistent among all residents and businesses receiving sewer services from the city, from the district. The county is requiring the district board to conduct a public hearing and approve a report detailing the service charges per parcel in order to place the charges on the property's tax bill. We therefore recommend that the board conduct a public hearing, adopt the resolution, and authorize the collection of the sewer service charges on the tax roll by 5 affirmative votes, and direct staff to file the necessary documentation with the county for collection of such services on the property tax bill. This concludes my report. I'll be happy to answer any questions you may have.
Okay. Anyone who would like to address the district on this item 3C? Hearing none, I'm now closing the public hearing on this item. And Madam Clerk?
President Bowie and board members, as of the close of the public hearing, the city clerk's office has received 0 protests regarding this assessment. There is not a majority protest.
Okay. Do I have a motion, please?
Motion.
Mr. Bowie, I have a question. So is this an optional thing to put it on the tax roll, or are they required to do this?
It is not required. However, it is the most cost-effective way of collecting the sewer charges.
But if I live there, I could still pay via check, come to the city, pay alternate ways, right? I don't have to necessarily do this.
The city doesn't have a separate billing system just for sewer yet. Technically, yes, we can do that, but it's going to require us to reconfigure our system to come up with the charges for that particular parcel.
How are they currently being charged?
Currently, it's calculated based on the annual amounts, based on the fee that's pre-established. Every few years, we do a fee study, and that is calculated on an annual basis to be placed on the property tax roll, and the property owners or the tenants pay those fees on the, twice a year
Okay.
to the district.
They can still elect to do it the old way?
I'm sorry?
They can still elect to do it the old way, though, if they choose.
I believe this has been the way that's been conducted in the past.
Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Any other question or deliberation? So we have a motion from Councilmember Tu Ha Nguyen. Do I have a second?
A second.
Please call for the vote.
Member Brightigam?
Yes.
Member Jones?
Yes.
Member Klopfenstein?
Yes.
Member Kim Nguyen?
Yes.
Member Deidre Nguyen?
Yes.
Vice President O'Neill?
Yes.
And President Bowie?
Yes.
Motion received, 7 yes votes.
Moving on to item for consideration, we have item 4A.
Item 4A is adoption of resolutions amending the Garden Grove Sanitary District budget for fiscal year 2020-21, setting the fiscal year 2020-21 appropriations limit and reappropriating project balances and encumbrances from fiscal year 2019-20. And Ms. Song and Ms. Eifert are here to give the report.
Thank you. Here I am to present the proposed fiscal year 2021 budget amendment for the sanitary district. Again, the original budget, biennial budget, was approved last June for fiscal year 1920 and fiscal year 2021. Staff is making minor modifications to the budget as part of this continuation year. The fiscal year 2021 proposed budget amendment will provide funding for street sweeping and bus shelter trash cleanup. Funding is available for some Longston Pit landfill improvements, to continue planned sewer capital program, continue manhole inspection and replacement programs, continue fats, oil, and grease control education, and continuation of AB 939 recycling efforts, and to implement a commercial organic waste program. The sanitary district has 2 budget components. The first component is for sewer. The sewer proposed budget totals $14.6 million, and the second component for refuse totals $2.7 million. It is recommended that the Garden Grove Sanitary District Board adopt the attached resolutions amending the fiscal year 2021 budget, adopt the attached resolution setting the Garden Grove Sanitary District fiscal year 2021 appropriations limit, and adopt the attached resolution reappropriating project balances and encumbrances from fiscal year 1920. That concludes my presentation, and staff is available for any questions you may have.
Question, colleagues? Okay. So, anyone from the public would like to address on these particular items? Okay. Do I have a motion?
I'll move it.
Motion.
Please call for the vote.
Member Brightigam.
Yes.
Member Jones.
Yes.
Member Klopfenstein.
Yes.
Member Kim Nguyen.
Yes.
Member Deidre Nguyen.
Yes.
Vice President O'Neill.
Yes.
And President Bowie.
Yes.
Motion received, 7 yes votes.
Item 4B.
Item 4D, or excuse me, 4B, is award a contract to JIG Consultants for civil engineering design and construction management and inspection services for the sewer system rehabilitation plan Phase 1 sewer main replacement project numbers 2 and 3. And Mr. Murray is here to give the report.
Thank you, Ms. Pomeroy, Mr. Chairman, and members of the board. Tonight, the board is being asked to award a contract for civil engineering, design, construction management, and inspection for Phase 1 of various sewer main replacement projects identified in the district's sewer rehabilitation plan. The sewer projects are generally located in the center of the city and specifically shown on a location map attached to your staff report. The projects will basically consist of upsizing approximately 4,400 feet of sewer line along with related structures. The professional services agreement is for almost $475,000 and is included in the district's capital improvement plan. Staff sent out 3 requests for proposal and received 3 responses. Staff reviewed and rated the proposals and determined that JIG Consultants is the most qualified proposer and will provide the most qualified service to the city. The negotiated professional services agreement is for almost, as I said, $475,000 and is included in the district CIP. Should the council decide to award the contract this evening, staff can begin to utilize these services at the end of July. This concludes staff's report, and I'm available should you have any questions.
Question? I have one. I understand that this is the new contractor that we award the contract this year. The prior contract was awarded to someone else. Is that someone else on the list of the 3 finalists here, or they are not?
On which list, sir?
On the list here, I see GIJ Consultant, Hunsaker, and Terra Tech.
And you're, oh, in terms of our existing sewer design consultant?
Mm-hmm.
I'm not sure if that firm is here.
I see. No, I'm not asking that whether they are here in this room or not. I'm asking that this year we award the contract to GIJ.
This is just for one particular project. The sewer district engineer project they'll stay on. It doesn't affect them.
I see. So, but I thought that in the agenda, during the agenda review, it was brought to our attention that previously we have a different contractor for years in the past. But this year we have a new contractor. Is that correct, Mr. Scott Stein?
I'm not aware of that.
I think we might have been talking about another item, council member.
Okay. So this particular contractor, GIJ, was chosen, and it is merely based on the evaluation that staff have been given.
That's correct.
in the past, which contractor do we award it to? Do you know?
It depends on the particular project. First they have to submit a proposal asking to be considered. And then we go through and we'll have various members of staff evaluate the proposals. And we actually have a sheet just, identifying key issues of the proposal that we're looking for. And then we determine who's providing that service best. And that's in coordination with state law, specifically for the most when it comes to engineering work and architecture, professional services in general, it's the most qualified individual that you award it to. After we select somebody, then we will negotiate with them the price if it seems out of line one way or the other. To make sure that we're going to get quality service. So that can occur for each particular project. And we can have a firm get a lot of the work, or we can have an individual firm for each particular project. The only ones that we've had on staff for the sanitary district has been the district engineer, contract that, and those people oversee the sewer master plan and are bigger aspects of the sanitary district. And they've been on board since the sanitary district was started, which was in the middle late 90s when we took it over.
Okay. I just want to, the reason I asked this question, I just want to see if we, our city have a tendency to award contract to one particular vendor, or it could changing from one project to the other, or from 1 year to the other. So for this particular project, this particular vendor is not someone that keep getting this contract repeatedly.
Yeah,
Is that
I've
correct?
never heard of this company before.
Okay, that's what I want the public to know. So thank you. So just for the record, this is a new contractor that apply and we select them. This is the first time. So, no more questions. We have a motion and a second.
I'll move it.
Second.
Please vote.
Member Brightigam,
Yes.
Member Jones,
Yes?
Member Klumpenstein,
Yes.
Member Kim Nguyen,
Yes.
Member Deidre Nguyen,
Yes.
Vice President O'Neill,
Yes.
and President Bowie.
Yes?
Motion received, 7 yes votes.
Okay. Matter from the board? Hearing none, I now adjourn the sanitary district and transfer to the successor agency? Or city council?
We'll go to city council. And
Go to
we'll
city
get
council first? Okay.
Yep.
So we now move to city council meeting. Mayor Jones?
Thank you. Welcome to the June 23rd meeting of the Garden Grove City Council. Madam Clerk, would you like to call roll?
Councilmember Brightigam,
Here.
Councilmember Deidre Nguyen,
Here.
Councilmember Bowie,
Here.
Councilmember Klumpenstein,
Here.
Councilmember Kim Nguyen,
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem O'Neill,
Here.
and Mayor Jones.
Here. May I ask Assistant City Manager Maria Stipe to lead us in an invocation, followed by Pledge of Allegiance to be led by Councilmember Brightigam.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. If everybody could please stand and prepare yourselves according to your faith. Dear Heavenly Father, we ask that you be with us tonight as we seek to understand and embrace the needs of our community. We also humbly ask that you guide us to answer those needs and to do what is best for all of the citizens of Garden Grove. Amen.
Everybody turn and face the flag. Hand over our heart. Begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. That takes us on to presentations, and we do have one this evening, compliance update with regard to SB 743. Item 1A.
Good evening, Mayor and members of the City Council. The city approved an agreement with Fair and Peers on February 25th, 2020, to help the city develop vehicle miles traveled thresholds to comply with Senate Bill 743. This presentation will provide information on what VMT is and how future development projects will be affected with these new requirements. This item will be taken to the City Council for consideration at the July 14th, 2020 meeting for approval of a resolution adopting a VMT threshold as well as traffic impact analysis guidelines. Spencer Reed from Fair and Peers is here to provide the presentation and answer any questions the council may have.
Good evening, Council. Thank you for having me. My name is Spencer Reed. I'm with Fair and Peers. Fair and Peers was contracted by the city to help prepare the implementation study for Senate Bill 743. The presentation tonight will be brief. I know there's a lot on the agenda, but I know this is also an important topic, everyone's favorite topic, transportation analysis in terms of CEQA. So we'll jump right into it. Senate Bill 743 is a bit of a game changer when it comes to CEQA. It really allows public agencies, such as the City of Garden Grove, to analyze environmental impacts in terms of vehicle miles traveled, or VMT, instead of level of service, or LOS. As I'm sure you're all aware, the California Environmental Quality Act, or CEQA, plays a major role in land development in the City of Garden Grove. SB 743 is the latest addition to CEQA. I'm sure you're all aware as well, the state is really good about adding things to CEQA, but not so great about taking things away from CEQA. And SB 743 is another addition. But it joins a long line, such as AB 32 in regards to climate change and global warming, SB 375 directing CARB to set regional targets for reducing greenhouse gas, and then SB 743, which is the latest and greatest, and I'll get into in a few minutes. But what is the intent of SB 743? Well, the intent is really to balance the needs of congestion management in regards to statewide goals associated with infill development, promoting public health through active transportation, such as biking or walking, and also reducing greenhouse gas emissions. When we went through the City of Garden Grove general plan, we found that the general plan had already met, or is consistent with the goals and intentions of this legislation. AQ 5.2 encourages infill development. Circulation 6.1 is looking for implementation of the master plans of bikeways, and Circulation 4.2 strives to reduce the number of miles traveled by residents to their places of work. A little bit in regards to the timeline of SB 743, it was originally signed into law in 2013. From there, the Office of Planning and Research took about 5 years working with the public and different agencies to develop a set of recommendations and guidance documents for local agencies to use when talking about how we're going to change CEQA in the transportation realm from LOS to VMT. In December 2018, the Natural Resources Agency updated the CEQA guidelines to be consistent with the OPR recommendations. Now, lead agencies such as Garden Grove have until July 1st, 2020 to switch over from LOS to VMT and select new thresholds. So what does SB 743 really do? SB 743 is eliminating level of service, or LOS, from the environmental impact determination. You can still use level of service, grades A through F, to define your transportation infrastructure, but you cannot use it to determine significant impacts. For that, you must be using VMT. VMT is really a measure of travel efficiency. So when we look at it on a per person basis or on a per capita basis, and areas that are more efficient generally have a lower VMT per person, and areas that are less efficient have a higher VMT per person. If you think about it in this way, LOS was really an impact on the driver or the vehicle, and VMT is an impact on the transportation system in and of itself. I do have a quick video here, and I'm going to apologize in advance for the promotional material at the end, but this will give you a little bit more information on what VMT is.
What is VMT? VMT,
So,
or vehicle
sounds
miles
like the audio's
traveled,
out. So what
refers
is
to the distance that a car
VMT?
travels, regardless of how many passengers are
VMT
in
is
the
a
car.
measure of
So this
travel
car
over.
traveling 10 miles would generate 1 VMT. And 4 vehicles traveling 10 miles would generate 40 VMT. To understand how much VMT a person generates on a typical weekday, it's useful to map their travel throughout the day. In this example, Jeff starts the day at home, drives to the coffee shop 2 miles away, and then heads to work, which is 10 miles from the coffee shop. After a day at the office, Jeff returns home 11 miles away. Later, Jeff heads out and drives 1 mile to the gas station to fill up, before driving another 3 miles to the grocery store, and then makes the 2-mile trip back home. By adding together the miles driven, it is shown that Jeff has generated 29 VMT for the entire day. This VMT can be further categorized into the individual trip purposes that motivated each leg of the trip. VMT can be organized into 3 typical trip purposes: home to work, or HW, home to other, or HO, and other to other, or OO. This organization is helpful in understanding that trips to and from work tend to generate the most VMT because people are willing to drive longer distances as the benefit of the trip increases. Do you have other questions about VMT that you would like answered?
Great, thank you. So when we started working with staff, we really set out these key questions that need to be answered. And the first is, what type of VMT are we looking at? Are we looking at total VMT, VMT per person? Are we looking at it by specific trip type? So on and so forth. The second thing we worked with staff was, how do you calculate VMT? A colleague of mine likes to state that determining VMT is like asking a painter or 30 painters to paint a wall beige. If you ask 30, you'd probably end up with 30 shades of beige. So there's a lot of different ways to do VMT calculations. There's a lot of different tools and methodologies out there, and so we work with the city to identify the methodology that they would feel is most consistent and most accurate for the city of Garden Grove. Following that, we identified a threshold of significance that could be measured against, and then identified a series of mitigation measures that could be applied to projects that end up having a significant impact. So how does the city comply with SB 743? Well, come July 1st, the city will be required to use VMT to identify transportation impacts, and working with city staff, we had determined that a project impact of 15% below the County of Orange baseline would be the threshold. All projects moving forward will need to calculate their VMT, compare that to the threshold identified, document if there is or is not an impact, and identify mitigation measures if there is an impact. Now, the state did provide a series of ways in which a project could be screened out from doing a full VMT analysis. A lot of these screening criteria are really focused on the idea that products are local serving or generating less VMT than maybe a regional destination center. So projects that are local serving, smaller in nature, or in essence are capturing trips that are traveling further distances can be screened out, and that's identified in the Traffic Impact Study guidelines, as well as projects that are located in transit priority areas, or TPAs, or in low VMT generating zones. The map you see here is a map of the TPAs in the city of Garden Grove. TPAs are identified as the half-mile buffer around major transit stops, but they're also the half-mile buffer along high-quality transit corridors. High-quality transit corridors typically have buses arriving every 15 minutes, so a simple way of thinking about it is 4 or more buses in an hour. If a project was developed in a TPA zone and consistent with the general plan build-out projections and met a few zoning requirements, it could be screened out of doing a full VMT analysis. Likewise, we identified a series of low VMT zones in the city of Garden Grove. These are areas that already generate VMT lower than the identified threshold. A project could be screened out of doing a full VMT analysis if it's built in one of the blue zones you see here and is consistent with the existing land uses that are already in that area. Now, projects not screened out from doing a full VMT analysis will need to do that analysis, and we've identified the steps of doing so in the Traffic Impact Study guidelines. We've identified the use of OCTA's Octam travel demand model as the most appropriate tool for determining VMT. And with that, consultants or analysts would take that tool and take the methodology and the guidelines and determine the VMT for the project, determine if there is an impact by comparing it to that threshold, and then mitigating that impact if it exists with different methodologies, such as reducing the number of trips or the distance at which those trips travel. And with that, I'd like to close, and I'm happy to answer any questions you have at this moment.
Thank you, Spencer. Thank you, Dai. Any questions or comments?
Yes, this VMT model is that allow city staff, to study and determine the fee impact for new development project, or is it something that the state is going to monitor, us driving around and determine whether we consume more VMT or less VMT?
This study shouldn't, the VMT shouldn't affect the fee program for the city. The city will still be collecting traffic mitigation fees per the fee schedule. What this might affect are mitigation measures that developments that are required and not screened out for the VMT, they may be required to either implement certain improvements like bike lanes or some of the other mitigation measures that will be shown in the staff report when it goes to council in a couple weeks.
In the previous picture that showed a particular person driving from home to a coffee shop and then to work and from home to gas station or to between various places, how the staff going to guess, how the resident in a new development project are going to consume how many VMT?
That is calculated through the OCTA model, OCTAM. So it is the Orange County Traffic
Analysis
model that the OCTA has developed for the entire county. So a development comes in, they would obtain that program from OCTA, insert their development, and they would be able to determine what the VMT is for that particular development. So there's nobody out there tracking vehicles in real time.
So this is just based on the probably statistical analysis model that will project what the VMT model would that be for that particular project. And then based on that, they will assess a fee from the developers.
No, there's no fee involved. It is part of a traffic study. Typically in the past, under CEQA, we were allowed to use level of service. So when the development comes into the city, and if it's a large development, we do require developers to submit a traffic study. And typically the traffic study looks at certain intersections around the development, and then they go out, collect traffic counts, and determine the level of service for that development. So based on SB 743, LOS is no longer allowed to be used under CEQA. We have to use the VMT process.
You can still use level of service as part of your study requirements for general plan consistency or impact fees if that was tied to it, but you can only make impact determinations under CEQA using VMT. And to elaborate a little bit further, the VMT calculated with that model is updated every 4 years through OCTA and SCAG. So it is updated with new data every 4 years.
Yeah, so if a development, say, using the old style of level of service, and it showed an impact, significant impact at a certain intersection where they'd have to construct an additional right turn lane, that would be something the developer would be responsible for paying. With the VMT, the mitigation measures are different. It is, if they're required to mitigate a significant impact, it would either be
something that could reduce the number of trips. So maybe adding in bicycle infrastructure, bicycle facilities, transit facilities, just something that might reduce the number of vehicles that come to and from that site.
Yeah, as opposed to more widening of intersections.
Mayors and colleagues, I guess I'm still very confused about this new CEQA and the VMT model. And I think, I anticipate that a lot of developers or people who do project in Garden Grove will flood me with some question. And I must admit, I'm still very not have a good handle on how this work and how this impact our city or our, or developer who want to develop in our project. If I may, I would like to have some workshop to, provide more information to us, or if it is just me who don't understand, then maybe I could sit down with staff to get a better handle on it. But at this point, I'm even more confused after this, this presentation.
Okay, staff can definitely do that.
Thank you. Any other questions or comments? All right. Thank you, gentlemen, for the presentation. It's not an action item, so just presentation. Thank you. We'll now move on to oral communications. We do have a number of cards, starting with Ashley Vaugh and followed by Michelle Cardenas. Ashley?
She might be in the overflow room.
Oh.
I'll go
got it.
check.
Can they hear us in there?
TV should be on.
Are you Ashley? I think she's here, Terry. Yeah, I will. Okay, so before you start, so Ashley Vaugh, followed by Michelle Cardenas, followed by Craig Durfee.
Is it okay to start now?
Yeah, please go ahead whenever you're ready.
Hello, thank you for having me. My name is Ashley, and I've been a resident of Garden Grove for 21 years. I'm here to direct your
Hold on.
attention-
Can you please speak in the, is the microphone on? Is it green?
Pull it down.
Is the lighted?
Just pull it
It
down.
might be too high.
It's on, but it says not to touch it, so I wasn't sure. Thank you. Okay. Is this okay?
Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you.
Hello, thank you for having me. My name is Ashley, and I've been a resident of Garden Grove for 21 years. I'm here to direct your attention to a petition that calls for the equitable reallocation of Garden Grove's budget, which has garnered over 2,185 signatures. This petition calls for the City of Garden Grove to respond with the following actions: to immediately revise the fiscal year of 2020 to 2021 budget, which currently allocates $67 million to the police department, and amend any previously approved police raises for fiscal year of 2020 to 2021 and the fiscal year 2021 to 2022, which are estimated to cost $3.3 million. A couple of goals to do this would be to reallocate $30 million from the police budget and to invest in community services, to protect and expand our current investment in community-led health and safety strategies, to prioritize structural police reform. With me, I have a printed and compiled list of signatures that the petition has accumulated as of June 20th. Here are a couple comments made by petitioners in support of these changes. From Manu Castro, we need change for once. From Callie Thornton, I'm signing because I work in Garden Grove. I work with the children of Garden Grove and see what they need. They do not need more police. They need better technology, better school lunches, better mental health resources. From Erica Solis, I'm a resident of Garden Grove, and I want our city to de-invest from policing and follow Minneapolis' lead. It is the right thing to do. From Orlando de la Cueva, funding should be put to better community and equal opportunities for all residents of the city. From Tran Nguyen, I am signing this because change must happen within our city. Reinvest in our communities. From Gabriela Beltran, more money should be put into education and rebuild this time we have lost for future generations. From Alejandro Guardado, I want to reallocate public funds and to demilitarize the police so we have a more inclusive community that promotes education and health. From Kristen Adams, please contribute this money to rebuilding up our community. We need to create a city infrastructure starting with our youth, far more than we need police budgets. We've been defunding education for decades. Time to defund the police. From Dora Guardado, we need to invest in our community. I have lived my entire life in Garden Grove and now teach in Irvine. The experience of teaching 2 cities away and seeing the great discrepancies based on socioeconomic status have pushed me to want to change in my own community of Garden Grove. Our community deserves more opportunities for growth, and we must find a way to reallocate funds back into community and schools. As you can see, the constituents of the City of Garden Grove are actively advocating for the procedures and reforms regarding this petition. I hope that as representatives of the city, you hear us and are willing to take the necessary actions to address these concerns. Thank you for having me.
Thank you. Michelle Cardenas, followed by Craig Durfee, followed by Nicholas Dibbs.
Can you hear me? Oh, cool. Hello, Mayor Jones and City Council members. My name is Michelle Cardenas. I have been a resident of Garden Grove for 21 years. I was raised in Garden Grove, completed my K-12 education with GGUSD, and have great friends, a loving family, and unforgettable memories in the city. Today, I'm bringing up my concern with GG's 2020-2021 fiscal year budget. In particular, I am very concerned about where the fund revenues are going to be distributed. I believe the planned proposals for the city's funding are inequitable, unfair, and quite ridiculous. I formed this judgment in response to the $67 million proposal for the police, while only $7 million is being proposed for community and economic development, and $3.5 million is being directed towards community services. Mayor Jones and all city council members, if that doesn't blow your mind, then I think it's time for a reevaluation. Garden Grove is a community that does not need policing. Garden Grove is a community that should be more invested in. Garden Grove is a home for Black families, a home for brown families, a home for immigrants, and it's a home for all people of color, races, ethnicities, religions, genders, and sexualities. I do not need my community to be policed. I do not want any resident in Garden Grove to live in fear because of police brutality and police violence. During this period, there has been a growing distaste towards the police, rightfully so. It's been beautiful to see how the GG community and how neighboring communities have gathered together for the Black Lives Matter movement and to address racial injustices and racial violence provoked by the very servers and protectors. I just want to say, all Black lives matter, all Black lives matter, all Black lives matter. It blows my mind that the police are getting more than 50% of the city budget, while community development and community services are getting less than 10%. I am asking the city to relocate the $67 million police budget towards community development and community services. I am asking for the city to invest in social services and in programs that will nourish and help our diverse community to thrive, like providing everyone with affordable, if not free, healthcare, affordable housing, and homeless resources to address the issue of poverty in our city. Mental health services, education, youth and elder services, LGBTQ+ services, substance abuse services, rehabilitation, job training and formation, access to nutritional foods and community gardens, and the creation of green spaces where kids can breathe clean air. This is important to me because I care about the lives of Black GG residents and GG residents who are economically and socially disadvantaged. I care about this community thriving without the need of police presence, and I want GG to depend on community-led health and safety strategies. This is important to me because the city cannot invest more in the police than they do in their own people. Please listen to the people.
Thank you. Craig Durfee, followed by Nicholas Dibbs, followed by Antoinette Nguyen.
For those in the audience in Garden Grove, for 23 years, I've committed to a model. The city has a model for our youth. I have a model for our community in the United States. We're now suffering our children tremendously more by the technology and isolation. Someone needs to take my website seriously, socialemotionalpause.org and .com. I'd like to, first of all, before we proceed, Councilman Bratton and recognize Councilman Bowie for their courage to move forward, and then the vote of the council. in terms of recognizing our Congressional Medal of Honor, and back east, the movie Megan, they named it for Rex, the Sarge, but also / police dogs. Mayor, I asked you the other day, your lieutenant wants it. Let's put it together as a complete package to recognize those suffer officers and police department, police and fire suffer post-traumatic syndrome. We don't want to go down. We should recognize our veterans of our police department and Purple Heart like we had when you were a mayor before Dalton, and you should bring it back, sir. Now, I'd like to take a quote. It's a fine thing to be honest, but it's also very important to be right. I came across your city policies because you don't seem to have money all the time. Rather odd. Yet there's money out there. And it's your ordinance regarding, let me find it. Let me read it to you and quote for the record, please. Participating in the federal and programs, policy number 100-05, effective 05/02/72. Quote, it is the policy of the City Council that the City Guardrail shall, not maybe, someday when we have time, shall make an application to the appropriate governing agency for the applicable federal, common, state, and county grants. That's why you don't have money. He also did here a quote from your own policy. Exceptions, policy 100-26, effective 11/18/80, quote, it is a City Council basic position to allow no exceptions to these policies. No. And it says here, nevertheless, there are many occasions when the city officers and employees are unable to comply with them. It is an responsibility for the city officer and employee to prepare a full written signed statement to why the exception and should be approved exception to these policies shall be made to the city manager and or the city council as appropriate. Has that happened? I'd like to have public records on that one. I've been doing this for 23 years, and 9 years I've tired of people getting killed. And we're continuing to grow our different needs of our community. You're not using the dollars you can acquire for writing a grant because you don't have a focus. You understand that Cupertino has a great program for Active Transportation Commission. We need a commission. Did you know this city has a youth commission resolution? Oh, yes. And the motto is youth. Why are we not putting our youth in our committees so we can get in here? Because they are the future of our generation. I don't understand why the city's delayed their own resolution. The community needs to start voicing their concerns because it's all posted on my website. Thank you.
Thank you, Craig. Nicholas Dibbs, followed by Anto Antoinette Wynn, followed by Jennifer McLean.
Mayor Jones, I just want to let the audience know that I'm having upset stomach. So sometime if I have to go, please understand that it's not our, disrespect for the speakers.
Mayor Jones, members of the City Council, my name is Nicholas Dibbs. I'm a credentialed science teacher, honors graduate from Pacifica High School. I've spoken to you a number of occasions over the last 4 or 5 years on the urgent need to help the youth of our city. I've sent you an email today, and I'm just going to read a portion of it. As opportunities should be provided and increased to provide the youth of the city with avenues for civic engagement and career exploration, internships, etc., in the near future, please place on the council agenda reestablishing the city's Youth Commission and Youth and Government Day program. 3 or more years ago, in public comments at multiple council and school board meetings, I urged the city and GGUSD to partner to reestablish Youth and Government Day, the event that took place in February 2018 after a long absence. Today, I urge you to agendize for a near future council meeting consideration to reestablish the city's much-needed Youth Commission and Youth and Government Day opportunities to help the youth of our city during this difficult time. Please let me know your thoughts regarding the above and attached. Nicholas Dibbs, teacher, Garden Grove community leader, and 2016 GGUSD Board of Education candidate. You have in the email and in your hard copy that's been passed to you ordinance number 1238, which was passed by the City Council a number of years ago, establishing a youth commission. And on page 2 of that ordinance and the beginning of page 3, it says, "It shall be the duty of the Youth Commission to serve in an advisory capacity to the City Council on those matters before the city which have been brought to discussion and relate in form or potential to young people in their current role or in their roles as citizens of the future. To accomplish this, they shall form and refer recommendations on these matters to the City Council. To develop recommendations to promote services and functions relating to youth for City Council consideration. To receive suggestions and complaints regarding youth matters and coordinate with other commissions in areas of mutual concern and benefit. To represent youth in community affairs. To meet with local youth regarding problems and issues. To establish and recommend priorities and matters pertaining to youth which should be brought to the council and also indicate recommendations for program support. To assist in interpreting local ordinances which affect young people and to disseminate these findings and effects. To provide the resources for evaluating city services from a young citizen's point of view. To maintain a satisfactory record of business transacted findings, determinations, and other matters of record, and to disseminate matters not directly under the realm of the city's jurisdiction to the appropriate agency subject to City Council approval." That's just part of the ordinance that was passed back in October 1971. We had a youth commission and we had Youth and Government Day until about 20 years ago or so, and then in 2018, the Youth and Government Day was brought back under the proposals I submitted, and it has not been brought back since. So I ask you to please bring those two items on the agenda for your next council meeting in the near future. Thank you.
Thank you. Antoinette Nguyen, followed by Jennifer McLean, followed by Adam Degner.
Good evening, Garden Grove City Council. My name is Antoinette Nguyen. I have been a resident of Garden Grove for 20 years. I was raised here, I went to school here, was accepted here as part of the Garden Grove community. As a Vietnamese immigrant, this was crucial. To this day, I work here. I came straight from Nhung Hoa Federally Qualified Health Clinic, where we serve the marginalized in our community, to this meeting. However, I know that this comfortability and love I feel in my city and for my city is not felt by all, especially by my Black and Indigenous brothers and sisters, family, and community. Relationally, I can feel their fear. Their fear of a police department that upholds the violent and racist principles of police departments across the country that have perpetuated systemic racism and marginalization. Today, I speak about the 2020-2021 Fiscal Budget Action B. I echo the voices of the petition for the equitable reallocation of Garden Grove's budget. Today, I am bringing up my concern that the Garden Grove Police Department is heinously overfunded, 51%. That's over half of our general fund is currently poured into this department alone, in comparison to the measly amount dedicated to community development in our city. In the wake of George Floyd, Breonna Taylor, Ahmaud Arbery, Eric Gardner, Elijah McClain, Rayshard Brooks, Trayvon Martin, and Michael Brown's murder, and the numerous other murders of Black people across this country by police forces that are supposed to protect our community and its people, Garden Grove is in need of leaders that actually advocate for its citizens. I am calling on the Garden Grove City Council to advocate for the well-being of its citizens by pledging to defund the Garden Grove Police Department and invest in the resources that really keep us safe and healthy, especially in Black communities, Indigenous communities, and communities of color. I'm asking for an immediate revision of the allocated funds to the police department in the 2020-2021 fiscal year budget, such that they are reallocated into community services and community and economic development. This includes, but is not limited to, advocating equal opportunities in schools, keeping low-income families in mind, increasing funding to the Homeless Emergency Assistance and Rental Transition Program, the creation of a team of trained social workers to advocate increased mental health services, LGBTQ+ services, more access to nutritional foods and green spaces, and generally objectives that promote our city's growth and community for all. Now is the time to invest in a safe, liberated future for our city. Thank you for your time.
Jennifer McLean, followed by Adam Degner, followed by Trang Lee.
Hello, City Council members. My name is Jennifer McLean. My family have been residents of the Garden Grove community for the past 45 years. Today, I urge you to action on the 2020 through 2021 fiscal year budget, Action 5B. I echo the voices of the petition for the equitable reallocation of Garden Grove's budget. This is not nor ever the time to be lukewarm on an issue of human rights. I demand the city to use their resources and voices to ban measures of unnecessary force within the city. One of high priority is that of the chokehold. The chokehold is an offensive measure commonly enlisted by police officers in ill-advised and racially motivated panic. You see it going back centuries through now of Eric Garner, George Floyd, Rayshard Brooks, Michael Brown, Breonna Taylor, Trayvon Martin, and Elijah McClain, with so many more, but there are just too many to name. Do not be desensitized to the violence. You can enact change. Why is it that the mass funding of the city budget goes to police? Over 51% of our budget goes towards policing. How has this continually gone on? Constant policing in neighborhoods is not the solution. If you equip these so-called officers with militia-grade weaponry and ill-established training, you will get trigger-happy, self-proclaimed vigilantes, and the results speak for themselves. Even in my own experience, I attended the peaceful protests in Garden Grove several weeks ago and was appalled at the disproportionate disproportionate policing and explicit waste of tax dollars that would be better spent on the community. For the numerous helicopters seen at said protests, each cost $1,200 an hour to operate without accounting for gas costs or pilot salaries, or even the level of military-grade equipment seen within your officers. I view those of you who do not enact change as the enemy to progress and are entirely complicit. The greatest hindrance to change are those who plead that we have time. We do not have time. This is not the first and definitely will not be the last time that issues of this type are brought before you. I urge you to take this as urgent as I am. Do the change that you can. Black Lives Matter. Support your community. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Adam Degner, Trang Lee, and then Tom Raber.
Thank you for having me and listening and giving me some time tonight to talk. I was actually just coming out to listen and wasn't going to speak. But after hearing some of the things that are said about our police department and the folks that work and protect us is sad, disgraceful, and disgusting, to be honest with you. To describe a police officer as a vigilante, there are and there were some horrific things done around this country. There were some horrific things done everywhere, both by civilians and by police officers. By no means am I standing up here to say that that's right. But when we sit back and try to solve a problem with another problem is not the right answer. Defunding the police, which is here to protect all of our best interests, is not the right answer. I looked on our website for the city of Garden Grove. I thought to myself, what kind of crimes do we have in this city to where we need to have the police. You guys have a great website. It tells you exactly what crimes are being committed. You can slice and dice it any way that you want. I typed in the last 30 days were already populated. Aggravated assault, over 50. Arson, numerous. Burglary, over 500. Disorderly conduct, throw that one out. Commercial burglary, 100. DUIs, 20. Offenses against family children, 10. Residential burglary, over 50. Theft, there is so many that we don't even call the police because it's a slap on the wrist. I had Scott Stiles come out and give a town hall meeting in West Garden Grove 18 months ago. We had Measure O on the ballot, not just to keep the police that we have, but to increase it. We need to make sure that we're protected in our cities. The reason that I moved to Garden Grove, I've been here for 15 years. The reason that I moved from Garden Grove, because I wanted my kids to move to a city that was safe for them to walk down the street. I came from Lakewood, a place where I was not safe to walk down the street. I'm asking you to solve a problem is not to create another problem. To take away 50% of the budget of the police department? If there is anyone that thinks that this is going to be a good thing, you're severely mistaken. And I'm sad that our police force has to go to work every day because of 100 bad cops. We have a lot of great police out there, and I'm happy to support them. The one other thing I would like to say is you guys are considering doing a bias training. Please consider giving that to us as residents and us as the community to also participate in that. You might be able to get some type of
Thank you.
prize.
Trang Lee, followed by Tom Raber, followed by Jessica Solis. Trang Lee. Yeah. Tran Lee. Okay, Tom Raber.
Well, 2 weeks ago, I had my left knee cut off. I was planning to come to the last council meeting one day after surgery, but I couldn't find nobody to take me here. I'm here because of June 3rd, 2020. The big black lives are going to be at the Garden Grove City Hall. I'll take my panties off right now. So I got there at 11 o'clock. I want to make sure I had a good spot and everything else. I left at 5 o'clock p.m. You know how many protesters showed up? One, myself. So my question is, with the over 100 police officers for that particular event, with about 50 officers at City Hall, was there a permit done for this activity? Was there a cost for this activity? And was there a route done for this activity? I say no. For some reason, the city of Garden Grove declined to charge for a permit, declined a fee for a permit, and that route thing just threw all the way out. They started off at the clock tower, went down to Main Street, and went to Berkhurst. So they never came to where they stated they were going to be at Garden Grove City Hall. So I expect that if I want to have a rally or protest, that I get the same courtesy, that I don't need a permit, that there is no cost, and I don't have to tell you the route that I'm going on. If I was Fat Bowie, I'd be ticked off right now for him to go ahead and do his parade that costs over $70,000. So you guys, there must be a reason why you guys didn't charge him. Second of all lives matter. I noticed that so far nobody's talking about the white person. That's a color, okay? Yeah, right. Second thing is, in the 2 weeks that I had my leg cut off and reattached, I've been walking on the sidewalk on Tiffany, right where Valley View townhomes are. Can you believe it? They cut a foot away from the sidewalk to put the ivy against their block wall. I'm here tonight to tell you I only have 2 inches on each side to walk with my walker. If I fall down, and if I fall down and hurt myself, open up my stitches, I will be suing the city. You cannot go ahead and take a sidewalk and cut a foot away to put a plant. Now, it looks like everybody's saying how long they've been in Garden Grove. My family's owned the same house for 56 years. They bought that house when Valley View was a dead end, before the 22 freeway was built. Thank you.
Thank you. Jessica Solis, followed by Dominica Cow, followed by John Holm.
Hi, I just want to respond a little bit to the All Lives Matter comment just now, and how somebody said that Black Lives Matter, and then you said, yeah, right, which just demonstrates the fact that you do not believe that Black Lives Matter, and it's just ridiculous. Anyway, hello, Mayor Steve Jones and City Council members. My name is Jessica Solis. I'm a resident of the city of Cypress on the border of Garden Grove and within the Garden Grove Unified School District boundaries. I grew up going to Garden Grove Unified School District. I have a daughter currently enrolled in the Garden Grove Unified School District and also work within the school district as an occupational therapy assistant. I'm here to support equitable change for the city. I'm asking that the city no longer participates in systems that are designed to use force and perpetuate profiling against members of the community based on perceived race, ethnicity, national origin, or religion. This is a time of financial uncertainty, and we need to provide more funds to small businesses and families to survive, not provide additional funds to an already bloated police budget. I'm asking you to make a motion to place on the agenda the immediate revision of the Community Services and Community and Economic Development budget to absorb funds from the Police and Fire Department budget. I urge you to reallocate $30 million from the police budget to invest in non-police involved community services and dedicate Measure O funds to community investments that address the root causes of crime and that are developed and implemented by community organizations. The pie chart graphic of financial year 2020 to 2021 proposed amended budget by Department General Fund is a sobering visual of how we place an overwhelming emphasis on punishment instead of investing in community development. There is little evidence, if any, to show that increased police surveillance results in fewer crimes and greater public safety. Funneling police into communities of color and pushing officers to make arrests only perpetuates harm and trauma to those in the community. The fact that money has steadily been siphoned away from the institutions that help build stable, safe, and healthy communities, such as housing, education, and violence prevention programs, is unconscionable. Every neighborhood in Garden Grove should receive adequate investment in affordable housing, fully staffed and supplied schools, and equitable economic opportunity before significant city money is spent policing neighborhoods. Thank you for your time, and I thank the Black Student Union of Garden Grove High School for working hard to provide information and resources to those looking for a way to bring racial justice and equity to the forefront of conversation in this community. And also to Garden Grove for Change. Thank you.
Dominica Cow, followed by John Holm, followed by Andrew Nguyen.
Good evening, Mayor Steve Jones and fellow City Council members. My name is Dominica Kao, and I have been a resident of Garden Grove for 10 years after moving here from Australia. I went to La Quinta High and am a recent graduate of Smith College. Regardless of how long I've been here, I love my community and this is my home. I stand here today to address the agendized discussion regarding the opposition letter to the ACA 5 bill calling for the repeal of Proposition 209, as requested by City Council member Patrick Fatboy. I ask that the City Council to reconsider this opposition and release a statement in support of this bill instead. As a resident of Garden Grove and a beneficiary of a public education system, this bill is important to me on the grounds that I and other underrepresented minorities in this city and state currently do not have equal opportunity in areas of public employment, public contracting, and public education. California's economy is the largest in this nation and the 5th largest in the world if we were a sovereign nation. Amazing. Despite this, women and people of color are not getting their fair share and equal access. In this state, women earn 80 cents to every dollar a man earns on average, and black women earn less than 60 cents to every dollar that their white male counterparts earn. Women only hold a third of leadership and tenured faculty positions in Cal States, community colleges, and UCs. Women of color make up far less than this. In Californian higher education, the racial disparities are unacceptable. UC Berkeley, despite ranking as the second highest public school behind UCLA, has the lowest equity index score in California, according to USC's Race and Equity Center. Black Americans make up 1.9% of that school. The ACA bill opens up so many avenues to remedy sex and racial disparities in our state and community, and yet the opposition to this bill has largely been spearheaded by the Asian American community. Why? Because our numbers are high. We make up 42% of the student population in UCs and are the most overrepresented demographic in California higher education. We, in our proximity to whiteness and privilege, feel the most threatened by this bill. But as a city with a large Vietnamese population, we cannot fall into the trap of believing that Asian Americans are a monolith. According to the 2013 census of American adults over 25 years old, 49% of Asians hold a bachelor's degree or higher. Do not be fooled by this number. Indian Americans come in at 70%, while Laotians are at 10%. With Vietnamese at 29%, our plight in higher educational attainment is closer to the Black community at 23%. But none of these barriers and differences matter if you can't see us. Without this bill, the disaggregation of race data cannot happen. The vulnerable become invisible. Without this bill, Vietnamese, Cambodian, Laotian, and Hmong are overlooked among many others, just as they continue to be today. The Black and brown community have it worse. Holistic reviews for employment and higher education make no sense without the reconsideration of race, sex, and ethnicity. We cannot address racial inequity without acknowledging race. We cannot address sexual exclusivity while being blind to sex and gender. My 13-year-old sister is here today to see how a council meeting works. And here's how I explained the bill to her when asked if this would be fair to white and Asian students. I told her, right now the system is unfair, and we want to make it more fair. Our overrepresentation in college is not solely because of high test scores or strong applications, but because the system favors us. We have it so good because of an unfair structure, but believe that it's because of hard work. That's the model minority myth. We as a city must do the same. I urge City Council motion makers to agendize the discussion, not of a letter in opposition to this bill, but a letter in support of ACA 5. Thank you.
Thank you. John Holm, Andrew Nguyen, and then Tony Flores.
Honorable Mayor, Honorable City Council, Honorable staff, my name is John Holm. I hold a master's degree. I also own a small software engineering company. We do software for your clothes. If you take off your shirt tonight, you'll notice you no longer have a label, you now have an embossment. I wrote the software for the machine that does the embossment. So I come to speak to you about my good experience with the Garden Grove Police Department. Several decades ago, we had some gangs move in next door to our house, kind of a frightening thing. We called the police, they were extremely cooperative, and we got the problem resolved through through fair housing, through code enforcement. More recently, we've had some problems with homeless people. And to the credit of the Garden Grove Police Department, they came up with a three-pronged plan: have not, cannot, and will not. And instead of beating the people up, as we see on television, they actually escorted them to the proper social services. So I say to all of you that you have an excellent police department. I'm very proud of it, and I'm proud of the members. We happen to work with the police department. I have not seen personally any degradation or mistreatment of people, but I haven't seen everything yet. I urge the city to take a fair look. You're getting your bang for your buck, and I am quite proud of the police department.
Okay, Andrew Nguyen, followed by, is it Way Flores? I can't read the first name, on Taft Street. What is it? Sorry, I just couldn't read it on the card, my apologies. And then followed by Tony Flores.
Good evening, Mayor Steve Jones and City Council members. My name is Andrew Nguyen, and I'm currently a resident of Westminster, but I've been a resident of Garden Grove for about 15 years. I speak today because I'm appalled that the police department budget is comprising over 50% of the entire general fund. And I'm probably gonna go off book here, but I wanna say that nobody here has specifically slandered any individual police officers. Nobody has slandered any of them as individuals. What we want is, or what we're saying is that policing in general as a model, there's a high propensity to, there's a high likelihood of punishment because the police have a seemingly limitless amount of discretion in regards to encounters with civilians, and there's a lot of lack of accountability. And I think the city needs to address the root cause of issues such as crime by giving directly to the community. This solution instills a lot more confidence in me rather than giving power to an individual, and need I remind you, of fallible individuals being those that are the police officers. And regardless of whether or not there are only a few bad officers among a majority of good officers, the fact that they have that limitless discretion and protections could prove unfair and, as of late, fatal to innocent citizens. Investing in the community is even more important now and more critical because small businesses and families are suffering at the hands of the pandemic. So therefore, I stand in solidarity with my neighbors and demand that the City Council motion to agendize the revision of community services and community and economic development budget to absorb funds from the police department. Thank you, Mayor Steve Jones and City Council members. I yield my time.
Thank you. Lucy Flores, Tony Flores, Nancy Nguyen.
Hi. I'd first like to say that I'm really disappointed in the last meeting we had. The community came out and spoke against Josh Lindsay's harshful words he said during his commentary from the live stream video he posted. And I feel really disgusted the way you guys handled things. You had over 6,000 people sign the petition for his removal. You had 199 emails for his removal. You had one email to keep him. And Mr. Mayor, you mentioned that you like to run this like a democracy. You like to run your council like a democracy. You didn't feel like, you didn't want the, I guess, you didn't want the burden of having to fire him yourself because you're the only one that can fire him. You didn't want that, and you blamed it on everybody else because you mentioned it was like a democracy. But if you look at the petitions, the petitioners that signed the petition, if you look at the emails that were sent, you weren't listening to your community. You weren't treating this as a democracy. You weren't, you cowardly blamed it on your council as to why you weren't requesting for his removal. Instead of making him work his way up again, you kept him in his place. How does that teach other commissioners that come on in the next few years? Like, it's not an example. It's not a good example you set for your community. I'd also like to say that I feel like it was also shameful how you guys spent more time on trying to reopen salons that would open in a week over spending your time in trying to come up with a sensitivity program. And I believe it was Mr. Bowie who was like, well, do we have to do it right away? Can't we do this in a few months to come? But you want the salons open urgently. You wanted to send the governor a letter urgently. How is that more important than sensitivity training for all councilmen, for all commissioners? That's really disgraceful. I'd also like to say that you guys should really invest more in your community, reallocate some of the funds from the police department into your communities, into the schools, and maybe into that one program you guys are trying to push away for 2 months. I wonder if you guys already took it. I also wonder if you guys already went to go get your pedicures and manicures. I mean, you so urgently wanted them. I hope you all did. All the men here, at least. That's all.
Tony Flores, Nancy Wynn, Dakota Hill.
Good evening, Mayor, staff, council members. I'm Tony Flores. Just a first comment on how times have changed around here. VMT, when I was a kid, you didn't talk about VMT out in public. It was something that was confidential, personal. Now it's just thrown around 30 or 40 times in a conversation at VMT. I sure learned a lot tonight on that VMT. Thank you very much. We've all been here for a little bit. I moved in here in '72. My mom and dad moved from Wilmington, California, out to over here. And we all have different experiences, but I think mine have been pretty positive. Got in the middle of 6th grade. My last name is Flores. The government says I'm a minority. I'm really an American of Mexican descent, though. That's how I see it. By the time I got to 9th grade over at Bell, I was a class president. By the time I got to Pacifica's senior year, we took CIF. I mean, we had a pretty good group of guys, and since then, I became a police officer as well. I was a police officer for a while in Garden Grove. One evening in July of 1986, I shot and killed an armed robbery suspect, saved 2 officers' lives in the process, 3 if you count mine. From then, I went on to help form the West Garden Grove Residents Association, the Central Neighborhood Association, which is now the Garden Grove Neighborhood Association. I helped the East Garden Grove folks get together. Went to Sacramento to bring back a sound wall. Helped put $1.4 million back into the school district from our redevelopment agency back then that was kind of shortchanging our kids. And I've done a whole lot of things at that time. But the reason I'm bringing all that up is not once during those times, also AYSO, a board member as well, Pacifica football booster for 6 years and soccer booster as well. During my time in those positions, not once was ethnicity or race mentioned. We're just folks getting along. And that's how we did it, and that's how I do it now. Recently, there was a protest, the Black Lives Matter marching here, but what's interesting is police officers were out there on the front lines trying to keep peace on that. They were trying to keep it from going crazy at it and done in other cities throughout the state. But here's what's on the City of Garden Grove agenda. under public comments and manner of addressing the council. Any person making impertinent, slanderous, or profane remarks or who become boisterous while addressing a city council shall be called to order by the mayor. If such conduct continues, the mayor may order that person barred from addressing the council and anything further during that meeting. We don't offer the same type of guidelines for police officers out there when they're taking all kinds of nonsense from folks who mostly don't live in our city. Very, very shameful. We need to give our men and women in blue the same respect and deference. Earlier, it was mentioned about City of Garden Grove Measure O. I was not a proponent of it. I was not a fan of it, but it passed. The process worked, and it got in place. Now, me and the folks who didn't vote for it, we didn't go out, protest, we didn't burn, we didn't loot, we didn't do that stuff. But it is the way it is now, and a lot of folks push for it, so here it is. That's just part of the process. Mr. Roger Flanders sent in an email earlier today. I hope you folks post that on there because it talks about the training that the police do, and bias training and other types of racial profiling training, et cetera, are in there. A lot of these speakers tonight do speak, but they probably aren't aware of some of the programs that are in place. I suggest you folks take a look at this. You might change your mind on what you're saying. Also, too, somebody spoke about asking the city no longer participates in systems that are designed to use force, perpetuate profiling against our neighbors based on perceived race, ethnicity, national origin, and religion. It's interesting because our city council districts, by a certain council member, is based on ethnicity and race. Hope you folks realize that. It's based on ethnicity and race. Incredible.
Thank you, Tony. Please wrap it up.
Okay. To wrap it up, I think we need to take a look at what we're doing with this. As far as defunding the police, that would be a slap in the face. Anybody remember who Tom Schultz was? He campaigned the last few months of his life to get Measure O in place for public safety and police. Be a slap in his face and his family's face to do anything else. Thank you.
Okay, Nancy Nguyen, followed by Dakota Hill, followed by Audi Shivara.
Hi, Mayor Steve Jones and City Council members. My name is Nancy Nguyen, and I've been a resident of Garden Grove for 21 years. I'm speaking today to ask that you reallocate funds from the police department to support community services and small businesses during this uncertain time as well. This is important to me because as someone who's grown up in Garden Grove my entire life, I want to see that our city ensures the safety of its residents outside of a police system that hasn't always protected its marginalized communities and communities of color. This is all the more crucial as we see violence inflicted upon Black lives. We have an opportunity to effect profound change in how we create community safety. Just to give a few examples, growing up, too many of my classmates grew up in multifamily households despite housing efforts. My mom, she works as a cook in a local restaurant like many other small businesses, didn't know if they could continue to stay open because of the pandemic. Down the street, we have the Frat House Gay Bar, a historically vital queer safe space that has always faced an uncertain future, only exacerbated by COVID. This is all to say that there are other ways to create safety, whether at home, in economic security for small businesses and their employees, or ensuring that safe community spaces persist. That said, I ask that you make a motion to agendize the revision of the Community Services and Community Economic Development budget to absorb funds from the Police and Fire Department budget. Thank you.
Dakota Hill, Audi Shivara, and then Tatiana Krishon.
Hello, council members. It's nice to see you. I know some of you in real life. My name is Dakota Hill. I've been a resident of Garden Grove, West Garden Grove, for 24 years now. I stand in solidarity with the folks asking to reallocate funds equitably into our community services. Just to give a little bit of history of the last few years, Garden Grove has been losing money, and because of that, we've had to contract our budget year after year, or take from reserves, and we've been doing that by cutting from different programs, and usually those programs are the community programs. And meanwhile, we've been increasing our police budget. Last year, we approved a $3.4 million increase in that budget over 3 years. But there was a miscalculation, and it turned out to be 6.4 million, and it didn't include, there was a motion there to increase police salaries, and that calculation didn't include that either. So I don't think there's a lot of transparency when we've been increasing the police budget, so I want to see more transparency on how that is being spent. And we've been seeing increased crime during that time as we've been increasing the police budget. I do not think that the police have been completely effective in eliminating the root causes of that. And I think it's most imperative now because of COVID, because of the pandemic. We have a lot of small families. We have small businesses, who are struggling right now. And I think that's where we need to put our resources, especially given the financial state of our city. I also want to take a minute to respond to people's individual good experiences with the police and acknowledge that there's folks who may have a different experience. And to them, this is a safety issue to them, increasing the police. I think we all agree, we all want more safety, and I think that the students at Garden Grove High School have put together a good measure to look into options outside of policing. Thank you.
Adi Shivera, Tatiana Krishon, and Maureen Blackman.
Good evening, Council. My name is Adi Chavera, and I have lived in Garden Grove since 2009. I want to begin my time sharing a personal story about the first interaction I had with our Garden Grove Police Department. 2014, my 14-year-old son heard a traffic accident at the corner of our home. He grabbed our first aid kit and headed out the front door and administered aid to those in need. When the police officers arrived, my son briefed them on the injuries sustained. Once the scene became stable, the officer approached my son and presented him with the chief's coin. My son and I had no idea what this was, and the officer explained. It was a special recognition given by the department to citizens who performed an extraordinary act. That was the moment I realized that our community was special. There was an evident partnership set up between the community and the police department. Currently, there's a petition being circulated to defund our own department. I believe this is a terrible idea. Through the years, our police have shown integrity, hard work, concern, and perseverance while having so many factors hindering their job, including the passage of certain legislation and recent release of criminals due to the coronavirus. Garden Grove Police Department is an asset for all of us in Garden Grove. We must come together and support them, not defund them. On Saturday, a new petition was established to maintain the funding. As of this afternoon, the petition has over 650 signatures and counting. This is not meant to be a divisive act, but rather a reiteration of the need we truly have for the department. The police in Garden Grove have often said, "We do more with less," which is very accurate. We have a very large and diverse population with not enough officers to serve us. By defunding any part of the services they provide would be detrimental to each and every one of us. One of the services they provide is the SRT, or the Special Resources Team. These officers work specifically with the homeless in our neighborhoods, providing the resources for shelter, food, and medical care. If these services were defunded, it would affect the most vulnerable among us. My husband and I attended the Citizens Academy offered for free by the department. It was such an amazing experience, which showed us how difficult and yet rewarding their job actually is. I will always be grateful for their time and care they extend to our community. There is a palpable feeling of unrest in our country. This cannot be denied. But if we completely tear down a structure due to a few loose bolts, it would be an irrational reaction and would be devastating to our city. I appreciate the time you've given me to express my deep concern about the idea of defunding our amazing and heroic police. Thank you.
Tatiana Krishnan, Maureen Blackman, and then Allison V.
Hi, my name is Tatiana. I actually used to be a resident of Garden Grove up until the last year. I just recently moved to Irvine. One of the specific reasons that I moved to Irvine is because the environment in Irvine is a lot safer, specifically in conjunction with the Garden Grove Police Department. So I wanted to first respond a little bit to a few people that had spoken a little, before me. So we have heard a lot of great experiences with Garden Grove PD, but I just wanted to kind of explain to you that yes, these are great experiences. However, these are not experiences by people of color. And right now we're kind of in a crisis, and we're dealing with issues where people of color are constantly put down with our country, specifically within the Black community, which is why we're bringing this to your guys' attention. Another gentleman had mentioned that, you know, when there was a bill that he didn't vote towards, that he didn't go out and protest and there weren't fires set and looting and rioting. I just wanted to first kind of address the rioting and the looting. That alone has been time and time again proved that it is not by Black Lives Matter protesters, but alone by opportunists that have taken this opportunity of this chaos and used it to their advantage. That's because people weren't being lynched and slaughtered in a result of that bill. So unfortunately, we have a system within our country that has been telling people of color for years and years and years that, you know what, you're going to be treated unjustly, you're going to be treated unfairly, and I'm sorry, but that's just the way it is. So that's why me, myself, and other people are here today to talk to you about that. I want to talk about the current budget for the Garden Grove Police Department. It's $67 million. Each year, this budget increases while budgets for community services decrease. A 2% base salary increase would be given to the police department, and that would increase by 2.5% in addition to step H of the salary range and a $150 increase to the city's cafeteria benefits. Then this budget would increase additionally 4 years after with a 4% increase of salary range and a $100 increase to the city's cafeteria benefits. This was projected at solely a cost of $3.1 million to the city. However, the actual estimate is $6.4 million over the next 3 years. Just over the short amount of time that increased funding was given to the GGPD, the police's use of force has increased by an outstanding 250%. This is why we're asking for the board to divest $30 million of the $67 million police budget and use it towards investing in community services. Again, we're not speaking out against specific members of the police force or saying that officers are terrible people or anything like that. What we're specifically saying is we're talking about the institution of policing. American policing has never been a neutral institution. The first U.S. city police department was a slave patrol, and modern police forces have directed oppression and violence at Black people to enforce Jim Crow, the wage a war on drugs, crack down on protests, while people just solely ask for police reform. Many are asking for this oppressive system to be dismantled and reinvested in our institutions and resources and services that help communities grow and thrive. That's why many protesters, activists, and followers within the Black-led movements and grassroots group are demanding immediate defunding of police departments and reform in what we leave behind.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Maureen Blackman, followed by Allison V., and then we're going to take a quick break.
Good evening, Council. I'm Maureen Blackman, 42-year resident of Garden Grove. I've raised my family, and I now have 3 adult children who are parents themselves. For the past 14 years, I've worked in the community to bring residents and decision makers, which include elected officials and city staff, together. During the past 42 years, I've had numerous opportunities for interactions with the Garden Grove Police Department, both as a resident, a parent of teenage children, and an involved member of the community. I suppose my interactions with the police don't count because I actually look white. My grandmother's Black. My son is dark-skinned and was in baseball and shaved his head, and every night when he went out at 16 and 17, I warned him that if he was pulled over, how he should behave. He doesn't look like me. He doesn't have freckles. He's dark. So we can all come from different places. Every encounter that I've had stands out because of the department's exemplary behavior and their tone. Others can attest to the training and accreditation of our force. For me, they stand out just as outstanding individuals, men and women. I reject the notion of defending our law enforcement in Garden Grove, but that will never change a lot of people's minds. I want to compliment the youth of today who are seeking to find justice and fairness in our community and our country. I encourage them to seek truth, to keep open minds and open hearts. I also encourage those not in the youth category to do the same. We should try to understand what our youth are trying to achieve. However, tonight my biggest challenge is to those who communicate on both sides of the aisle. For instance, Councilmember Kim Nguyen travels in both worlds. You would be a perfect vehicle to bring both parties together to gain understanding of each other's party sides. You support staff, and you also support the residents, the young residents, and I encourage you to bring that combination together for a creative and a productive conversation, not just lashing out. I do challenge you for that. Thank you.
Allison V.
Good evening, Mayor and Council members of Garden Grove. My name is Allison. I'm the Youth Organizing Coordinator at VITRISE and resident of Garden Grove. VITRISE unequivocally supports the Garden Grove High School Black Student Union's call to reallocate $30 million of Garden Grove's police budget to support local businesses, low-income families, health services, housing, and education. We urge the city to proactively enact policy to make Black communities and all marginalized communities in Garden Grove feel safer by defunding the police department's current funding allocation in the proposed 2020 to 2021 fiscal year budget and reallocating it to other community services that will directly benefit and improve the lives of residents. Our organization is committed to dismantling systems of white supremacy and ending the criminalization of immigrants. Local policing and law enforcement are often the first point of contact where immigrants are sent to the prison to deportation pipeline, and Black immigrants constitute 20% of those facing deportation, despite making up only 7% of non-citizens in the U.S. Garden Grove Police has its own history of harming residents through racial profiling, aggressive and violent practices, and abuse of power through city-funded technologies. In order for our communities to feel safe and restore public trust in government, the city must take action to codify protections for the well-being of the residents. Currently, the city of Garden Grove faces a budget deficit of $10.5 million, according to the interdepartment memorandum released today for item 5B. Residents continue to experience health and economic hardship due to COVID-19, and according to the BSU's petition, each year the city of Garden Grove continues to increase its spending on the police budget by millions, while decreasing the money directly spent on community services. Over a 2-year period of increased funding, the Garden Grove Police's use of force incidentally increased by an unacceptable 250%. During this period of financial uncertainty, we cannot provide more funds to the police department when small businesses and families are vulnerable. Defunding the police department and reinvesting money into our community services is one of many steps that local elected officials should take to address systemic violence against Black communities. This is an opportunity for Garden Grove to be part of that change. Lastly, on the topic of affirmative action, according to disaggregated data provided by AAAJ in their 2020 Southeast Asian American Journeys report, Vietnamese students and families would benefit greatly from affirmative action. 43% of Vietnamese residents in California have a high school diploma, 30% have a BA or higher, 20% are low income and or experiencing poverty, and 50% have limited English proficiency, the highest in the state of California. Furthermore, the passage of Prop 209 harmed women and communities of color the most for the past 2 decades. For example, Black and Latino students admitted to the UC decreased between 12 and 60% since it passed, and women in California make on average 80 cents for every dollar a man is paid. For women of color and single moms, that amount decreases to 60 cents per dollar. Therefore, as Vietnamese community members, we also urge you to support affirmative action across the state and urge you to agendize the immediate revision of the community services and community and economic development budget to absorb funds from the police department budget to reinvest in our communities through education, health, housing, and small business services for the 2020-2021 fiscal year budget. Thank you.
Thank you. We're going to take a quick about 5-minute break. Thank you. All right, I'd like to get this going again. We still have a lot. Start it again if we can.
17.
All right, back to oral communication, starting with Julie Va, Darius Durham, and then Jessica Howell.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council members. My name is Julie Vo. I am a Garden Grove resident, specifically living in District 4. I'm a community member and serve on several nonprofit boards serving the Vietnamese and larger Orange County communities in the areas of environmental justice, community arts, and civic engagement. I also respectfully request that you not be on your phones while your constituents are speaking. Thank you. I'm here today to express both dismay and opposition to item 7D proposed by District 4 Councilmember Phak Boi. Passing ACA 5 and restoring affirmative action in public contracting, hiring, and education will give our public leaders the tools they need to help the most vulnerable and impacted in our community. With COVID and the many issues at the forefront today, it is clear that there are systemic issues that need to be addressed, which have been left by the wayside for far too long. Even before the virus hit, too many Californians were being denied opportunities. For example, women and people of color have been the most harmed by the passage of Prop 209, which banned equal opportunity programs like affirmative action. One study estimates that small businesses owned by women and people of color lose $1.1 billion each year because of the ban's impact on public contracting. Let's be real about who has access to public contracts and who doesn't. Admission rates to the UCs immediately worsened for all communities of color. Black and Latino students admitted to the University of California decreased between 12 and 60%, depending on the university's location. And Asian American and Pacific Islander admission rates to the University of California have also declined. Our communities are also bearing the brunt of the economic and health impacts of COVID-19, and that's no accident. A striking shortage of physicians of color has been exacerbated since the ban on equal opportunity programs, restricting access to health care for communities of color and threatening the health of all Californians. This undoubtedly set the stage for the unequal health impacts of COVID-19 that we see today. ACA 5 is our chance to hire more women, invest in more small businesses that provide jobs, and rebuild a California that actually reflects our values and diversity. As a business owner yourself, Councilman Bui, what are you telling us about this country and your own story by so passionately opposing this bill? I'm Vietnamese, as many of my friends and loved ones are, and your Vietnamese Federation of Southern California does not speak for me. Big titles on a narrow-minded letter means nothing. Here's some meaning for you. Ăn quả nhớ kẻ trồng cây. ACA 5's passage through the Assembly Public Employment and Retirement Services Committee on a 6-1 bipartisan vote is a historic moment for California. ACA 5 has incredible momentum towards passing through the legislature, giving voters the opportunity to voice their support for equal opportunity for the first time in a generation. Support is surging. Over 250 diverse organizations and community leaders have endorsed the bill, and over 2,700 Californians signed a petition in support of restoring affirmative action. Again, an entire generation has lived through the California's ban on affirmative action, and the evidence is clear. We have more discrimination and less opportunity. It's time for a new generation to decide how best to rebuild California and combat the effects of this public health and economic crisis. As your constituent, this is not a polite ask. Leave this matter in the hands of our elected representatives in the California State Senate, in the hands of California voters. Let the people decide. Also, 51.5% of the city's general fund for police. Who does this city belong to? The numbers answer that question.
Thank you.
Lastly,
please wrap it up.
Black Lives Matter. Thank you.
Darius Durham, followed by Jessica Howell, followed by Ariana Arastegui.
Before I begin, I just wanted to address a couple things. So Tony Flores spoke. I used to sleep over at his house every year in elementary school, but I think it's interesting that he said he never talked about race, but our classmates, me and his son, they definitely talked about it a lot. Try being the only student in a class every year not to get invited to birthday parties. So, and then the lady that said she had to tell her black son that he had to act differently is just an admission that there's bias and profiling within police. So I just wanted to say those two things. So my name is Darius Durham II, CPA. coach at Garden Grove High School, teacher at La Quinta High School. I've been a resident of Garden Grove since February 15th, 1992, which was my birthday. The only exception was 4 years when I lived in Berkeley and 2 years when I lived in San Diego for my master's. I've lived in West Garden Grove, as I said, near Bolsa and near Garden Grove High School. I'm speaking today about two specific line items, the community service line item and the police budget. I'm going to share a brief anecdote juxtaposing the summer of when I was 16 years old, and then I'll bring it forward to current circumstances. So it was the first week of summer. I was 16. I had my driver's license. I picked up my friend. We went to CVS to get some snacks. We were on the way to see Iron Man that had just came out when every black man's worst nightmare happened. I see red and blue lights in the back rearview mirror. And so I started thinking back of things that I was taught from an early age. Be calm, be respectful, keep your hands shown, make no sudden movements, and under no circumstances run. The police officer pulled up, and the first thing that he said to me is, "What are you doing in this neck of the woods?" And let me remind you, I was only 200 yards from here. My friend, who was also a black male, was extremely nervous. To make a long story short, we were forced to get out of the car. He called in 3 backup cars, forced me to open my trunk, even though I know my rights that I didn't have to, put us through sobriety tests, and then took up an hour of our time before letting us go with no explanation. This is the experience that a lot of black men, women, and people of color in America are dealing with police officers. So for the people that say they've only had great experiences, just talks to white privilege. Juxtaposing that with the very next day, I started my new job at the rec center right over by Bolsa Grande High School, reffing basketball games, football, collecting money from the pools for swim lessons, and teaching young kids. It was with this job that I was able to get money to pay for my SAT class here at Garden Grove High School. I got a letter of recommendation from Jeff Van Sickle, who last was assistant supervisor of community services, which went to my college application. Fast forward to today, last week, one of my players, he was actually the first person that I taught how to dribble, graduated high school. As a teacher, I'll wrap it up quick. As a teacher, I have to pay for my own calculators for a class set. But during the protests, I noticed the militarization and weaponization of the police department, seeing weapons that many people have only seen in movies. Fingers on the trigger, ready to fire tear gas and rubber bullets at grandmothers, mothers, myself, and children. Many of my students have had negative interactions with police, like myself. Now, the story I told was not the only interaction that I've had negatively, and it probably won't be the last one. But they've had very positive experiences with community service. So I was appalled to see that over 50% of the budget is designated to the police department. There's a generation that's coming up, and they're going to get the same chills that I have anytime a police officer pulls up behind me. But they can have the positive experiences with community service if we agendize to reallocate the budget. Thank you.
Jessica Howell, Ariana Aristegui, and then Tanya Ortega.
My name is Jessica Howell. I've been a resident of Garden Grove for over 20 years. I'm here in opposition of Action Item 7D, proposed by Councilmember Fat Bowie. In an ideal world, we wouldn't need these programs, but we don't live in such a world. Ours is one full of historical injustice that needs to be remedied. The problem with policies that ban affirmative action is that doing so ignores the persistent social, economic, and racial inequalities within society. This espousal of a colorblind society dismisses the realities and struggles that underrepresented groups continue to face. The aim of affirmative action programs is to tackle and adjust for the centuries of ethnic and racial oppression. It is an opportunity to level the playing field and allow minority groups to catch up. We live in an extremely diverse city. For our city to send such an opposition letter is disgraceful to this diversity. And it shows that we are complicit in the bias in our systems of inequality, which in light of today's political and social climate, it seems irresponsible for our city to oppose ACA 5. That it is showing that we are okay with the deep-seated prejudices and inequalities found within our economic, educational, social, judicial, and political systems.
Ariana, followed by Tanya Ortega, and then Bob Tucker.
Mayor Jones and the Honorable Council, first, thank you for having the implicit bias training on the agenda this week. I hope that this item is going to continue so that we see the proper kind of training being given to all pledged sworn city officials and commissioners. I also want to commend the students of the Garden Grove High School Black Student Union and all of the youth that are here to make their voices heard. I stand in solidarity with you, and I praise you for coming here and civically engaging. I know it can be a bit daunting, but trust me, it gets easier. Also, Black Lives Matter, and I would like to continue having discussions with the City Council about how we can better address the systemic inequalities that are in our community so that we can continue growing as a city. Here I am today because of item 7D proposed by District 4 Councilmember Fat Bowie. Item 7D proposes that the city draft a letter in opposition to ACA 5, which is a constitutional amendment to the California Constitution, and allow us as the voters to then vote on whether we're going to repeal provisions of Proposition 209. I hear a lot about ACA 5, and I've read a lot of the opposition to it. A lot of people are claiming that it's going to be taking away opportunities from the API community, that it's really going to restart quota systems. A lot of misinformation that is not relevant to what ACA 5 is actually trying to accomplish. So I also would like to commend the members of the API community, specifically our local Vietnamese American community, for coming out and speaking truth to power about the experiences that you guys are facing in response to the proposition by Councilmember Bowie. Now, in a close reading of what Proposition 209 actually says, we see a lot of talk about race, ethnicity, national origin, but I want to draw your attention to the fact that ACA 5 and the repeal of Proposition 209 also addresses sex. Many of the people who have come here before me have already given you the statistics and the figures, so I'm going to do you a favor. I'm going to cut that out of my speech. They've already said it. They've said it eloquently. So I want to pose to you the question, and specifically you, Councilmember Bowie. Why are we not addressing gender inequity in our discussion of ACA 5? I would like you to specifically address that when we speak onto that, because women are still not being paid enough, given enough opportunities, and some female business owners are losing so many opportunities to contract with local governments just to get their foot out of the door and receive access to programs that are provided by cities and other local agencies. So I ask you again, Councilmember Bowie and Honorable Council, to please consider this aspect of ACA 5 and oppose the submission of this letter. And as the speakers before me suggested, send a letter in favor. Goodbye.
Tanya Ortega, Bob Tucker, Michael Garcia.
Hello, good evening.
I'm here today in support of the movement towards defunding the police through a reconsideration of our 2020-2021 budget. Because Black Lives Matter and data and anecdotes consistently show that the police does not protect the Black lives in our communities. Remember, racism is not always overt. It does not look like how it did decades ago, but it does not mean it is any different, that it is less racist, that it is less harmful. To be clear, a defunding of police does not mean eliminating all police funding. It means stopping the drastic overfunding of police to redistribute the budget into the areas of our city that need it most. Because police are not public health workers, nor are they social workers, nor are they trained mental health counselors. I was trying to find specific data regarding instances of Garden Grove police brutality to focus my comments here, because we should value life and human dignity over any financial constraints our city may face. But when I was navigating the Garden Grove Police Department website, I could only find information from 2017, listed as complaint stats, information in the form of a scanned single-page document with only numbers messily penned in, compared to the detailed dates, times, descriptions, and addresses of your so-called crime map mentioned earlier tonight. You hold your community members more accountable to their actions than you do your police department. As an example of the misguided budgeting, I want to focus in on one of your organizational goals listed on page 3 of the budget for fiscal years 2019-2020 and 2020 to 2021. To those of you who have mentioned homelessness and the Special Resource Team, please listen closely. The 7th goal states to address current community issues, including working with partner agencies to address homelessness. I think it's a valid issue to want to address, but your efforts are severely misguided. Keep in mind, homelessness, along with crime, is a symptom of a broken system. A 2018 report by the National Law Center on Homelessness and Poverty found that causes of homelessness included insufficient income, lack of affordable housing, and domestic violence. A separate research project found that of their serving population, 31% experienced homelessness as a result of job losses, while 20% because of drug or alcohol abuse. A police officer is not responsible for ensuring people are provided with livable incomes. You are, through the sorts of public projects and subsequent jobs you create. A police officer is not responsible for providing affordable housing. Once again, you are. A police officer is not trained to support survivors of domestic violence. Trained counselors are. A police officer is not trained to de-escalate a mental health crisis, to address drug or alcohol abuse preventatively, or to support people as they seek to end this abuse. Trained social workers and community public health institutions are. The same ones you are choosing to fund at significantly lower rates than the police department, a department that is not equipped to handle any of these situations. Here in Garden Grove, you have tasked our police department with responding to homelessness, and they have responded with the Special Resource Team. But of the 1,408 calls received last year, which is on the police department website, there were only 217 referrals to supporting services, homeless shelters, food, things like that. And of these 217 referrals, only 42 individuals accepted services. That's less than 20%. This doesn't look like success to me. And on the police department Instagram page, we continue seeing streets swept and homes and belongings destroyed. You are making the wrong choices if what you want to see is genuine change for your constituents. Your money is not where your mouth is, and you are choosing to funnel in more money into a department that has been tasked to handle situations they are not trained to, nor frankly do they even want to. And most importantly, it is not a department that communicates safety to our most vulnerable members of the community. Thank you to Garden Grove High School's Black Student Union and GG for Change.
Bob Tucker, Michael Garcia, and then Teresa.
My name's Bob Tucker. I live in the 5th District. Thank you, Ms. Klopfenstein, for your great work. Much appreciated. I'm here to support the Garden Grove City budget amendment, reallocating funds from a very large police budget to community services. You've heard this several times tonight. Community support services are often the proactive organizations that prevent the need for future police services. I supported Measure O, which primarily helped Garden Grove with the growing cost of police and fire pensions. It's a reality in all communities. Frankly, police budgets are strangling our city's finances here and nationwide. I'm a union guy who believes in due process for public employees, but I also believe that qualified immunity for police and others needs to end. All public servants must be accountable for their actions. As a former public servant, I understand quite well that we are held to a higher standard. I'd like to respectfully ask if any of you up there did not take campaign money from any police organizations. Raise your hands if you didn't. Okay. Even if you have taken money from police organizations for campaigns, the country is calling for reform. And it could start right here in Garden Grove with you. Famous abolitionist Frederick Douglass once said, in part, "Power concedes nothing without a demand. It never did and never will." We are demanding reform of police services in our community, and we are demanding that you agendize this reform for greater benefit for the entire community. Thank you for your time.
Michael Garcia, Teresa, and then Jacqueline Doe.
Hello, Mayor Jones and City Council. My name is Michael Mendiola Garcia. I serve this community as a teacher at Garden Grove High School. I am here to stand in solidarity with our youth and the community that demand for the immediate revision of the 2020-21 budget, which currently allocates, again, $67 million to the police department. With over 50% of the general fund going to the police department, we are asking for the reallocation of $30 million to the police from the police budget to be invested in community services. As an educator in this community, it is my responsibility to serve my students not just in the classroom, but also to advocate for the services and opportunities that will help and support them and their families. If one of the goals as local government is to reduce crime in the community, the way to reach that goal has never been to increase the policing of our communities and youth. The way you do it has been instead investing in our youth, investing in their education, investing in family and community services, investing and supporting local businesses and economic opportunities. Now, this requires structural police reform, which means prioritizing how money is allocated back into the community. It also means reevaluating what role police should really have in the community. Now is the time to rethink and reprioritize how we serve and support our communities as a city council, as a police department, as service providers, as school districts, and as teachers. Your constituents, your community, your youth, and the future of your city, we're all here. We are reminding you of your duty to be a part of that change. So stand with your community and revise the budget, reallocate the funds from the police budget and invest in community services, protect and expand Garden Grove's current community-led health and safety strategies, and again, prioritize structural police reform. Thank you.
Teresa, Jacqueline Doe, and then Erica Higbee.
Good evening, Mayor Jones and City Council members. My name is Teresa, and I'm a resident of Garden Grove. I'm speaking here today to ask you to reconsider the city's budget in order to provide more support for the Garden Grove community. The City of Garden Grove budget fiscal year 2019 to 2020 and fiscal year 2020 to 2021 document emphasizes public safety in its mission statement, community vision, budget highlights, and the City Council's commitment. In the budget, $67.7 million is allocated towards the Garden Grove Police Department with the addition of 10 sworn officers, 1 police sergeant, 2 safety dispatchers, 2 police record specialists, 1 community service officer, police patrol units, new police facilities, and increased training. I'm very happy that most of the speakers here today had good experiences with our police department, but our idea of public safety is heavily reliant on the police force. However, the police department do not receive the comprehensive training to respond to all types of emergencies, specifically those regarding domestic abuse, sexual abuse, and mental health. To put it simply, the city budget is putting a Band-Aid on every single type of wound there is, without considering other methods and other collaborative methods, such as stitches or ointments. This could be done through niche police forces or introducing other departments that specialize in mental health and social work. Furthermore, we should focus on efforts to avoid these wounds in general, rather than just covering it. In the 1987 study review, High School Dropouts by Dr. Rumberger has shown that high school plays a large role in determining social consequences. Adults who become high school dropouts are more likely to become welfare and unemployment recipients, experience more physical and mental health problems, and are at risk of using psychoactive substances and are at risk of committing crimes. Then we need to consider the children of these individuals. 2 studies have shown that children of these individuals have increased, are at risk of experiencing the same academic and societal trajectories. These are only some of the well-recognized studies that show that education and societal contributions are correlated. The Garden Grove Community Services have the potential to increase community engagement and significantly elevate a child's education and its potential to renew its parents' education through divisions such as summer camps, youth sports, leisure classes, recreational activities, and park controls. So in the current budget, $5.3 million is allocated towards these community services, which has lost $200,000 since last year's fiscal year. So I'm asking you to reconsider this year's fiscal increases towards the police department to move it towards the community again, especially during this time, during this COVID season that's really impacting all of us negatively, specifically the in-person education and opportunities from children in our community. And this again echoes everyone's mentioning of the need for the community. And lastly, I want to thank you for giving the Garden Grove resident a platform to speak on, but it's not enough to let us just speak. We need you to hear us. And I was watching the live stream from last week, or on June 9th. During that meeting, there was 6,000 signatures and 200 emails regarding Josh Lindsay, and 1,500 signatures and 13 emails demanding restructuring of city council members. In that meeting, you announced that you stand in solidarity with the protesters, yet you increased the funding from the police from 51% to 52%. Sounds very small, but it's actually $600,000. And then Josh Lindsay continues his position without any repercussions or stipulations. So now today, many of the concerned citizens and I are requesting you to address our...
Thank you. Time's up. Please wrap it up.
Well, we are requesting that you respond to us with statistics and research, please. Thank you.
Jacqueline Doe, Erica Higby, Grace Mortero.
Good evening, Mayor Jones and City Council members. My name is Jacqueline Doe, and I have been a resident of Garden Grove since 2002. I am here this evening to ask you to revise the city budget on behalf of our friends, family, and neighbors. According to the Garden Grove City website, the budget for the fiscal year 2020 to 2021 allots approximately $67 million to the Garden Grove Police Department alone. This amount is just over 51% of the general fund, indicating that over half of our city's financial resources go to the police. This does not include other public safety services such as the fire department. This money goes to the police alone. When compared to the other departments and services that have had to sacrifice their funds, one can see that the police department is severely overfunded. Page 3 of the 85 budget file claims that the proposed budget continues to reflect our commitment to the community vision and guiding principles that were adopted by the City Council in March 2005. It then states the community vision as follows. The vision of Garden Grove is to be a safe, attractive, and economically vibrant city with an informed and involved public. We are a diverse community that promotes our unique attributes and preserves our residential character. Safe is the first adjective used to describe the vision of Garden Grove here. I am proud to have leaders who prioritize our community safety above all else. But Mayor Jones, City Council members, and everyone else who is listening, I beg you to answer this. What does public safety mean? Some believe that the best solution to public safety is to provide an abundance of police funding. Having a large police department provides them with a sense of security, but this security is only a false pretense. By increasing policing while simultaneously cutting other community resources, we are refusing to acknowledge the factors that lead people to participate in criminal acts. Public safety warrants the protection of a community and its individuals. People commit acts of theft and violence, often because their city has failed to provide protection for them in the form of financial support, physical and mental health services, and education. Robberies, burglaries, thefts, assaults, abuse, and other acts of violence. The police do not prevent these crimes. They are simply called on afterwards to write reports and take down descriptions. Meanwhile, the perpetrators of the thefts are often long gone, identities remaining unknown, and the victims of violence have already been subjected to harm. So instead of relying on the police to come and clean up the mess after a crime has occurred, we should be taking measures to prevent these problems from occurring in the first place. We need to invest our money in areas such as local businesses, education, healthcare, and affordable housing. Since 2018, we have seen a $16 million increase for the police budget. Meanwhile, the community services budget has suffered a $6 million decrease. The effects of COVID-19 have left our local business owners in devastating circumstances. Educators and students have all been struggling to maintain quality education and transitioning to remote learning. Healthcare workers are being subjected to more work and responsibility than ever. And of course, public health guidelines have shown that the safest place to be in the middle of this pandemic is at home. But without affordable housing, many are denied even that simple, basic human right.
Thank you. Your time's up.
Before I take my seat, I'd like to invite Erica Higby up to present the list of signatures on the petition that the others have mentioned before. This is a 60-something page file, so I urge you all to look at it.
Does she give it to the, please give it to the. And then Erica, you're next, followed by Grace Martero, and then followed by Tim Fan.
Good evening, Garden Grove City Council. I am here to advocate that our police department cannot be the only ones responsible for preventing the root causes of crime and upholding wellness. Our Community Liaison Division is an example of a definition of crime prevention that we need to redefine. Prevention is not simply creating neighborhood watch groups, volunteers in policing, or trespass arrest authorizations that facilitate an environment of suspicion and judgment between different economic and social groups. It is not a one-time public presentation of drug use statistics in our city or instilling a fear of gangs. It is integrating a culture that first acknowledges the history of social barriers, the unresolved trauma from our difficult family pasts and histories of abuse, and the conditions of poverty that keep our citizens from thinking that they may not have any other choice. Amplify our community programs designed to promote holistic well-being, not just in very East Garden Grove at Buena Clinton, or a family center with limited resources near Anaheim. In 2018, Garden Grove commissioned an independent survey showing the Garden Grove residents that they are concerned about public safety. However, only 400 voters participated out of our 170,328 residents. The method that the survey used to gain approval for the Measure O tax claimed that the tax would fund retainment of police officers and youth after-school programs and parks, and, quote, other general services. However, it is clear that the items you claimed you would fund are not receiving equitable treatment. It is not fair that this was looped together in one question. When measuring the community's priorities, 6 out of 9 options were related to police retainment, and the other 3 options were about water supplies,
funds being used locally, and allowing Measure O to be ended by voters. This survey is in no way representative of our city's concerns. That is obvious by the amount of people that are here today. This is obvious because over 2,100 signatures on a petition are present demanding for an equitable reallocation of Garden Grove's budget to support our community. Please, no more overturned spending or reducing recreational programs, spending millions on military-grade weapons, or increasing the percentage of property and Measure O taxes that go toward an overfunded police budget. Explain your investments to us and how our budget works. Explain the police unions. Would you have a cup of coffee with us to have a conversation about it? I am asking that you make a motion that will address this issue on the next agenda, a motion to divest from this 67 million police budget to address these larger issues that will help make Garden Grove stronger than ever. Thank you for your time. Black Lives Matter.
Okay, Grace, followed by Tim Fan, followed by Kyle Brodowski.
Hello, Mayor Jones and City Council members. Before I begin, I wanted to address a couple of points that were brought up earlier. First of all, more training for police and city members does not mean more accountability. We can always spend more money on training, but what are we doing to hold them accountable? Second of all, it is not just a few bad apples or a few bad cops that we are addressing when the whole systematic institution, the whole apple tree, is infected. Lastly, a lot of the people that brought up their experiences, their good experiences with police, are not people of color. We need to be listening to our Black, Indigenous, and people of color communities when they say that something is wrong. My name is Grace Mortero, and my family and I have been residents of Garden Grove for over 30 years. I'm here to demand that the City Council adopt a budget that prioritizes well-being and redirects funding away from the police department to much-needed social programs and resources that support housing, jobs, education, healthcare, childcare, and other critical community needs. I cannot support my local taxes paying to fund a police department that is modeled after a system that perpetuates racism and violence. I am requesting a motion to agendize the revision of the police department budget immediately. The police department budget has been previously mentioned, so I'm going to skip that part of my speech. In addition to the heinous funding for police, last year, the City Council misled their constituents by not disclosing the full cost of salary raises for police. In the 2019 budget meeting, the City Council publicly estimated that the salary raises would only cost $3.1 million, but later approved a $6.4 million increase, more than double what the City Council publicly disclosed. The Garden Grove Police Department costs us taxpayers significantly more than maintaining the cost of facilities, parks maintenance, and human and recreation services combined. I do not believe that there is enough crime in Garden Grove to justify spending 52% of our tax dollars on the police budget. Crime usually happens when someone has been unable to meet their basic needs. More jobs, educational opportunities, arts programs, community centers, mental health resources, as well as more of a say in how our own communities function, have proven to be much more effective at promoting community safety than policing. History has shown that police reform is not enough. More money and training programs will not only fail to fix our current system, but they will also cause future lives to be lost to police brutality. We must take a hard look at the way that the current system in place fails to serve and actively harms the Garden Grove community, and we must come together to reimagine the role of police in our city. As the City Council, the budget proposal is in your hands. It is your duty to represent your constituents. I am urging you to completely revise the budget for the 2020 to 2021 fiscal year. Garden Grove can be a beacon for other cities to follow if only we have the courage to change. Thank you.
Tim Fan, Kyle Brodowski, and then Maserati Shells.
Good evening, everyone. Thank you. My name is Tim Fan, and I am the Activism Director of the Orange County Young Democrats. I'm here to affirm Black Lives Matter, but specifically to oppose Councilmember Fat Bui's motion to have the city oppose ACA 5. For those who aren't familiar with this bill, if passed by the state Senate this week and ratified by the voters like yourselves in November, ACA 5 would repeal Proposition 209, which prohibits state government institutions from considering race, gender, ethnicity, specifically in public employment, contracting, and public education. And I wanted to dispel a few myths that's been out there already. First of all, universities that practice affirmative action have seen greater gains in Asian American enrollment than schools that do not. API admission rates to Berkeley and UCLA have actually decreased since '96 after Proposition 209 was passed. And secondly, it's really important to just affirm that this does not establish racial quotas. It would merely allow the admissions processes for these, higher education and public education to explicitly consider race, gender, national origin of a specific candidate. Now, I will agree that this is a little abstract, so I want to break it down to you in a more personal way. So imagine if you were planning to run for public office in Garden Grove or re-election in District 4 in 2022, but the voters would only be legally bound to not consider a candidate's race, gender, or national origin. Now, to those on the council, how would that make you feel, especially to those who've made such public contributions to the Vietnamese community? All that voters would know is that your votes, that's all that matters. Nothing about your ethnicity or your origin story or who you are and where you came from. Because I want to tell you a quick story. It is about a man who left Vietnam with his family after the fall of Saigon in 1975 and eventually resettled in Minnesota, not far from where George Floyd was murdered decades later. But see, unlike you, Fat Bui, my uncle did not have the privilege of attending higher education. Like many refugees struggling to assimilate to a foreign country, my uncle and his brother, my father, had to work instead of attending school to provide for their families. Yesterday, my uncle, Min Dao, passed away at the age of 90 without a diploma, and one day my father will too. But I want the world to know that all my accomplishments, all my choices, my successes, and my failures, these were built on a terrain by those who came before me. Hell, the only reason I got straight A's in math was because my dad sat me down every day up to high school to mentor me in math. And the moment he stopped, well, my grades kind of dropped too. But see, my point is, we should be allowed to tell these stories. Whether it is on the campaign trail or the UC admissions process, our merits and our achievements do not only belong to us. They are shaped themselves by our personal narratives in our community, which includes our unique and shared identities on race, gender, and national origin. And therefore, I ask the council to humbly support ACA 5, support race-conscious policies like ACA 5, because they seek to rectify historical inequalities. And that is why when we're talking not just about admissions rate, when we're talking about graduation rates of Latinx and Black communities since 1995, they need to be part of this conversation. And we cannot have these answers until we ask the questions, and they must include race. And that is why we should support ACA 5 as a city. Thank you.
All right, Kyle, followed by Maserati, followed by Katie Faith.
Thank you, Mayor and City Council. My name's Kyle Brodowski. I've been in Garden Grove my whole life. I'm 55 years old. I bought my house on the west side of Garden Grove 25 years ago, and I bought it there because I wanted to raise my family. I graduated Pacifica High School in 1983. And I did not get a diploma. I probably will die without a diploma. And as you can tell, I'm brokenhearted about that. I've worked my whole life hard. My wife and I together saved $35,000, busting our tails, working 24/7 to buy our home. I'm an active member in my church community. I'm a Christian man. And I want to say this, that there's a lot of talk about whose lives matter, and I want to say that every person here is a child of our Heavenly Father. And I respect each person as a son or daughter of a living God. I spent my life volunteering with the Boy Scouts, with coaching football, coaching baseball. I've had a close relationship with the Garden Grove Police Department and helping young men earn their Eagle Scout projects. by going through neighborhoods and doing graffiti paintouts, the Bailey Apartments on the backside of the alleys, painting addresses on those buildings so that the police could find those in the middle of the night, responding to certain calls. I had a police officer at my house 3 weeks ago. My truck was broken into in the middle of the night. I was lucky to be able to chase the perpetrators off. I had a policeman there within 10 minutes taking a report. Two of my best friends, I've worked in public service for over 25 years. I'm not a police officer. I currently work in another Orange County city. Two of my good friends were police officers who were killed in the line of duty. One is Stephen Phillips. His name is on the Memorial Highway on Beach Boulevard. You'll see his name up there on a sign just north of the 405. And the other is Mitch Waller, who was killed in Laguna Canyon. His name is on the freeway down in Laguna Beach. Each of those men, I knew them well, and I knew their service and what they did for the community. And I'm here to support the police. I believe strongly in law and order. There's a lot of young folks here tonight that have a lot of information. They have a lot of knowledge. There's an old saying, the difference between knowledge and wisdom is knowing that a tomato is a fruit, but it's a poor choice for fruit salad. And there's a lot of kids here that they have some knowledge, but I don't think they have the wisdom to understand that their idea of defunding police department, what that really means. We see there's a lot of turmoil in the world today, in this country. It breaks my heart. Sometimes I feel like a stranger in my own country. Yes, I stand here as a white man, white privilege, right? That's the silliest thing I've ever heard. And I've worked hard. I have members. I have 10 brothers and sisters in my family. We have mixed ethnicity. My brothers and sisters have married mixed ethnicities in my family. I have, whatever. Everybody's represented within my family. I have a love for my fellow man. I served a mission for my church. My son last year was in a Russian prison and arrested for illegally speaking Russian to Russians. He was there on a church mission. I received a phone call in the middle of the night from the ambassador to Russia who released him. Am I done?
Yeah, thank you. Sorry.
Okay, I'm
time is
sorry.
up.
Thank you. Thank you for your time.
Okay, Maserati Shells, followed by Katie Faith, followed by Jody Williams.
Good afternoon, good evening, everyone. We've been here a long time, so I'm not going to say the normal things. Thank you to the City Council and Mayor Jones for having me speak. My name is Maserati Shells. I'm a hip-hop artist, producer, also a member of NAACP, also the director and founder of the 8182 Foundation. I'm here speaking on behalf of Garden Grove for Change. We've been talking to other city councils and other city officials, the sheriff's department in other cities to talk about the time and matter. They asked me to speak on your budget. I'm pretty sure you guys all heard it. I can see the look on your faces about the defunding. I understand it. I'm not going to say I'm all against it. I'm not going to say I'm all the way with it. I don't have a problem with no police officer. I think what they're trying to say is they want to open dialogue with the city council. In this meeting, I see Mayor Jones and Ms. Nguyen very attentive to it. Some others not. I understand this. It's Mudane. It's the same thing. Like Mayor Jones, I went to Ralston Intermediate, graduated from Ralston Intermediate, went to Rancho Alamitos alumni. I did my research on Mr. Jones. Mm-hmm. I did my research, and you studied abroad, so you had a different way of looking at things. You also got a dual emphasis in finance and real estate from USC. So I'm pretty sure you've seen how that area is right there because USC is smack dead in the hood off the 110. So I know that you know, and I can tell anyone here, the police department's not going to get defunded. That money's not going to go there because in Garden Grove, I would say last year there were 4 murders, 54 rapes, about 800, 500 property damage, and a high end on assaults. Assaults range from fights and people doing small mundane things. In America, you have a lot of crime. But in Garden Grove, they said you have a 1 in 341 chance of being a victim of a violent crime. That's a 0.2% out of every 1,000 people. Those are numbers. So what that means is the police are doing their job with the funds they're getting. So I think what we're hearing here is two sides that are fearful. There are people that are safe right now. They want to protect that safety in their home that they're raising their family, like the man that came from Lakewood. Lakewood is short on police because they're patrolled by sheriffs. Sheriffs have all LA County to work with. Just like the other man who just worked hard, no degree, no high school diploma, worked hard to buy his home. But then you also have the fear of these young people that don't have kids, that want their kids to be safe, that are minorities. So they have a fear of being harmed, like the brother right here said when he got stopped. He shouldn't have to feel like that when you get stopped by the police. But we understand that's just a part. You don't control that, Mr. Jones. Something Mr. Jones said that I agree with. He wants to rebrand Garden Grove. He called it the rebranding of Garden Grove. Am I correct? That is correct. I think that Mr. Jones wants to do that. And I think all they want to do is transparency. You know, I know you don't have to, but they would like that. They would like, even Ms. Nguyen could sit down and talk with some of these young people. These young people are going to be here for some years. It's not the last time you see them. I'm pretty sure they're going to be at every meeting. And they're going to keep asking the same thing till someone finally sits down and says, you know what? We're trying. Give us some time to try. It doesn't happen overnight. We're still dealing with COVID, the stimulus. All cities are hit. And to the lady that said about the salons opening, small businesses have to happen. The middle class has to feed the economy. That's just what it is. And it's just dialogue. And I would like to say we can't blame them. We can't blame city council. We have to do it our own. If they put something on the ballot, vote. Vote, encourage voting. I believe in peaceful protesting. I believe in actually economic and political growth and understanding that we're in a country that is one of the greatest countries in the world because you become anything you want. But you can't complain and be a part of the problem without a solution. So defunding the police, I understand it, but you gotta understand there are people who don't have the same safety. I live by myself, I can protect myself. But there are some people who can't. There are convalescence homes, there are older women. So we have to understand the rationale of that and understand that and work together. We can't be at each other's throats. And I understand these young people are so emotional. I've seen some up here shaking when they're talking because they just want to get it out and it's hard for them to talk. And I know you guys have to sit here and hear all this. You have to balance the budget of the city. You have to work hard. Since you got elected in 2016, Mr. Mayor, I know this has probably been the hardest year with everything. It's a hard year. And we're watching a country where we're seeing black men hung right now. We're seeing George Floyd. You can't control every police officer. I know that. I think your budget allots, 182 sworn or 162 sworn officer. And then with your special routine for the homeless, I get it. Even when the old thing passed, I get it. You're trying. And I understand it. It's hard, just like they're trying. And right now, you got to understand, no one's in school. No one's working. A lot of your programs are shut down because of the social distancing. So now all they have is social media and the internet to look at that big budget you have. And they're like, why do the police need $67 million? Where they're not factoring in the time, the patrolling, the weaponry. I understand why you would have militarized weapons when you see protesters in Santa Ana burning things and breaking things down, because people are just doing it. A lot of those aren't black. I can sit here and tell you a lot of people, there's not a high black population in Garden Grove. I know that. I went to school here. I remember being the only black kid in class. Well, it wasn't treated different. You have some people that are ignorant, but they grow to know you and they understand that we're not all the same. So I say that to say this. We're at a ground zero right here that we can make a powerful foundation. And Garden Grove doesn't have to set the standard for any other city. Garden Grove can be its city. Garden Grove is home to Steve Martin, Michelle Pfeiffer. I know you have a great city. And I would say, okay, if you don't want to defund the police, don't defund the police. But let's find some more funds. Like you brought all the art stuff to the street. You have an amphitheater here. You have a child performance theater. You have all these great attributes because COVID has stopped that. So now they're like, oh, we need something for the youth. I know that criminals are not born. Criminals are made because the environment they're cultivated in is poverty stricken. And they have no outlets, no fathers, maybe no mothers. So if we give them programs like the Garden Grove NJB, the Boys and Girls Club, the Boy Scouts, the Girl Scouts, those are things that when I was coming up, it kept us out of trouble and gave us an understanding and a self-worth. When you give someone self-worth, that gives them a purpose. That's why you guys are all sitting right there, because you had a self-worth and a purpose. And that's all I want to say. And I thank you guys for having me. I appreciate Garden Grove for Change. You guys have a great night. Thank you.
Last three here. Katie Faith, Jody Williams, and Baton Cleanup, last but certainly not least, Cleopatra.
I have
have to say that was amazing. Thank you. And now I'm shaking, and I'm not young. So I have been a citizen of Garden Grove my entire life. It's been more than 21 years. I have raised my 2 children in Garden Grove. As a longtime citizen and as a taxpayer, I fully support our police department. And I think defunding the police or reallocating money is a dangerous idea and one that has not been thought out. Defunding the police would dishonor my uncle who died while serving as a police officer. I am part of the silent majority. There are many people just like me. We are not the ones shouting and throwing up a fist. We are the ones that are quietly contributing to our community by shopping locally and owning businesses. We are the ones quietly raising our children and going to church. We are the silent majority that is tired of seeing artwork defaced. We are the silent majority, and we support the Garden Grove Police Department. Thank you.
Thank you. Jody Williams, followed by Cleopatra Al-Rashidi.
Hi, I'm Jody Williams. I'm going to give you a little bit of my testimony. I am the foolish thing of the world that God chooses to shame the so-called wise, and I have no problem being foolish. I came from a really bad background. If you heard my testimony, it would probably blow you away. But with that being said, because of my background, I won the Jefferson Award for feeding 500 people a week for 12 years, every single week. And I've been feeding people for every week for 25 years now. My husband does the cooking, and I do like getting them into shelters, into programs and stuff like that. And not once have I been paid. I always say my payment comes later. Anyways, I have Aunt tattooed on my arm, 70 times 7, and that's because that's what God calls us to do, is to forgive 490 times in a day when somebody does you wrong. And so that's my heart, is to teach forgiveness, but also, like I said, I do a lot of community service. I don't do it for a pat on the back. It's just because I love people and I get what it's like to go through hard times. Now, I'm the artist that painted the box that keeps getting graffitied. I didn't do it as a political stance. I didn't do it against Black Lives Matter or anything like that. I did it because I am so thankful, because it says in His Word that there's no greater love than this, than he who lays his life down for a friend. And I am so thankful to all those who laid their lives down for us. And so that's why I did it. I did the first one for free. It was for the fire station, and it just kind of escalated from there. I did it for the hospital and the nurses, the doctors, and then the police officers. And I was extremely honored that God would choose me for such a position like that, to bring glory to His name, but through my artwork. So again, it wasn't towards any group or anything like that. It was just to say that I am so thankful for what they do for us. And if I have to repaint that thing over 5,000 times for free, I will totally do that, because that is my way of showing them that I appreciate what they do. Thank you.
Cleopatra?
Hi, my name is Cleopatra. Now, I know that you guys have heard a lot of people speak today, so I want to thank you for your time and ask that you continue listening and that you think about what we're saying, because we are the people that you represent. Now, I might be young, but all that means is that I have longer to fight this fight. It is easy as a white person to praise the police, to see only the good active within a system built upon prejudice when that prejudice is in your favor. It is easy to say all lives matter when your life mattering has never been in question. But it is also easy to make change from a position of power which is why I'm standing here speaking to you, our city council. I am not standing here saying to abolish police departments in their entirety, but rather to restructure and redistribute community funds. I'm not saying that crime isn't a problem, but I am saying unequivocally that the way that we handle crime is a problem. The way our society is structured to breed crime is a problem. The fact that economic and resource inequality is so profound amongst racial minorities and within class gaps is a problem. For these reasons, we are not only advocating against a bad system, we are advocating for a better system, for taking a look at a flawed system and picking the good from the bad. A system that disproportionately harasses, arrests, charges, sentences, and even kills Black and brown people is flawed. To not see this flaw is to be looking the other way. It is to be actively violent in your negligence. I stand here advocating for a redistribution of funds. 50% of a budget being donated to a broken system is 50% of a budget wasted. Personally, I believe that just as important as taking funds from a broken system is putting funds into a better one, specifically community building and mental health services. There is no reason that one entity, such as the police department, should be addressing so many of our city's issues, especially when they are not adequately trained for most. My older brother is over 6 feet tall, a physically intimidating man, and he's also autistic, which can manifest in behaviors that can be perceived as violent by the untrained eye, such as the eye of the police. For this reason, all in my household were always coached to never call the police to our home, no matter the issue. We were forced to be aware that in this country, being different can get you shot. Being different can get you killed. This is something Black and brown people are constantly forced to be aware of to a more profound and disturbing degree. California is a diverse place. Garden Grove is a diverse place. I love this country because us little people can work to make a change, but we can't do that alone. That's what you're here for. If you believe all lives matter, then you should believe Black lives matter, disabled lives matter, queer lives matter. Act like it. Stand on the right side of history. Defund your police. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That's all the cards I have. Is there anyone else wishing to speak that did not get a card in or that we skipped over somehow? You? Okay. Please come on up. But please turn in a pink card, though, when you're done.
Hi. I've just felt so passionately to get up here. I'm not even a resident of Garden Grove. I am actually a resident of Newport Beach. I see all these young people, and yes, they have a lot of knowledge, but I also feel there's great wisdom growing inside of them, and they are pragmatic. They are out here. They're screaming at the top of their lungs, listen to me. Please listen to me. Have open dialogue. Me as a white woman from Provo, Utah, moving to Newport Beach 5.5 years ago, it was this unconscious bias. It was not outright racism. And I stand before you today saying white privilege exists, and I recognize it, and I hate it, frankly. And I'm just so grateful that I have an opportunity to speak right now, because these young people right here are going to be the change that we need. We, as my culture, have the option of turning away and not seeing what's right in front of us. But here I stand, supporting these young people that are going to be the change that is so desperately needed. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so that's going to conclude oral communications. We do still have a lot of potholes to fill. We've got a lot of other agenda items to move on to, but we're going to take another quick recess break for just another minute. Thank you. Thank you all for coming out. Alrighty, we will reconvene. Before we move on, I'm going to turn it back over to the city clerk to read some emails into the record before we pass oral communications.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. We did receive emails for the record. One is from Mr. Craig Durfee, and he's urging applications to federal grants, and he's also questioning some of our policy directives. We received support in reallocation of police funding for social programs from Andrew Ha, Hugh Tran, Jacqueline Doe, Terry Nguyen, Tracy Law on behalf of Viet Rise, Brian Bowie, and Teresa Bowie. We received emails requesting to suspend pending evictions from Ugochi Annabere Nicholson from the Public Law Center, Diane Prado from the Housing Equality and Advocacy, and Kate Marr from Community Legal Aid SoCal. And we received emails in opposition to item 7D, which is sending a letter of opposition regarding the ACA 5. And those were from Ileana Pinzon, Roser Hong, Viviana Marie Go, and David Peterson. We received emails in support of the police department budget from Roger Flanders, Tony Flores, and Lawrence Collister. And that's all. That's all I have.
Thank you. Okay, we will now recess and go to successor agency. Madam Clerk, will you please call roll?
Member Breitigam. Here. Member O'Neill.
Here.
Member Deidre Nguyen.
Here.
Member Klopfenstein.
Here.
Member Kim Nguyen.
Here.
Vice Chair Bowie. And Chair Jones.
Here. Okay, we already did oral communications simultaneously with other legislative bodies. We'll move on to consent. There's just one as receive and file the minutes 2A. Do I have a motion?
Motion approved.
Roll call vote.
Member Breitigam.
Yes.
Member O'Neill.
Yes.
Member Deidre Nguyen.
Yes.
Member Klopfenstein.
Yes.
Member Kim Nguyen.
Yes.
Vice Chair Bowie.
Yes.
Chair Jones.
Yes.
Motion received. 7 yes votes.
Thank you. It takes us on to items for consideration 3A.
Item 3A is adoption of a resolution amending the successor agency's fiscal year 2020-21 budget. And Ms. Eifert is here to give the report.
Good evening. I have before you, actually, let me get to the PowerPoint. Yeah, I don't actually need it. I have before you the fiscal year 2021 proposed budget amendment for the Garden Grove Successor Agency. Again, City Council and the Successor Agency approved the biennial budget for fiscal year 1920 and fiscal year 2021 back in June 2019. This is part of the continuation budget and will continue to fund Successor Agency projects. The fiscal year 2021 proposed budget amendment for the Successor Agency totals $23.2 million, and this is consistent with the projects approved by the Department of Finance. It is recommended that the Successor Agency adopt the attached resolution amending the Successor Agency budget for fiscal year 2021, and staff is available to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you, Ann. Any questions of staff? Any comments? Motion?
Move the motion. Second.
Roll call vote.
Member Breitigam.
Yes.
Member O'Neill.
Yes.
Member Deidre Nguyen.
Yes.
Member Klopfenstein.
Yes.
Member Kim Nguyen.
Yes.
Vice Chair Bowie.
Yes.
Chair Jones.
Yes.
Motion received. 7 yes votes.
Thank you. Any matters from Successor Agency members? Okay, seeing none, we'll adjourn back to City Council, and that takes us on to We'll reconvene City Council, and that takes us to consent items. It's recommended that items 3A through 3I be acted on simultaneously, unless anyone would like to pull any items. Do I have requests to pull?
Mayor, I'd like to pull item 3E, and I motion the balance.
Any other polls?
Second.
Okay. Motion on the balance. Call to vote. Roll call vote, please.
Councilmember Brightingham.
Yes.
Councilmember Deidre Nguyen.
Yes.
Councilmember Bowie.
Yes.
Councilmember Klopfenstein.
Yes.
Councilmember Kim Nguyen.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem O'Neill.
Yes.
Mayor Jones.
Yes.
Motion received, 7 yes votes.
Okay, item 3E. Did you say 3E?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, 3E as pulled by Councilmember Kim Nguyen.
Thank you. I've pulled the pavement management program. It is a very dense, heavy reading, but I found it very invigorating. I don't have necessarily questions for Director Murray, but I wanted to pull this item for a couple of reasons. Just looking at the first couple of pages, the appendixes go through a very long list of streets and some scenarios, but the beginning portion of it provides some very important information that I just wanted to highlight. It talks about our PCI, which is our Pavement Condition Index, meaning the condition of our streets in Miles Arterial Highway, as well as our local streets. And so ever since 2014, our PCI has been decreasing. We are, for this year, 2020, our weighted average is 71, which is rating of a fair category. And let me flip my page. We unfortunately don't qualify for the 10% reduction being offered by OCTA because our number is too low. And so one of the things that this highlights is where we stand in each category, what we need to do in order to bring that up. It states that about $248.1 million is needed in order to boost us and take care of the issues that we have. Now, that's more than our general fund budget. So obviously, we're not going to solve that problem. And that's over the next 7 years. And it talks about that 44.4% of our city's street network is in very good or good condition. That's not to mention our ratings for our for poor. If you turn to page, hold on one second, everybody. Page 6 of that document, you can see where our standing is. And so for me, one of the things that concerns me is that we're not putting the attention that we need on our city's infrastructures and streets. I think during our multiple council retreats over the last 4 years, I've made the comment, and I believe most recently Councilmember Brightingham has agreed with me, that we need to start looking at public works as a public safety issue. You know, I get it, potholes, streetlights, and sidewalks are not sexy items, but they're really important. And I think that we're spending so much money in other areas, but we're not addressing certain things that are important in our city. And unfortunately, Public Works is the department that suffers, in my opinion, the most. They, keep doing the best with what they have, but unfortunately, we're not doing our due diligence by giving them enough the means to make sure that our city is appealing and vibrant and safe. Do you know how many lawsuits we can have over people tripping on pavement? I think Thomas Rayburg just mentioned that earlier in his comments. Now, scenario 1 takes us down of a PCI of 56, which to me is totally unacceptable, and that's if we do nothing. Now, if we maintain at 71, that's a $23.6 million investment annually. Are we going to do that? I don't know. Scenario 3 requires $24.6 million a year in order to move us up to 72 by fiscal year 2026-2027, which then would qualify us for that 10% reduction, which means our contribution for M2 monies. It would get lowered if we actually tried to solve this problem. But we're not addressing that. And now I find it very strange that this over, 200 plus page document was swept under the rug in consent, and there's items here for recommendations. When I approve this in consent, what am I approving? Am I approving all the recommendations listed on 16? It says pavement budget at minimum. NCE, which is the consultant that provided this very well done plan, recommends that the city increase the current funding to increase the network PCI to 72 to be eligible for the 10% reduction in matching funds over the next 2-year cycle, because we currently don't get that now, and we'd have to wait 2 more years for an assessment to see if we get that money. It also says pavement maintenance strategies. NCE recommends that the city continue with the established paving programs to maintain the portion of the street network that is in good condition and improve pavement currently in poor condition. In addition, NCE suggests that the city increases the budget for rehabilitation, and so on and so forth. But I don't see us voting, are we going to do this? What does this mean? And I don't see that answer provided. This item should have been an item for consideration. There should have been a full report. We should have been able to discuss how in the next 7 years do we improve this. And so I wanted to call it out and kind of just stress the fact that I think this should be pushed off and we should get a full report and really talk about, we could have easily just voted and pushed this in consent, but I have no idea what that would have translated to. And I don't know that anyone else read through this, looked through this to see what that meant, because I don't see anyone else asking these questions. So I would like to motion for this to get pushed to a different meeting. I don't know if this needs to be approved today in order to meet some sort of deadline, so that's, I guess I do have one question for you, Bill. But other than that, if we can, I would like to see this come back so we can talk about what approving this actually means. What does that translate into dollars? Because there's 3 options here. We're voting just to pass it. I don't know what we're voting for.
I'll second it.
Thank you. But first, Bill, does this have to be approved today, or am I messing up your plans?
Yeah, I'd like to hear from Bill first.
I would like to hear
on
that
this.
too.
Please approve it today, and I'll be more than happy to come back and discuss options.
Okay, so I'll change my motion. I motion to approve the plan, but I would like it regardless to come back from staff to give a report so we can discuss what we're actually doing with this plan, if that's okay, Bill.
I'll second that as well then, or
Thank you.
But I would like to see that within the next 2 meetings, not pushed off for 6 months or something like that.
Okay, thank you. We have a motion and a second. Madam Clerk, roll call vote.
Councilmember Brightingham.
Yes.
Councilmember Deidre Nguyen.
Yes.
Councilmember Bowie.
Yes.
Councilmember Klopfenstein.
Yes.
Councilmember Kim Nguyen.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem O'Neill.
Yes.
Mayor Jones.
Yes.
Motion received, 7 yes votes.
Okay, thank you. That takes us on to public hearings. We have several, starting with item 4A, adoption of resolution confirming Garden Grove Tourism Improvement District Advisory Board report and levying an assessment for fiscal year 2021. Starting with a staff presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of the City Council. Tonight we have for your consideration adoption of a resolution confirming the Garden Grove Tourist Improvement District Advisory Board report and levying assessment for year 2020-2021. I have a quick slideshow of some accomplishments of the district and the budget. So the first slide shows the Garden Grove Tourism Improvement District as far as its boundaries. And if there's any changes in boundaries, we have to report that. Luckily, there's no changes in boundaries. Tier 1 is north of Lamson Avenue and goes up to Chapman and includes 9 of our hotels. And then in Tier 2, we have 1 hotel, which is the Great Wolf Lodge. That is a Tier 2 assessment at 0.5%, 0.5% assessment. So getting into our budget for 2021, the GD-TID budget's made up of 2 parts. So the first side of the slide, which is on the left, shows our local hotel budget of basically $500,000. This goes to advertising, marketing, and promotion of the district for our hotels. And then the heavy lifting of the project is done through Visit Anaheim. So the GD-TID gives Visit Anaheim $900,000 to effectively market the district. Once again, these are self-assessment of revenues that the hotels collect and then pass on to effectively market the hotels and get visitors to come to the Grove District. The total of our budget this year is $1.4 million. Some of the accomplishments of the annual report include doing some special events and Garden Grove Cares, which is an event put on by the district that gives back to the nonprofits. We had 5 different nonprofits of $125,000 give back to the local community from the Garden Grove Tourist Improvement District. And then also some notable things, we did some new improvements to some signage at the European American Center that was completed this fiscal year. Next slide shows the hotels that have remained open and the hotels that will reopen due to COVID-19. So luckily, Disney has announced it's going to open coming up in mid-July, and our hotels will be opening consistent with that. So we have Grove Lodge, Hyatt Regency, Hilton Garden Inn, and Hampton Inn all opening consistent with Disney, which is in mid-July, which is great news for us. So at this time, we'd like to conduct a public hearing, receive the report from the city clerk regarding any protests. Assuming there's no protests, adopt the resolution confirming the district advisory report, levying the assessment for the district for 2020-2021. That concludes my report.
Thank you, Greg and Monica. Any questions for staff before we open?
Of the 6 hotels that remain open for the last couple months, do we have any number of how much revenue is that comparing to the previous year? I'm talking not about hotel in general. I'm only talking about the 6 hotels that are open for the last few months.
Yeah, so I'm in constant communication with all of our hotel GMs on a weekly basis, and it's been very, very light through this COVID-19 period with our hotels that remained open. So way less than 10%, probably less than 5%. So it's very, very low because of the COVID-19.
So the 6 hotels that are open, we have very light occupancy, and the other hotel that we have on the map, the yellow one, the 4 hotel, is not opening at all.
Yes, those will open on mid-July, July 15th.
Right. So maybe in July we will see, by the end of July we'll see how the 10 hotel will fan out.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. No more question.
Any other questions? Okay, this is a public hearing item, so we will open the public hearing. Anyone wishing to speak on this item, please come forward.
My name is Nicholas Dibbs. I'm a longtime resident of the community. I have a couple of questions. One is part of this endeavor going to include something where the hotels will the city be encouraging the hotel operators to bring back people in the order in which they were laid off so that we can start re-employing the community and not displacing people, but where they would hire back have some sort of a arrangement to hire back the same staff that were there before? That's one question. And so we got to get the people back to work. But is there a priority also to hire locally as opposed to, is there going to be a priority to hire locally so we can get our local people hired?
Yes, in talking to the hotel GMs, it's their priority to try to hire back the employees that were lost. So that is first and foremost on their agenda to try to accomplish that, yes.
And then a priority to hire locally, hopefully, as these other ones come back online, so that we can get our Garden Grove people back to work.
All right, some of our hotels are focused on bringing back the local Garden Grove folks, yes.
Thank you, that's all I have. Thank you.
Any other comments? Wait. So we'll close the public hearing. And then next, we go to the city clerk to hear a report if there's any protests.
No protests were received.
Okay. Thank you. Colleagues, any
Move
comments
approval.
or motion?
I'll second it.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Call to vote.
Councilmember Brightingham.
Yes.
Councilmember Deidre Nguyen.
Yes.
Councilmember Bowie.
Yes.
Councilmember Klopfenstein. Councilmember Kim.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem O'Neill.
Yes.
Mayor Jones.
Yes.
Motion received, 7 yes votes.
Thank you. 4B.
Item 4B is approval of the 2020 through 2025 five-year consolidated plan and the fiscal year 2020-2021 action plan regarding the city's housing needs. And Ms. Covarrubias is here to give the report.
Thank you. Good evening, Mr. Mayor, members of the City Council. Tonight, you are asked to conduct a public hearing to collect public input for the 2020-2025 5-year consolidated plan and the fiscal year 2020-2021 1-year action plan. Adopt the plan and recommend its transmission to the Department of Housing and Urban Development, otherwise known as HUD, for the use of its federal grant monies. The consolidated plan is a process by which the city applies for the use of HUD funds and includes the Community Development Block Grant, Home Investment Partnership Program, and the Emergency Solutions Grant. The HUD required document is a 5-year plan that addresses the city's housing and community development needs, and how those needs will be addressed over the 5-year period. It includes a housing and community development needs assessment, a 5-year strategic plan, and a 1-year action plan. In order to develop the plan, the city conducted significant community outreach, which included a consolidated plan survey made available through the city's website in English, Spanish, and Vietnamese, and inviting residents to provide their input towards the consolidated plan. The city held 2 community workshops on September 18, 2019 at Bolsa Grande High School and on October 17, 2019 at the Community Meeting Center, asking the public to give their views on housing and community-related issues that could be addressed through the consolidated plan. A 30-day public review and comment period was announced via a public notice published on May 22nd in the Orange County Register, the Viet Daily News, and the Excelsior. The review and comment period concludes with today's public hearing. Additionally, the Neighborhood Improvement and Conservation Commission held a public hearing to accept comments on the Consolidated Plan and Action Plan on June 1st. The housing and community development goals and priorities that have been identified and will guide our activities over the next 5 years include to provide decent and affordable housing, to address the needs of homeless individuals and those at risk of homelessness, provide for a variety of community and supportive services, address public facilities and infrastructure needs, promote economic development and employment opportunities, and provide for planning and administration activities. The 5-year plan is also updated annually and includes the fiscal year 2020-2021 annual action plan. The 1-year action plan provides specific information describing the jurisdiction's proposed programs, projects, and activities designed to address the goals and priorities outlined in the consolidated plan and contains programmatic budgets for the fiscal year 2021. Programs included our Jobs First program, home improvement grants, homeless prevention services, Garden Grove Park rehabilitation, Marine Barclay Street rehab, Meals on Wheels, senior center activities, tenant-based rental assistance, and acquisition rehab or new construction of affordable housing. That concludes my summary of the 5-year consolidated plan and 1-year action plan, and I'm available to answer any questions.
Thank you, Monica. Any questions? Kim, go ahead.
I have questions, a couple of them. First, on page, I hope it's 6, it lists the 13,800 wait list for the Housing Authority. I wanted to ask a clarifying question. Do we revisit this list on an annual, or how often do we revisit to make sure that it's current? What if some people have passed away? What if they're no longer eligible? I just want to make sure that we constantly check that wait list. 13,800 is a lot of individuals.
Correct. The Housing Authority does check that list on a regular basis.
Okay. Also on page 6, it talks, and it's pretty well spread out through this whole document, talking about anti-crime and safety programs. And I'm curious to know, what does that mean? Are we talking about neighborhood watches that are put into neighborhoods? What does that money go to when it talks about anti-crime and safety programs?
A lot of it is addressed through our ESG funds, which help homeless services. So sometimes our homeless population, just the situation itself kind of presents itself where crime can occur or is more likely to occur. We also do our SR team through the police department to assist the homeless individuals. They're properly trained to deal with homeless individuals and be able to connect them to the right services that they might not be aware of. That is our biggest contribution. And then aside from that, it's just rehabilitation of our city in general through public infrastructure projects.
Okay, and I think that might answer my next question in part. So it talks about public facilities and infrastructure in income-eligible areas. What does that mean? Do we take a heat map of the city and find all the poor areas and try to make them look better?
So they're actually, the income qualifying areas are actually determined by the Department of Housing and Urban Development. They're not determined by city staff. So based on income for our city as a whole, the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development will provide a map for our city listing what areas qualify as eligible low-income neighborhoods. And based on those areas is how we determine funding for specific projects that come up through our Public Works Department or our Community Services Department for those areas. So the Maureen Barclay Rehab Project, Street Rehab Project is one of those areas, and the Garden Grove Park Rehabilitation Project is another one addressing that.
The other thing to note is that it talks about the workshops that we've had throughout the city. And so for there's a number that's stated and it says that 8 people attended workshops, but it doesn't specify for which one. So I'm curious to know, is that 8 total for all the workshops that we've done? And I don't mean it to be facetious to y'all, because I know that I've gone to the workshops and we'll have one member of the public and then it's a room full of staff. And so it's unfortunate because you have people who complain about these issues but then don't attend where we are inciting their input, which would make a difference, and then it becomes here and the decision's already been made. So I wanted to clarify, is that 8 total for I think it was 2 different workshops that was listed?
Correct. That is 8 total for the 2 workshops, but we did have 193 people that submitted surveys.
197. I wrote that down. Responses to a survey out of 174,000 people. Let's not pat our backs on that one yet. Next one, who attends the county's continuum of care meetings? I saw that was noted that staff attends on a regular basis.
Yeah, one of our staff people in the Neighborhood Improvement Division is actually our liaison. His name's Timothy Brown.
Okay, thank you. And then on page 14, I got a little confused, so pardon my ignorance on that one, but it says, it talks about our engagement with the COC, which is the continuity of care. Now, do we give money to the county for this, or do they give us money?
No, we are required to be a part of the continuum of care. We don't fund the continuum of care.
Okay.
The continuum of care recently actually was taken over by 2110C. So they are now responsible, and we do fund 2110C. They are the ones that actually are funded by every city that's a recipient of ESG funds and coordinate all homeless individuals that are receiving assistance so that they don't get duplicate assistance.
Got it. And my last question, on page 119, and I think spread throughout this document, it makes reference to Thomas House. And I know that this has been an issue that I've brought up to staff before regarding what exactly services does Thomas House provide to our city regarding our homeless population, because they were listed like that in a previous document, and we've had a meeting about it, and I was under the impression that they were no longer receiving that money. So I want to know why they're listed in this document.
They're listed as part of the service providers that we've assisted in the past. So this was the last year. The current fiscal year that ends next week, June 30th, is the last fiscal year that they are funded. They are not being recommended for funding in the next fiscal year.
Stephanie, please go ahead.
Speaking of other supportive services, when you mentioned addressing the needs of homeless individuals and those at risk and providing for a variety of community supportive services, just along the lines of Thomas House, are we still using CityNet? And I'm just kind of looking at those services in light of COVID and what, if any, changes are to be made, or what does that look like going forward with CityNet and other organizations or other supportive help?
We are still using CityNet. We've actually increased our funding. They are the #1 provider that does street outreach for all of our homeless individuals in the city. We actually had a conversation earlier today where we were made aware that basically in the month of March, when COVID started, calls for service doubled. So they went from about 198 to almost 400. Based on need, and it's all individuals that are either about to become homeless or already homeless, and those are the numbers of calls coming in. So we actually did increase funding for CityNet through the CARES Act funding. We've given them more money because there is a need for them to be able to provide more services, especially right now during COVID.
That's great. And I know that our special resource team at one time utilized the services of the county. They had somebody ride along with them to help with some of that emotional support and kind of social working support. Obviously, again, with COVID and so forth, Are we still able to utilize those services? Or is that something that has had to be suspended because of COVID-19 and just ride sharing and riding along to these different sites and so forth?
To my knowledge, and unless PD can correct me, all the services that were available are still being provided. Because again, during this time, there is a higher need than typical.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions before we open? Okay, we'll open the public hearing. Anyone wishing to speak on this particular item? Nick?
My name is Nicholas Dibbs. I've been in this room or not this room, but the other room, but at council meetings when the Rise Up Willowick Coalition made their plea for having more affordable housing. Now, the Willowick Golf Course is in the city of Santa Ana, but it's owned by the city of Garden Grove. So my question is, do any of these plans, the 5-year consolidated plan or the 1-year action plan, and can any of these funds from any of the block grants and or other sources of funding potentially or possibly be used regarding the Willowick, turning that golf course into having part of the golf course provide affordable housing, or is it because that's in Santa Ana, none of this money can go to that? So that's my question.
Correct. Because it is in Santa Ana, the funds cannot be used in another city. So even though it's property owned by the city of Garden Grove, the funds need to be used for activities conducted in the city of Garden Grove.
Is there any way to get around that?
That's a federal requirement.
So, well, can we, okay, so there's no way
It
to
would have to be the city of Santa Ana making the
Can we give
decision
money to Santa
invest.
Ana and have them do it, or no, we can't do that, okay. All right, well, that's a unique situation, and it's too bad that we can't include that in the plan or plans somehow.
Yeah.
I don't know if Santa Ana would let us take that land and have it be part of Garden Grove. But anyway, maybe Mayor Jones can work on that. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else wishing to speak? Okay, seeing none, we'll close the public hearing on the 5-year consolidated plan and fiscal year 2021 action plan. Any other comments? Kim.
For comments, I just wanted to point out a couple of things that I found per my Post-it, quote unquote, fascinating. We've heard a lot of speakers here talking about the police budget and this and that, and we'll get to that when the budget comes up. But I wanted to highlight some of their comments regarding inequity in our city. And we keep talking about it like it's not real, so let me just slap this out. On page 22, housing needs. 61% of Garden Grove households are lower income. The area median income is 0 to 80%. Of these, 23%, which equates to about 10,580, are extremely low income. 17% are very low income, and 22% are low income. I find it odd that it wasn't listed in order from very low income to low income, but that's okay, semantics. The other one I wanted to highlight was on page 38, it talks about the 0 to 30% of area median income disproportionately greater need. Black and African American at 79.17%, American Indian Alaska Native 94.59%, Pacific Islander 100%, Hispanic 86.7%, and so on and so forth. For the next couple pages, it talks about the varying income levels and how they're disproportionately affected. Then you have this little segment on page 43, seemingly evenly distributed in the city except for the racial and ethnic groups are seemingly evenly distributed in the city except for the west to northwest of the city, where white households are the majority, and the east, where there are a higher percentage of Hispanic households. Asian Pacific Islander households are populated in the central and southern parts of the city. I wanted to share that because Tony Flores mentioned district maps. That's how the city is made up. Literally segregation on its own doing by the systems in place. So I wanted to make sure that that was read out loud. The other part, if you turn to page 51 and 52 when it talks about the nature and extent of homelessness, 72% of the homeless population, that's about 2,103 individuals, are white. Unsheltered, 72.71%, around 2,880 individuals. Again, white. So, I mean, this document is full of different statistics like that. I just want us to not let this whole amount of work for the needs assessment to go to waste. I hope that we all look through it. Constituents and residents, please go through it. It's available online. Make sure that you're reading into this, because this is the information that you need to be talking about when you come here and ask us to allocate monies to certain areas where we're investing it in. Here's your proof. Talks about Garden Grove specifically, where inequity is throughout the city. Conveniently, it's where all the communities of color are.
Thank you. John, please go ahead.
Yeah, I just wanted to thank staff for all the work they do on this plan. And I wanted to thank the Neighborhood Improvement and Conservation Commission commissioners who voluntarily give up their time to approve that and oversee what staff is doing. And there's a lot of work that goes into getting it to us. So we appreciate all that work that you're doing. Thank you. And with that, I'll move that item.
Motion a second. Please roll call vote.
Councilmember Bradigan.
Yes.
Councilmember Deidre Nguyen.
Yes.
Councilmember Bowie.
Yes.
Councilmember Klopfenstein.
Yes.
Councilmember Kim Nguyen.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem O'Neill.
Yes.
Mayor Jones.
Yes.
Motion received, 7 yes votes.
Item 4C.
Item 4C is adoption of the 2020-24 Orange County Analysis of Impediments to Fair Housing Choice, 2020-24 AI, and Ms. Covarrubias is here to give the report.
Thank you, Ms. Pomeroy. Good evening, Mr. Mayor, members of the City Council. Tonight, you are asked to conduct a public hearing to collect public input for the 2020-2024 Orange County Analysis of Impediments to Fair Housing Choice, otherwise known as the AI. Approve adoption of the document and direct staff to post the document on its city's website. The AI is an examination of structural barriers to fair housing and access to opportunity for members of historically marginalized groups protected from discrimination by the Federal Fair Housing Act. The document lays out meaningful strategies that can be implemented to achieve progress towards the county's obligation to affirmatively further fair housing and outlines fair housing priorities and goals to overcome fair housing issues. As a recipient of both Community Development Block Grant and Home Investment Partnership funding, the City of Garden Grove is required to undergo this process and review and update the AI every 5 years. To help meet this requirement, the City of Garden Grove partnered with 20 cities and the County of Orange to conduct a regional AI. The regional AI identifies strategies and goals at both the regional and local level to lessen or eliminate impediments to fair housing choice. The regional goals identified in the AR are to increase the supply of affordable housing in high opportunity areas, to prevent displacement of low and moderate income residents with protected characteristics, including Hispanic residents, Vietnamese residents, seniors, and people with disabilities, to increase community integration for persons with disabilities, to ensure equal access to housing for persons with protected characteristics who are disproportionately likely to be lower income and to experience homelessness, and to expand access to opportunity for protected classes. The city strategies for the AI are to update the city's density bonus ordinance to comply with current state law, to create objective residential development standards to allow for streamlined housing development in all residential zones, to create objective development standards for the new construction of supportive housing, to evaluate the creation of objective development standards for hotel, motel, office conversion to supportive housing, to review and amend Garden Grove's current accessory dwelling unit ordinance to comply with state requirements and further increase housing supply, and to continue to invest in landlord and tenant counseling and mediation services, unlawful detainer assistance, housing discrimination services, homebuyer education and outreach, and local eviction prevention strategies. That concludes my summary of the 2020-24 Orange County Analysis of Impediments to Fair Housing Choice, and I'm available to answer any questions.
Thank you. Any questions, comments? Please go ahead.
Question. So on page 10 versus page 26, this is the call out specifically for Garden Grove goals. You see 6 goals listed for current, which I'm assuming is the new goals we're approving, versus on page 26, I'm assuming that's the past goals. Let me see if that's accurate.
Let me just make sure before I answer your question.
And the reason why I bring it up to ask for that clarifying point is because the goals are very different, or the call-outs are very different, right? You have housing discrimination, racial and ethnic segregation, reasonable accommodations, discriminatory advertising, hate crimes, unfair lending, housing of persons with disabilities, zoning regulations, and density bonus incentives. But then when you go to page 10, that's condensed in a way that I don't know is highlighted here. So I don't know if this is an elaboration of page 10 or if it's...
It's an elaboration.
Thank you.
Any other questions or comments?
I have one quick question, Mr. Mayor. How does this change the ADA goals of the city? Or the ADA? Or the accessory dwelling units?
The ADU?
Yeah, I'm sorry, ADU.
Yes. It's going to bring it into compliance with state law. There's been changes to state law, so we're required to bring our ordinance into compliance. So it's basically just to match what the state is already imposing on us. And to make it easier, a more streamlined process and easier for the production.
You don't know what specifically it's changing?
I don't know specifically.
There's various changes that the last housing laws made to the ADU regulations. Now most of the permits have to be issued ministerially, and they have to be issued within 30 days. 2 ADUs are allowed per single-family residential lot. So you can have a detached ADU and then an attached or junior ADU as of right. No public hearings can be required, or conditional use permits, or any of those requirements. So basically the state of California now allows a single-family home to become 3 units without any land use entitlements other than a building permit. We cannot charge development impact fees, except for certain fees for units larger than 750 square feet. So any units less than 750 square feet, no fees can be imposed except for building fees or processing fees.
Thank you.
That's like a quarter of all the changes, and obviously our municipal code is not consistent with the new laws, and so we are working on bringing an ordinance to update our zoning code to comply with these requirements.
Thank you.
Question?
Thank you. Fa?
This is for Omar. I think I heard you mention that no other fee other than the building permit fee and the park fee. Did I hear you well? Park fee?
So park fees are development impact fees. And so you need to have at least 750 square feet. And then for where you can apply impact fees, they have to be, the law says they have to be proportional to the main unit. So if the main unit is 2,000 square feet and your new ADU is 500 square feet, you can only charge 1/4 of your development impact fees for the ADU. So that's another limitation.
This formula is new, right? This
Yes,
from about a year and a half ago, someone applied to convert a 1 garage unit, which is tiny comparing to the main house. They have to, the permitting fee is not very high. However, they have to pay a huge park fee, and so they did not pursue that.
Right.
So I want to understand and that was just a year and a half ago. So that it changed now, according to?
Yes, it changed starting January 1st, 2020.
Okay, got it. Thank you.
A question regarding the ADUs, Mr. Attorney. Does it change our building code require the lot size lower from what we already have, or is it staying the same?
Yes, so under the old law, we were authorized to impose minimum lot sizes. That has gone away. Starting January 1st, the state can the state is no longer allowing us to impose lot sizes. So the only thing really that we, and also limited the setbacks. You can have up to 4 feet setbacks. We cannot impose larger setbacks. And in some cases where you have a current property with no setbacks, then we cannot require setbacks for the ADUs. Like I said, we're now talking about 50% of the law. This will come before you. It's going to Planning Commission, I believe, in 2 weeks. I'm sorry, 2 or 3 weeks. And then after Planning Commission, it'll come to you for a public hearing. So we can talk about it at that time.
Thank you.
One more question? Okay.
Well, quick questions. I know there's a lot of changes about ADU for this year. And I know last year Garden Grove won the highest permit for the ADU. So all of these changes, when are we able to roll out in terms of communication for outreach? Because I know there's a lot still interest. The constituents want to add the ADU, and with the changes, they had to prepare ahead of time. So when are we going to move forward for the outreach and to communicate what changes?
I'll take that one, Omar. Councilmember, we'll be following up with some outreach information once the council adopts the ordinance, identifying the new requirements to be compliant with state mandates. As it relates to the number of ADUs to date, we have processed 681 applications, and approximately 496 ADU units have been completed, and approximately the balance is in the queue.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Okay. One more question. I know this is not directly related to the item 4C, but I think it might benefit other council members because I got a lot of inquiry from constituents on this issue, and I promised them that I will check with the city and give them the answer. The question is, there's a lot of people asking, well, I think we could have 2 different electric meters, one for the main house, one for the ADU. And can I also have separate meter for the gas, which is belong to SC Southern California Gas, and separate water meters? Their understanding was they was not allowed to have separate water meter. If that is the case, then why are we allowing 2, electric meter, but not 2 water meter? Was that because of cost? If the owner willing to pay for the cost for 2 water meter, can they do it?
Under the new law, yes, they can, and they can request that.
So under the new law, is that new law effective January 1st? Or?
Yes, January 1st.
Okay,
yeah,
good.
before that, we had control over the utilities. And it was the city's policy before that to not allow separate metering. One of the other requirements of the old law is that you had the main unit had to be owner occupied. Under the new law, starting January 1st, 2020, the city can no longer require owner occupancy. So all the units can be rented units. And because now we cannot require owner occupancy, there is no basis for the city to not allow separate meters if the property owners want to pay for it. It is a cost to install new meters, and if they're willing to pay for it, then yes,
the owner required to pay 100% of the meter cost.
The
meter
cost,
installation
yes.
cost.
Yes.
Okay. Upfront.
It's just part of the fees. It's basically a meter fee that you pay.
All right.
It's around, it's a little bit over $2,000.
Thank you. Any other questions or comments before we open the public hearing? Okay, let's go ahead and open. Anyone wishing to speak on the analysis of impediments item? Okay, okay, go ahead, Nick. Please address us, by the way, not staff. Thank you.
Okay, well, I'll address you, and then hopefully we'll get an answer. Is this item, the AI and the, she mentioned, staff mentioned that there's a local approach and then there is a regional or a broader approach. Does that go outside the city limits? Or is it only, all of this only falls within the city of Garden Grove? Or is there any coordination or integration or waiver process to, or is all of this only within the boundaries of the city limit?
Correct.
Is that correct? Okay. Is there any waiver process or way to, on this Willowick thing, to be able to do anything thinking outside the box, to be able to, if the city owns that land, is there anything that can be done in any of this to help bring affordable housing to the Willowick project?
Not with respect to this particular agenda item.
So none of, okay, well.
It's not that that's not being considered in and of itself, but it's not relevant to this specific agenda item.
So when I asked this question on the last item, it was that it doesn't fall within the city boundary, so we can't do anything. So
Correct.
I hope the only thing I can say to the council and to you, Mayor Jones, is you know that there's a lot of people trying to get more affordable housing, and it is owned by the city, so if there's anything that you folks can do to, and if you can't do it, use any of these block grants or items to do it, then hopefully there'll be another way. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, we'll close the public hearing. Colleagues?
Move the motion.
Please roll call vote.
Councilmember Brightingham.
No.
Councilmember Deidre Nguyen.
Yes. Yes.
Councilmember Bowie.
Yes.
Councilmember Klopfenstein.
Yes.
Councilmember Kim Nguyen.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem O'Neill.
Yes.
Mayor Jones.
Yes.
Motion received, 6 yes votes, with Councilmember Brightingham voting no.
Okay, thank you. We'll go on to items for consideration 5A.
Item 5A is adoption of a resolution approving an updated purchasing policy and procedure manual, and Ms. Sagawa is here to give the report.
Thank you, Ms. Pomeroy. Good evening, Mayor and members of the City Council. The item before you is a request to adopt a resolution which approves an updated purchasing manual implementing changes to the city's purchasing policy and procedures. In conjunction with the implementation of the ERP system, the Finance Department has been reviewing and updating its purchasing processes and procedures. The city's current purchasing policy was last revised in 2005, and since then, a few major changes have occurred impacting municipal procurement practices. It has been determined that a revision to the current purchasing policy is necessary to improve efficiency. During the business process review with the city's ERP consultant, it was identified that the current policy thresholds for the procurement of goods, services, and professional services do not promote efficiency, and the procedures do not reflect best practices. The proposed changes to the existing purchasing policy will align the processes with the ERP functionality and will strengthen and clarify existing purchasing procedures. A summary of the proposed changes to the existing purchasing policy are as follows. Staff recommends adding a provision to the purchasing policy that permits the city manager to delegate authority. Council Resolution Number 921214 authorizes the city manager or designee to execute agreements up to the total sum of $50,000. The existing purchasing policy does not currently refer to the authority of the city manager to delegate to a designee. Staff recommends adding provisions to the purchasing policy that address federal purchasing requirements and thresholds. In December of 2014, the Federal Office of Management and Budget issued the Uniform Administrative Requirements, Cost Principles, and Audit Requirements for Federal Awards, commonly referred to as the Uniform Guidance, to streamline and consolidate government requirements for receiving and using federal awards. The existing purchasing policy does not address federal thresholds and guidelines. Staff recommends adding provisions to the purchasing policy to provide procedural guidance relating to federal awards and purchasing procedures during a proclaimed emergency or disaster. The revised policy modifies the city's normal purchasing practices to assure that in exigent circumstances caused by a proclaimed disaster or an emergency, the city is able to acquire the goods and services required to address an immediate threat to life, public health, or safety while maintaining an effective purchasing process and complying with applicable local and state purchasing laws. The revised policy also assures that city procurements comply with federal regulations applicable to FEMA disaster grant reimbursement. The current purchasing policy does not provide federal guidelines to follow during a proclaimed emergency or disaster. Staff recommends revising the threshold amounts for the procurement of materials and supplies and professional consultant services. The city's purchasing policy defines two types of competitive bidding procedures: the informal bidding process for purchases up to $25,000 and the formal bidding process for those that exceed $25,000. The revised policy includes the following changes to the informal bidding process: raising the bidding requirements for materials and supplies from $1,099 to $5,000, raising the bidding requirements for professional and consultant services from $999 to $5,000. The recommendations are to adopt the resolution which approves an updated purchasing manual implementing changes to the city's purchasing policy and procedures to reflect best practices and to ensure compliance with federal, state, and applicable laws and regulations, and to authorize the finance director or designee to make minor modifications to the purchasing policies and procedures to reflect best practices and compliance with applicable laws and regulations consistent with the municipal code and city council resolutions. This concludes my staff report, and staff is available to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you. Kim, go ahead.
I have a clarifying question that I believe the city attorney is prepared to answer for me. Section 9.8 regarding the prevailing wage on page 36. I wanted to make sure that we are encompassing the recently approved community workforce agreement because I don't see it mentioned in this process. And at the end in the workflows, there is not a step indicating how that process is incorporated. So I want to make sure that we didn't leave it out on purpose.
No, we didn't leave it out on purpose. This policy incorporates state law and federal law. It does not incorporate, the other policies that the council has separately adopted. The CWA is going to be part of the bid specifications when we go for an invitation for bids. And if you recall, that CWA is specific to capital improvement projects that are listed in that CWA. So it will be a condition in the bid documents for those projects. This policy applies to pretty much all purchases throughout the city, for supplies, professional services, including public works.
Thank you. If there's no other questions, I'll motion to approve the item.
Okay, motion and a second. Call to vote. Roll call.
Councilmember Brightigan.
Yes.
Councilmember Deidre Nguyen.
Yes.
Councilmember Bowie.
Yes.
Councilmember Klopfenstein.
Yes.
Councilmember Kim Nguyen.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem O'Neill.
Yes.
Mayor Jones.
Yes.
Motion received, 7 yes votes.
Thank you. 5B.
Item 5B is adoption of budget resolutions amending fiscal year 2020-21 budgets. And Ms. Eifert and Ms. Sung are here to give the report.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, members of council, just a couple brief comments before I turn it over to our finance and budgeting staff. I just want to mention that the attached resolutions before you update and amend the city's 2-year budget that ends June 30th of 2021, so we're halfway through our 2-year budget process. These updates before you today cover the general fund and other governmental funds, cable services, grants, water, capital improvements, special assessments, and the housing authority. As we all know, the COVID-19 pandemic has put a tremendous strain on our biennial budget, and it has dramatically altered our revenue projections. We are projecting a $17.3 million loss of revenue in the coming year, with most of that due to loss in hotel taxes, and you heard a report from our Tourism Improvement District earlier this evening. Per our study session of 2 weeks ago, we're looking at a $10.5 million deficit for the upcoming fiscal year, and that hasn't changed. Accordingly, we have proposed reductions in every department's budget for the coming fiscal year in order to balance revenue with expenditures. And I particularly want to thank our finance and budget staff for all their hard work in helping us navigate through these very difficult circumstances while trying to minimize service cuts as much as possible. It has not been easy. And with that, I will turn the presentation over to our Finance Director, Patricia Song, and our Budget Manager, Ann Eifert, who will offer us more detail about the continuation budget adjustments.
Thank you, Mr. Stiles. Mr. Mayor and members of the City Council, as you will recall, the Council approved the biennial budget last June for fiscal year 1920 and 2021. As Mr. Stiles mentioned, this is part of the continuation budget, and we will be going over total revenue and expenditure numbers citywide, and these numbers remain unchanged from the budget that we presented to you on June 9th during the budget study session. The first slide here shows fiscal year 2021 for all funds throughout the city. This again includes all funds, including the general fund, other governmental funds, enterprise funds such as water, grants, special districts, and other components like housing, successor agency, and the sanitary district, which I went through earlier. Total revenue is projected at $260.2 million. Again, this is citywide. And total expenditures citywide for all those same funds total $282.8 million. Fund balance is used when necessary to balance the budget for any particular fund. I will now focus on the general fund for the proposed budget amendment. The first slide here shows revenue. As you can see, when we adopted the budget back in June 2019, we had anticipated total revenue to be $137 million. In light of recent events and the pandemic, we had to revise those revenue estimates downward to $119.7 million. That is a change of $17.3 million. The main decrease in these revenues is attributed to our hotel taxes. As you can see on the chart, we are estimating about $10.5 million for fiscal year 2021, which represents an over 60% reduction in hotel taxes. The next slide shows fiscal year 2021 proposed budget amendment for general fund expenditures. These numbers, the original adopted budget number was $132.5 million. We revised the proposed budget downward to $130.2 million. This is a decrease of about $2.3 million from the adopted budget. As part of the $130.2 million general fund budget, we did have some additions and reductions throughout. Some of the additions that we made, actually, let me mention one thing. One difference that we made from the study session last June 9th was to increase some training costs for PD while offsetting costs for some various patrol programs. Chief DeRay is here to speak more on that later. The change is net zero, so the expenses for the general fund did not change, just some reshuffling of some funds within the police department. Other major additions include contractual obligations and other mandates, revenue-generating efforts such as plan check inspection, investment advisory, and citation collection services, and the addition of 2 CSOs and other equipment charges. In light of the pandemic and the decrease in revenue projections, we did decrease the budget by defunding 22 vacant positions, totaling about $2.1 million. There was some reduction to training and conferences citywide for all departments by 30%, reductions to temp and part-time staffing levels, and decreasing contributions to the city's internal fleet fund. Again, revenue for fiscal year 2021 is projected at $119.7 million, with expenditures being $130.2 million. This leaves us with a fiscal year 2021 deficit of $10.5 million. We propose balancing this budget with one-time measures, $500,000 for some legal costs that we had originally set aside that we can return back to the general fund, $2.5 million from the fire equipment. With the transition to OCFA, we no longer need to replace our fire equipment, so we'll have $2.5 million from the fleet fund. For fiscal year 19-20, we do estimate a modest surplus of $3.2 million, ending this June 30th, and the remaining $4.3 million will be used from our general fund unreserved fund balance. Next component, I'd like to just briefly go through our water utility budget. For fiscal year 2021, we do anticipate a bond refunding, additional water purchase costs for the result of PFAS, which is new water regulations, and the amount of $9.5 million is added to the water utility fund. They will continue to implement their water master plan and continue with major capital improvement projects. The water utility budget is estimated at $51.5 million. The next slide goes through our CIP and grants. We estimate CIP projects, which include street improvements, storm drain improvements, traffic improvements, water and sewer infrastructure, and some funding for the Longston Pitts landfill, totaling $24.7 million. As for grants, we do estimate a proposed budget for all our grants in the amount of about $7.4 million. This includes funding sources for CDBG, various state grants, our FACT grant, other public safety grants, recycling grants, and various federal grants. At the study session, Councilmember Bowie asked staff to provide a sensitivity analysis on the impact of the city's unfunded actuarial liability from all the market volatility we've seen and experienced since the result of the pandemic. This chart here shows a baseline. The first line there is the baseline, which is provided by CalPERS, and the first line shows that between fiscal year 2021 and fiscal year 25-26, the unfunded actuarial liability would be $154.7 million. This again is what was estimated by CalPERS since our last report and what's available in the budget. Any market volatility that we see this year won't be realized to fiscal year 22-23. That's when CalPERS will reestablish the new rates for those years based on how we do market-wise for this current fiscal year. Although in March, CalPERS was seeing a loss of 4% for the year, since then the market has rebounded, and on June 10th, CalPERS was projecting a positive 6.5% for the year. With just 1 week to go, there are 3 scenarios here with various returns on investment compared to the first line. The first scenario sees a return on investment of about $6.5 million. The second scenario is 6.5 million, 6%. And the scenario 2 is 6%. Sorry, let me start over. Scenario 1 is a 6.5 return on investment. Scenario 2 is a 6% return on investment. And scenario 3 is a 5.5% return on investment. As you can see, the changes based on those various scenarios don't start until fiscal year 22-23. With just a 0.5% reduction to 6.5 based on the 7% that CalPERS normally projects. You'll see over the course of 5 years a $1.4 million increase with just that 0.5% return on investment decrease. For scenario 2, you'll see a $2.1 million increase. And for scenario 3, you'll see a $2.9 million increase. Again, CalPERS readjusts these figures at the end of every fiscal year. We typically see the report in August. And by then, they'll know the return on investment that they made for this current fiscal year. That concludes my budget presentation, and I'll be available here to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you. Kim, go ahead.
Thank you. So I want to first commend and thank staff for all the work that you put on this. I know switching to a biannual budget has been different, but I think it's been very fruitful for us given the times. And I want to thank Police Chief DeRay and Community Services Director John Montanches for stepping into the room because I knew I was going to call on them. So one of the things that I've been working with staff, per a lot of the comments that we've been seeing in current affairs in our country and in our city regarding the multiple speakers that came today, is our inflated police budget. And so as Chief DeRay approaches the podium to go over some programs that the police budget funds, I wanted him to address specifically a question that I had regarding social workers, but a long list of other programs I wanted him to talk about. I also wanted to call to attention that their police budget is a huge portion, and that attributes to about 87% of that going to paying for the bodies that make up that department. I believe it's about 87%, and you can correct me if I'm wrong. That's about 173 sworn officers with 75 civilians, which makes about 248 total in that department. And I believe that they are the largest department that the city has. So if Chief DeRay could start off going through some of the programs that the budget funds outside of that 87% that's dedicated to staff, and then if John could come in and show how we supplement that as a city with other youth programs to which District 6 benefits the most of the free and low cost. So I wanted to make sure to highlight that's in place.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, members of council. So some of the programs that the Garden Grove Police Department funds is one of them, and I'm going to dive into some of this stuff later when we talk on the ad hoc portion of it. But one of the incidents is Family Youth and Outreach Program, which contracts about $50,000. This is a partnership with the Boys and Girls Club of Garden Grove to have social workers in our Juvenile Justice Center to counsel juvenile offenders in an attempt to minimize recidivism. Additionally, we have a trauma intervention program that contracts around $21,000. This program uses specially trained volunteers to respond to traumatic incidents to support victims and their families in the first few hours of tragedy. The Garden Grove Police Department maintains a partnership with the Orange County Healthcare Agency, in which an Orange County social worker is utilized by the Garden Grove Police Department to assist with the mentally ill for 20 hours a week. Additionally, we have non-sworn Community Liaison Division, which is budgeted at $700,000. This division facilitates the department's crime prevention and community outreach programs with primary focus on safety and crime prevention, education for the entire community. Our Youth Services Unit is budgeted about $1.5 million. The Youth Services Unit is responsible for addressing issues related to schools, families, and at-risk youth within the city of Garden Grove. This includes participating in the Orange County Gang Reduction Intervention Partnership Program, commonly referred to as GRIP, which is budgeted about $100,000. And what that does is it really gets our officers into the schools with intermediate school-aged children, keeping them from being drawn into any type of gang culture. This program is run by the Orange County District Attorney's Office and involves working closely with middle school children and their parents. Additionally, we have the Special Resources Team. So I fund that out of my budget, roughly about $700,000. And the Special Resource Team is specially trained to handle calls for service and provide specialized assistance related to homelessness. Additionally, Ann spoke in regards to the budget, that it was net zero, which was inside the police department. And when I looked at that is, so in 10 years ago, my budget for training was $118,000 to send my officers to schools and to train and do better. That was slashed due to budget constraints to zero for a period of time, 20,000 and, or I'm sorry, 30,000 and 40,000. This fiscal year we're in right now, it was brought to 75,000, so we had an increase. But going into next fiscal year due to COVID-19, we had the 30% slash across the city. So for me, it's very, very important, and I'm going to talk about it in ad hoc on why training's important for my officers. And so it's a priority for me. It keeps lawsuits down. It keeps my officers best trained in how to deal with situations the best that they can and most up to date. So what I did is I looked and I took $50,000 from my West Division overtime budget, as well as my East Division overtime budget, for a total of $100,000, and put that into my training budget, which increased to $145,000. Additionally, I took $50,000 from the overtime of my gang suppression unit and moved and allocated $25,000 into a different set of overtime for my community policing team that I created, as well as $25,000 back into the training division, which brought me up to $170,000. I have more officers today. I have a training budget that needs to be bigger than it was 10 years ago. So that's some of the things that we did in there, and it was actually very nice to work with finance to be able to move this in here for something that's very, very important for the police department. So that's the end of my report. I'm available for any questions if you have any.
Before John comes up, I just want to highlight the fact that during our ad hoc item, there will be a conversation, because I know speaker talked about training, but then the lack of accountability. And I believe there's the way that we handle accountability in the department will be addressed very clearly. And that to me, I was very impressive on how we handle accountability in our police department, which will be talked about there. So hold your horses, it's coming. But I also want to give kudos to the police department. I think we hear the speakers that came tonight, and we totally, have absorbed that information. And I have full confidence in Chief DeRay to take that to heart and reevaluate his budget and see where he needs to allocate funds that don't cover the cost for salary, for labor, that he will make those adjustments as necessary and do good by the city. Garden Grove Police Department is an exemplary community policing department. I've seen it, I've witnessed it, I've gone on multiple ride-alongs, and I've seen how they interact with our city, and specifically in my district at the Buena Clinton Center, which is when I'll call John on to talk about that specifically, but just wanted to highlight that and thank you. It's uncomfortable times, it's painful for all of us, it's hard for me to have these conversations as a young woman of color talking to my white police chief, right? But the fact that you indulge every call that I make, you bring up presentations for me, and you help, and we're in this open dialogue. I want to make sure that the public sees that occurring, and that your willingness to do that. So thank you.
Absolutely, thank you.
Chief, I have some question for you. Over the last couple of years, as many residents are becoming very concerning about what's going on in Minneapolis, in other part of the country, and start to call for defunding, Garden Grove PD. I took it on myself to my responsibility to understand really clearly how our Garden Grove PD police program have been implemented for the last many years, and how it is going, how it is moving forward. What is it that we need in order to safeguard our city, our residents, from something like those incidents happen in Minneapolis? Obviously, all of us are very upset and bothered by action of a few police officers in Minneapolis against Mr. Floyd. I took my responsibility really seriously. And so I have been working with you because it is my duty to understand how it is that we are doing. During my conversation with you and the city manager last week, I heard a lot of good programs that I think it is fortunate if those good program and policy is not being communicated to, the resident of Garden Grove. I understand you have only a brief few minutes to present, questions from Councilman Kim Nguyen. But I think this is very important, and I would like to hear from you so that the public can hear it as well. I heard you clear and well last week, but I think the resident of Garden Grove haven't heard it. I would like you to reiterate what you have explained to me during last week's meetings about how Garden Grove Police have been one of the very first in the state of California to get certified by an independent organization in terms of whether we meet our national standard. I also would like to assure the resident that it is your policy and previous chief policy that Garden Grove Police is not allowed to use joking method to rescue a potential suspect, and so on. So could you please take a few moments to summarize what you have explained to us, and I'm sure you explained the same thing to the ad hoc committee, but I would like the public to hear that. Thank you.
Sure, I'm glad you bring it up, Councilman, because I think it's important that I engage with the entire council. And what I'd like to do is during the ad hoc, when I have that, it's a pretty good presentation that I'm going to give, and I'm going to talk about CALEA. I'm going to talk about some of these things. So the community will hear me then. So I would appreciate it if you would allow me to have that discussion during our ad hoc portion of it, because I'd be more than happy to. I love to talk about it, so I'll be more than happy to talk.
Thank you. I was just afraid that you will disappear.
I won't forget
from us tonight, but I'm glad to do it.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chief. Can we hear from John?
Good evening, Mayor and members of City Council. Just to add to the programs that the PD provides, one of the Community Services Department's primary focus is community programming and youth development. The Community Services Department is comprised of the Human Services, Recreation, and Facilities divisions. The Human Services and Recreation divisions primarily focus on providing free to low-cost programming to the youth of Garden Grove. The department has 2 family resource centers, one in the Buena Clinton neighborhood off of Westminster Avenue between Buena and Clinton Street, and the other one off of Magnolia Street at Magnolia Park. Both centers provide team programs that focus on volunteering, team building, positive self-esteem development, and leadership. In the summer, both centers also provide low-cost summer camp programs that engage youth kindergarten through 6th grade in hands-on activities that promote positive interaction with peers in a fun and safe environment. During the school year, Buena Clinton provides an after-school program for grades 1 through 6 to assist with homework and building basic learning skills. Each center also focuses on assisting parents with a variety of parenting classes and networking opportunities. In some cases, the center will provide the resources to assist families and individuals with counseling as well. Other social services programs provide health and child development screenings for families through the Family Support Network Agency. The centers together also host a Garden Grove Community Collaborative. This collaborative is made up of community partners that network to share information and resources with each other in order to provide the best services to the community. Outside of the 2 family resource centers, the Community Services Department also provides a wide range of recreational programs at low cost. Youth Archery is a new team program that introduces the sport of archery to young teens through a number of fun and competitive classes. It is the department's hope to develop a large interest in the sport in order to establish a youth league in the near future. Another youth program is the Youth Basketball League for ages 5 through 14. This league focuses on fundamentals, teamwork, and sportsmanship. Also a part of the department's basketball program is the drop-in gym hours at the Sports and Recreation Gymnasium located at Garden Grove Park. Generally, participants can pay from $1 to $2, depending on their age, to play a supervised pickup basketball game. Other additional low-cost recreation programs include summer day camp, aquatic swim lessons, and a variety of contract classes that include dance, art, music, cooking, and science. The Garden Grove Community Services Department, in partnership with the Garden Grove Community Foundation, are also committed to providing free to low-cost special events for the community. Events such as Winter in the Grove, Art in the Park, summer concerts, movies in the park invite the community to come out and enjoy the parks and meet their neighbors. To conclude, the Garden Grove Community Services Department continues to strive to bring innovative and engaging programs to the community. That is why I invite the residents to follow us on Facebook and Instagram at Garden Grove Parks and Recreation. Also, for the latest information regarding programs modified due to the COVID-19 or just general contact information, the residents can visit our website at ggparksandrec.org. And this concludes my report, and I'm available for any questions.
Thank you.
Not so much questions as comments. I want to again thank the staff, all the attention that goes to Buena Clinton. It's great whenever we go for the annual event that they have there, Dia de los Muertos, movie nights. But, you know, to the point that we've been making here tonight, one of the things that concerns me is when we ask for, I know that myself and Councilmember Stephanie Klopfenstein have asked for mini open streets somewhere in a shared space by our district on the east end. We couldn't do it because budget wasn't there. We ended up not even having open streets for a few years, which was the mayor's baby. And so, you know, I attended the movie night that was last held before COVID hit at Buena Clinton, and I said, you know, why couldn't we have these on a quarterly basis? No money. And I said, how much would it take? I think they told me $1,500 or $1,200. So I remember at a league conference, Maria and I were, you know, waiting for me to get sworn into the board. Was that a firework? Damn, fireworks. Anyway, Maria and I were waiting for me to be sworn into the board for the league, and one of the businesses in Garden Grove mentioned that they gave away grants, and so I immediately stole his attention from whoever he was talking to, and I said, hey, would you give a grant to Buena Clinton so we can have quarterly movie nights for the youth in that area? Sure enough, it took a few months, but I think we just received it. I think I got your email about that. And so small things like that, $1,500, $1,200 to have additional programming where the community can come out. The fact that like it's hard to get that money, that we have to go chase random individuals for those grants, to me is disheartening and unfortunate, but I understand our constraints, and I don't think that this takes away from the great work that the PD department, I think it just speaks to the fact that Garden Grove, being the 5th largest city in the county, operates on a budget that is the size of public safety budgets in its neighboring cities. And so when people say Garden Grove or GGPD does more with less, we really do. And I commend the Community Services Department because I feel like, you know, you guys are just trying to tape things together and keep it together while, you know, all the holes are busting out and there's not enough money for you guys to do what you do. But, you know, you sure enough make it look easy, and we present this facade that the city's in great shape and we don't have these struggles. And that's kudos to the staff and how they conduct themselves in the programming that they push forward. And since being elected, we've talked about how we engage our community, the languages, the way that we're reaching them, social media, and how we're publicizing all of the things that we do. And one of the biggest things that I've said is we do a decent job, but we need to do better, because we're getting workshops and town halls and events where we have low turnouts. When we finally brought movies and concerts to the Elks Lodge, I remember walking around and asking staff, are these folks that you recognize from all the events that have happened in the many years on West End? And they told me, no, we see a couple, but no, this is like a whole new group of people coming out. And so for me, it's like those are the things that we need to start investing in, looking at and getting creative and spreading out throughout the city, not just having them on the West End, but making sure that we're bringing that over east of Euclid too. So again, thank you for all of your hard work.
Thank you, Councilmember Nguyen.
Thank you, Tuha.
Well, I just want to chime in on that. just want to commend all the staff. I know besides the current situation, COVID-19, with the very limited activities, but in the past years, I know that the staff have been put in and very supportive of different activities across town, from the west side to the east side and different districts. So I thank you, the staff, for that. Second thing is, I know that we also have to do more with less. So that's one thing that Garden Grove is, as a team, as our hometown, we always are up for the challenge. So kudos to all of you, especially John and your team. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Nguyen.
Kim, thanks for all your time and effort and the homework you put into that. Would you care to make a motion? Anyone else wishing to speak, or are we ready for a motion?
Before I make the motion, because I do want to make the motion, I do want to say that, we had amazing speakers here tonight talking about defunding the police, and I want to just end on the note of really commending one of the last speakers, I believe it was Maserati Shells. We're not going to defund the police. It's not going to happen. I could motion for it. I'd probably be a sole voter on it. And realistically, I don't think that that's ideal for this community. What I do believe is, and have faith in, is the ability of our chief of police to hear what everyone was talking about. And he just provided you a very small window into all of the work that they do. But there's a lot more that happens, a lot more collaboration across departments, the work that they do with OC Human Relations to ensure that issues like we're seeing around the country doesn't happen here in Garden Grove. And so I don't want you guys, when we vote right now to pass this budget as it stands, to feel unheard and angry. And I know that many of you will still feel that no matter what I say. But I encourage you to continue to use your voice, continue to come to these meetings, continue to tell us what you want, because it doesn't happen very often. It really doesn't. Our meetings they usually end at 7:15, 7:30, and we don't get that much input. As we mentioned, I called out the fact that we had 8 people attend 2 different workshops regarding very important topics here in this city. So as much as the reckoning needs to happen with the folks here on this dais, the reckoning needs to happen with our community as well. I can't be the only voice. The individuals here on this dais can't be the individual voices. We need to see those emails, see those petitions, see those speakers come and call us to action, because otherwise we kind of just sound like we're making it up, which was another reason why I called out the stats in the other reports that were being expressed, because I'm not making it up. These are true facts of how our city is inequitable, right? So I want to thank you. I know you're going to be upset and feel some type of way, but I want you to encourage you to continue to come here, continue to participate. When we have town halls, if you can't make it, email us and let us know, hey, I can't make it, do more. If it doesn't suit you to go drive all the way to West End, then tell us where you're at and where you'd like to see them, and help us bring more people to those town halls and community events, because we have them. I've attended several, even one with Public Works, where we met in the room where it was overflow, and there was literally like maybe 2 people and then a room full of staff waiting to share all this wealth of information with everybody. But there was no one coming to the pool. And we've talked about ad nauseum, how do we get people to come? And we've moved to coming to you, but then still the folks don't come. It's a two-way street. We can only do so much when we're here. We go off of staff recommendations, and they go off of the very limited feedback that they get from the residents. So we want to do better. We want to help the city be better, but we need more engagement from our residents, specifically in the underrepresented communities, because time and time again, what we see filled in these rooms with people speaking is white people. The loud minority in the city run this city, and if you want to see that change, then you guys need to come out. And so with that, I'd motion to approve this budget.
Second it.
Mayor Jones, may I have a moment to comment before I vote?
Please.
Well, I do understand the pain that many of our residents, especially those who come tonight to the City Council to express their frustration, as well as their concern about, public safety for the city. Clearly, I feel that you are very angry about what's going on in the country, in the nation. And you, as many others in many different cities throughout the nation, calling for defund police or reform police, etc. I too very angry when I watch that video of the 4 police officers choking on Mr. Floyd for almost 9 minutes, and the other 3 officers would just stand by, just like a standby with no reaction. I was angry because if I heard of some people standing by and watch a female being gang raped by others, our society condemned that kind of action. And so how could we stand by and not condemning the 3 police officers just stand by and watch Mr. Floyd being choked for almost 9 minutes? But that angry does not, for me, it does not translate to saying or calling to defund our Garden Grove Police Department. I took my duty to try to understand, and I talked to the chief at length to understand what policy do we have in place to prevent such a situation arise in our city. I took it as my duty to understand how he is going to train our police officers so that even the best officer would not, in a worse situation, get involved in something like that and causing havoc for our residents and for our cities. Understanding, I think what is important is for everyone to understand, take a step and understand what our police program is, trying to understand what weakness it has, what advantage it has, so that we can build on the good things, the good program that our police department have, and improving or correcting the weakness. Defunding police or reducing police force could open to a huge disaster for all of us. Throughout the years, ever since I become Garden Grove City Councilman, I have heard so many concerns, so many alarms from our residents, even from people who their car was broken into in the middle of the night and or their car being stolen, people who are being robbed at, in the middle of the evening because they happen to be in a dark corner of a shopping center. People who the house is broken into and their property still was stolen. Now, as a young Vietnamese refugee coming to the U.S. in 1975 and coming to Garden Grove in 1984, I witnessed a lot of issues in the Vietnamese community, as well as I heard and learned from other communities, such as the Italian community, the Cuban community when they first came here. Same thing happened to the Vietnamese community. Many of you young Vietnamese coming here tonight might not be even aware of it. But during the 1980s, the Vietnamese community was flooded with gangs, Vietnamese gangs. They threaten the business and they demand money, otherwise they will, to protect them, otherwise they will suffer some consequences. They broke into many of my friends or people that I know, raping the daughters, stealing them. That was going on during the 1980s. If it is not for the Garden Grove Police and the Westminster Police officers, gangs unit, broken those issues, many of us would have been suffer. our memory may be very short circuit, but if you look back, just a few months ago, there's a mass, there's one person running around town from Garden Grove to Santa Ana, just randomly killing people that he met. Not so long ago, in Riverside or in San Bernardino County, if I remember correctly, there is a mass shooting at a hospital. Not so long ago, in Columbine, in many other high schools, someone was broken apart and taking guns into the high school and just start shooting people. And it happened everywhere around city in our country. When that happened, what do? We demand police to be present in high school to keep us safe. During the last few years, I have seen our police department engage in programs that help schools in our Garden Grove School District by putting police officers there to keep them safe. And also to burst the drugs gangs that are trying to sell recreational drugs to our youth. They even help people with street crossing. All of that we may never pay attention to, just like the air that we breathe. Most of us don't realize that the air that we breathe is how precious that is until the moment when we are running out of it. So I urge you to closely examine, be open-minded, and closely examine what is it our Garden Grove Police Department have been doing for the last few decades, and realize that we do need police to keep us safe. Later on, during the matter from the City Council, you will hear the report from the ad hoc committees, and our police chief will explain what is it that we have been doing for the last few decades. Only then we could be able to find out what else can we improve in order to have a better police department to keep us safe. And with that, I am ready to vote for this budget.
Thank you. I believe we have a motion and a second. Roll call vote, please.
Councilmember Brightingham.
Yes.
Councilmember Deidre Nguyen.
Yes.
Councilmember Bowie.
Yes.
Councilmember Klopfenstein.
Yes.
Councilmember Kim Nguyen.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem O'Neill.
Yes.
Mayor Jones.
Yes.
Motion received, 7 yes votes.
Thank you. Item 5C.
Item 5C is award a contract to MIG Inc. to provide general plan element update consultant services. And Mr. Marino and Mr. Chung are here to give the report.
Thank you. Good evening, Mr. Mayor and members of the City Council. Before you tonight is a request recommending that the City Council award a contract to MIG Inc. and approving a consultant agreement to provide general plan element update consultant services. The following is a brief overview of the requested tasks. The housing element provides the city with a coordinated and comprehensive strategy for promoting the production and maintenance of safe, decent, and affordable housing for all persons in the community. Consistent with state law, the housing element must be updated every 8 years. The housing element was last updated and adopted in 2013, and the upcoming housing element update will cover the 2021 to 2029 planning period. Any required revisions will be made to the land use element and the zoning code and zoning map to ensure consistency. Secondly, the safety element will be updated to address flood hazard zone, fire hazards, and climate adaptation and resilience strategies upon revisions of the housing element. And finally, an environmental justice element will be prepared to identify objectives and policies to reduce health risks in disadvantaged communities by lowering pollution exposure, improving air quality, as well as promoting public facilities, food access, safe and sanitary homes, physical activity, and civic engagement. In March of 2020, 2 separate requests for proposals, or RFPs, were released for preparation of the safety element update and the environmental justice element, and preparation of the housing element update, including additional tasks for amendments to the land use element and zoning code and map. 2 firms submitted proposals to both RFPs, MIG Inc. from Pasadena and De Novo Planning Group from Tustin. The selection process comprised of an evaluation team who analyzed all proposals and conducted an interview process. The average weighted scores of the MIG housing element and safety environmental justice element proposals were 4.14 and 4.19 respectively. The average weighted scores of the De Novo Planning Group housing and safety environmental justice element proposals were 3.76 and 3.50 respectively. To achieve cost savings, efficiency, and coordination, selection of a preferred consultant has been recommended. The evaluation team recommends MIG to assist with all requested tasks. The consultant is qualified by virtue of experience and expertise to accomplish all services requested. The contract amount is $500,585 and will be funded in part with planning grants awarded by the state of California. Therefore, it is recommended that the City Council award a contract to MIG Inc. for the preparation of the safety element update, the environmental justice element, and the housing element update, including additional tasks for amendments to the land use element and zoning code and map, in the amount of $500,585 for the fiscal year 2020-2021, and authorize the city manager or authorized designee to execute the professional services agreement on behalf of the city and to make minor modifications as appropriate. And finally, to authorize the city manager or authorized designee to execute amendments to the said agreement, including the authorization to increase the compensation to a higher amount not to exceed 10% of the total contract amount, provided sufficient funds are available. This concludes staff's report, and we are available for questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Colleagues, any questions? Go ahead, Pat.
This general plan doesn't get updated often, and in fact, it's updated sometimes it takes years to be revisited. And I understood that there are various areas in our city that are zoned with very limited, with a lot of constraint for housing. For example, the area near, on Lamson, probably between Euclid and Harbor, or maybe between Euclid, go all the way to Fairview. Some of those areas have very large lots, but it is constrained to build only as a single family home. If people merging 2 lots together, it may not be allowed to build more housing than that. A couple of years ago, when some constituent asked me to ask staff about it, staff confirmed that yes, it's because of the general plan, how it is, it's not allowed. Are we going to look into that area and assess in the light of the state requirement for more density housing, or we are still just assume that those areas will be off limit?
As part of the housing element, as well as looking at the land use element, and because of the large RHNA numbers that we'll be looking at, we will be looking all over the city to see where density is appropriate and where it's not. We will be engaging the community and different stakeholders as well to get their feedback. So we will be looking throughout the city to see where increased density is the most appropriate.
What criteria are we going to use in order to determine this area is off for more housing and that area is off the limit?
I think part of it is going to be what we hear from the community. That'll play a part into it. I think also we'll have to look at the road system and all the other infrastructure, because if we don't have the infrastructure in certain areas, it would not make sense to put higher density. It's when we did the general comprehensive general plan and we created the mixed-use zones and we went to the public, one of the things that we had heard was they wanted protection of a lot of the single-family residential zones. But we also looked at the corridors where we knew that could handle higher levels of traffic. Some of the streets within the city aren't wide enough. So when you start talking about density and bringing in more people, you then have to look at, are the streets wide enough to actually handle that as well?
This question for our city attorney, is it fair that we continue to have, zonings that say certain property, even though it's a large property, let's say 15,000 square feet, single-family home, yet can only allow one single family, while in other zoning we allow smaller lots. With a 15,000 square feet lot, it can easily divide it into two lots of approximately more than 7,000 square feet each. So we allow many homes that are having smaller 6,000 square foot lot. How could we not allow someone build two homes, each home on a 7,500 square feet?
Well, up until now, the law does allow the city to zone properties for different uses and intensity of uses. So it's not an issue of fairness, it's an issue of policy.
Well, I understand we do have certain power in terms of deciding what zoning apply where, but I'm just talking about to have a fair policy. It seemed to me that it's not fair that certain neighborhood can enjoy a bigger lot comparing to other neighborhood. I do understand that we do not, some area it's not calling for high density, but even normal things like 7,000 or 8,000 square foot lot is even prohibited. And I do know properties that are 18 or 20,000 square foot yet cannot be divided into two lots. So it seemed to me that it's not fair. My constituents have raised that question to me. They understand policy and zoning and planning, but it got to be on the fair basis. So are we going to look into that so that whatever policy we have for general plan, it will be fair for everyone?
I mean, I think we can look at that, but like Mr. Marino indicated, part of it is going to be some community input. There are going to be property owners that prefer to have their larger lots and to live separated from their neighbors.
Right. So as we move forward, go ahead.
They may have chosen to live and purchase those properties because of the land use controls that were in place at the time they bought it.
Well, but it's not fair for other people who have big property, large property, let's say 20,000 square feet, and yet they cannot divide it into two 10,000 square feet. I would like to be brief on this project, and I would like to be closely involved so that the criteria that we set forward is on a sounding fair principle to everyone. I do not want to see one neighborhood, enjoying, large lot at the expense of other neighborhood. So, whatever we come up, it got to be fair for everyone. So I'd like to be, closely, engaged in this process so that I can make sure that whatever we come out with is fair. Also, I would like to have a question regarding commercial land use. Are we going to look into commercial planning as well in the general plan upgrade?
Only in the respect where there's mixed-use zoning, but not in the straight commercial. Because this, the function of this general plan amendment, since it's not a comprehensive general plan amendment, it's really surrounding housing. And that is the biggest push right now that we're getting from the state. So that's going to be the biggest impetus on this. And like I said, the only commercial areas that would be looking at would be the mixed-use zoning.
When was the last time that we update our commercial general plan, and when is it we are going to address it?
So the last time would be 2012 when we created the mixed-use zoning.
I'm not talking about mixed-use zoning. I'm talking about general plan for commercial land use.
Yes, and we actually, as far as just straight commercial, would have been 2008.
2008?
Yes.
So that's long time ago, more than a decade ago.
Yeah, typically general plans, like comprehensive general plans, because of the expense, but also they're usually done about every 20, 25, sometimes even 30 years. When you start really looking at the whole general plan. And then typically cities will look at as things evolve, because they are living, breathing documents. We will make small changes as we go, but nothing hugely comprehensive.
Okay. Well, I certainly, given a lot on our plate, this is not the time to visit the general plan for commercial land use. But since it has been quite a while ago, I would like at some time ask my colleagues to support consideration into at least visiting some of that area and see if we need some minor adjustment. With the society is moving on the fast track, especially with things like the street car is coming up and many other things. I think it's worthwhile to take a look at the general plan for commercial land use and see if there are some small area that need adjustment. I don't know if that is something that we can entertain, sooner down the road, rather than waiting another 10 years. Lisa?
I think given the magnitude of the RENA number, the 19,124 units, we need to find sites to achieve the delivery of those potential units. And given that we have 50,000 households within the Garden Grove community, we are likely going to focus on the residential areas first, then the mixed-use zoning. And then I think certainly if those two areas cannot achieve our 19,124 unit goal, we will explore beyond that.
But do you think, I agree with you that we need to focus on the residential first. So let's just say in the next year we achieve that, and the following years we achieve the mixed use. Would it be reasonable to expect that we will then look at the general plan for commercial land use in 3, at most 4 years from now, rather than waiting another 10, 15 years?
I think that would be reasonable to do that. And I think once we get through all the housing issues, I think it would be very reasonable to actually look at, is it really the general plan that needs to be updated, or is it the zoning ordinance where uses change? And so I think we would want to look at both of that, but I think it would be reasonable in 3 or 4 years to actually really start looking at that.
Okay, good. That's all I need to know. If the ball is rolling in coming, that would be good. No.
Mr. Mayor, quick question, sorry, for Mr. Marino. Regarding the RENA number, so with all the new laws going into effect on zoning and land use in residential areas, there's kind of a disconnect between, let's say, a single-family home having basically an ADU and a garage converted, but we're not getting credit for a RENA number for 3 different families living on that one property. What's your view on that? And has that been discussed about, because we talked about dividing meters for gas, electric, sewer, we should be getting credit on RENA numbers for that, in my opinion.
So we are having the consultant look at that, and as part of, I think, our appeal of the arena numbers, that's one of the things we're asking too.
Yeah.
Because, we can count them for moderate, but they don't really count for affordable.
And the reason I bring
low
that
income.
up, Lee, sorry to interrupt you, I sit on a county seat for the Orange County DPRC, Orange County Department of Processing and Review for Building. And there's a big pushback in the county and even in most of the state on these RENA numbers that are being brought down from the state. And I think we need to fight back on it a little bit because it's almost unattainable. And not only that, even if you could build them, the infrastructure in the county will not withstand what they're asking us to do. And another thing, it'll devastate a lot of these communities that we're so used to having and having single-family homes, what they should be. So anyway, I just thought I'd bring that up. Thank you for answering that.
Council member, if I could just chime in. So we plan on filing a strong appeal to that, and we'll be fully briefing council on that appeal as we get preparing. The deadline is coming up. I don't remember the exact deadline, but it's in the works.
Thank you.
Right, September is the deadline.
Thank you. Colleagues, any more questions or comments, or are we ready to take action on this particular item?
Yeah, did we move to approve it? I'll move to approve it.
Please.
Yeah, move to approve.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Please roll call vote.
Councilmember Brightigan. Councilmember Deidre Nguyen.
Yes.
Councilmember Bowie.
Yes.
Councilmember Klopfenstein.
Yes.
Councilmember Kim Nguyen.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem O'Neill.
Yes.
Mayor Jones.
Yes.
Motion received, 7 yes votes.
Thank you. That takes us on to ordinances presented for a second reading and adoption. Item 6A.
Item 6A is second reading of ordinance number 2916 entitled An Ordinance of the City Council of the City of Garden Grove establishing the amount of money for paramedic services that must be raised by an ad valorem tax override and the setting of the tax rate of said override.
Colleagues, any questions, comments, or a motion?
Motion to approve.
I have a question though.
Please go ahead.
In regard, I know we've had first reading back on June 9th, regarding to the 12,500,000. Is that, just want to verify, is that the money that we pay for emergency service that's going to go to paramedic, which is the OCFA, right? I just want to verify in public.
That's correct.
Okay.
I motioned. I think we need a second.
Second.
Thank you.
Call to vote.
Councilmember Brightigan.
Yes. Yes.
Councilmember Deidre Nguyen.
Yes.
Councilmember Bowie.
Yes.
Councilmember Klopfenstein.
Yes.
Councilmember Kim Nguyen. Mayor Pro Tem O'Neill.
Yes.
Mayor Jones.
Yes.
Motion received, 7 yes votes.
Thank you. Okay, that takes us on to matters, and we do have 4 different agendized matters tonight. So we'll start with 7A, summary of the CARES Act funding allocation as requested by City Manager Stiles.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, members of council, I know it's getting late, but we put a lot of some information together on all the federal funding we're receiving related to CARES. We want to get this information posted, and we wanted to share this with the community. There's going to be some programs that are going to start rolling out and for some of our small businesses to apply for some of the federal funds. So I know our Ms. Kim has put together a nice chart of everything. I wanted her to just briefly go through that with you and the community.
Thank you, Mr. Stiles. Honorable Mayor, members of the City Council, if you could refer to the attached CARES Act funding summary, I will be walking through the $10.3 million that the City of Garden Grove has been allocated through HUD and through the County of Orange relating to funding programs and supporting individuals and businesses that have been impacted by COVID-19. Under rows A and B, which is the CDBG CV1 funds, and the ESG, which is the Emergency Solution Grants, those have been brought forward before the council at your April meeting, in which you approved a substantial amendment to the action plan that allocated the funds for these respective programs, including our Jobs First Business Grant Program, additional meal programs for our families and our family resource centers. As it relates to ESG, we're funding additional homeless prevention and street outreach relating to homelessness services. Coming up this week, we have received an allocation of an additional $3.6 million from HUD earmarked for ESG funds. Staff recommendation at this point, and this is identified under row D, the allocation of the $3.6 million is the second tranche of funds under HUD. And at this point in time, staff is recommending an issuance of an RFP. Historically, we've received about $170,000 in ESG funding. Given the magnitude of the $3.6 million, we will roll out an RFP. And it will be a short RFP targeted at the, for subrecipients, for our service providers to submit proposals of how they would be able to achieve implementation of homeless prevention activities. We anticipate rolling out the RFP tomorrow for 2 weeks and come back to the City Council at your first meeting in August to recommend funding and appropriation for those respective activities. A portion of the 3.6, 10% would be allocated for admin. At this point in time, we're also recommending that $25,000 of the $3.6 million be earmarked to CityNet for ongoing street outreach, and approximately $100,000 be earmarked for Interval House for homeless shelter preventions relating to domestic violence. During the COVID-19 period, there's been an increase in cases and calls for service relating to domestic violence, and Interval House provides the shelters and services for these individuals, and we believe this is important to continue these services, and the need is needed. In addition, we've been allocated approximately $4.6 million from the County of Orange relating to $75 million that have been earmarked to each of the supervisor district and for their respective business support programs. For District 1, in which Garden Grove is a part of, which includes Westminster, Santa Ana, portions of Fountain Valley, and portions of Midway City, the Garden Grove share of the $15 million is $4.6. The $4 million has been allocated from Supervisor Doe's office to a third-party administrator. That entity is Managed Career Solutions, or MCS. They will be administering deployment of the $4 million grant. It will go live this Friday. The grant will make available $10,000 grants to small businesses that employ full-time employees of 10 employees or less. They anticipate having the program be available for about 30 days. And then it will be via a lottery program in which the Garden Grove businesses would be awarded. We anticipate that about 380 businesses would receive this grant program. The remaining $600,000 would be available to the City of Garden Grove and would be administered through the Office of Economic Development. we have developed a micro business relief grant for $5,000 that would make available for businesses to use the grants for commercial rent relief, or to apply that to business innovation activities, to bring forward technology to evolve their business operations as a result of COVID-19. Our anticipation is to roll out deployment of our $5,000 grant program this week, and we'll be working collectively with MCS to prepare an information webinar to our Garden Grove business community this Friday. The webinars will be available in English, Vietnamese, Korean, and Spanish that walks our business community through the grant application process and how they could apply. Our particular program will not be a lottery system. It will be first come, first served. And we'll also be highlighting our other programs that we have available through Jobs First, and are supporting and promoting our accessible eateries program as well. That concludes staff's report, and I'll be available for any questions you may have.
Thank you, Lisa. Any questions or comments? And there's no action needed on this, right? This is just informational? There's no action needed on this, right? It's just information.
No, this is for information only. I know if several council members have asked me questions about what does it take to qualify for some of these, what do you need to do? So feel free to, contact Lisa or her staff at any time as we go through this. But there's some good information in here about the qualifications, and I think I also sent council members some guidelines earlier today as well. So if you want to refer to that, I think it'll be helpful.
Thank you. Oh, go ahead.
Just really quick, just so that I understand how the businesses are being alerted, so through the Managed Career Solutions, are they reaching out to the businesses, or is the economic development team reaching out to the businesses about this potential webinar and about these potential funding opportunities?
So MCS received a database in coordination that we received from our finance department through business license. Okay. We have extrapolated all of our businesses that have reported through business license, 10 employees or less. So that is approximately 5,000 to 6,000 businesses of our 18,000 roster of business licenses. Wow. That we process annually. And that database has been provided to MCS. They will be reaching out to those businesses directly. And so if those businesses do apply, they will correlate their application with the City of Garden Grove business tax license to confirm that they are an existing business in the City of Garden Grove, and that they have already been vetted through the initial process if they have a business license, and then they go through the MCS underwriting process.
Okay, thank you very much.
All righty, thank you. We'll move on to item 7B, which is consideration of an implicit bias awareness training module for City Council, City Commissioners, and civilian city employees as requested by City Council.
Thank you. Good evening, Mr. Mayor and members of the City Council. The item before you is to provide information for City Council's consideration on the incorporation of implicit bias awareness topics to the existing city training program. Under the direction of the City Council, staff reviewed the city's current training program to determine how best to enhance the existing training program with implicit bias topics. To incorporate training of these topics for the city's civilian employees, council members, and commissioners. Several training providers and training courses were reviewed. Staff evaluated training courses with the primary consideration on the relevancy of the topic, type of training, efficiency of the implementation, and the cost. One company, Shift HR Compliance, has been identified to provide the most relevant, quality, interactive, and cost-effective online training. The course specifically identified is titled Unconscious Bias in the Workplace, and is described as to introduce the important concept of unconscious bias and explores the impact of such bias on employees' work environment. This course focuses on moving beyond awareness building and focuses on real-life interactive scenarios, and provides practical experience in making conscious decisions to move beyond bias. This module can be integrated into the city's existing learning management system with Target Solutions. EverFi training course Uncovering Unconscious Bias is comparable to SHIFT's course in relevancy, but the cost is over $10,000 higher and is based on a flat rate. Contola training solution courses in diversity and inclusion was also evaluated and does not specifically address the implicit bias topic. It's too general in nature and is similar to some of the courses already offered by the Orange County Employee Relations Consortium, through which our employees already receive training. It should be noted that the Garden Grove police officers receive training on bias-based policing and racial profiling while in the academy, and in fact, some of our police officers are post-certified facilitators on these topics. Additionally, all officers receive biannual training in the areas of tactical communication, which includes de-escalation, ethics, and arrest and control techniques as required by POST. Due to the fact that our city police officers are already required to take training courses through POST, which covers topics similar to implicit bias, the training enhancement would be intended for all city employees, as well as city council members and commissioners. The estimated cost to purchase and implement SHIFT HR compliance online course is approximately $3,500 to $10,000. The cost is dependent on the number of participants. $18 per person for 500 users or more, or a flat rate for less than 500 users. The city currently has 7 elected officials, 47 commissioners, and approximately 500 civilian full-time and part-time employees. The cost of this training has not been allocated in the new fiscal year 2020-2021 proposed budget, but can be absorbed within the fiscal year 2021 City Council's contingency fund. It is requested that the City Council provide staff direction on the training implementation, which includes the implicit bias topics from SHIFT HR compliance, and authorize the use of the City Council's contingency fund to purchase SHIFT HR compliance course on the unconscious bias in the workplace for city staff, City Council members, and/or commissioners. This concludes my report, and I'm available for any comments. Thank you.
Thank you. Colleagues?
I guess I'll go first since I asked for it at the last meeting. I would motion to approve the city staff's recommendation. My only concern is that it's 20 minutes. I don't know how much you can learn about implicit bias or unconscious bias in 20 minutes, but I trust your judgment that it matches similar trainings that we have and it will fit in the curriculum existing already. And I just want to make sure that when we're talking about unconscious bias, that it also touches upon diversity and inclusion, right? Because the whole point, like, this is not an elephant in the room. We're talking about race relations here in the city, and so I want to make sure that that's covered in this training, alongside the larger concept of implicit bias, right? But if there's that confidence from staff that this touches upon what we think wants to be addressed by the public and by this council, then I would motion to approve it at the $10,000 level coming from the contingency fund, because I do think it's important that all staff participate in this training, not just our commissioners and not just our city council members, our staff, especially those that are interacting with the public, definitely should have this training. But not to mention the fact that we have several employees that are of color who are interacting with folks that are not of color on a daily basis. And so I think that it's just for them to go through this training as well.
The implicit bias topic is fast emerging field right now, and staff does plan on evaluating new training as it becomes online and becomes available. So if we need to shift gears, we will be doing that on an ongoing basis.
I think that was going to be my question, was just if we try out this program and this platform by this shift, and if we don't feel after that fact that we need to move to something else. It sounds like this is fluid enough that we could choose another company or another platform down the road should that become necessary. So I'll second.
Mr. Mayor?
Go ahead. Oh, sorry, you next.
It's okay. Either one. You want to speak first, or I want to speak first?
Go ahead, Fed.
Okay. I do agree about the need for, bias awareness training. I do also concerned about the length of this training, 20 minutes. Every year, I have to attend, ethic training, sexual harassment training, and it took me like 4 hours. If I really focus, it took me 4 hours. If I'm multitasking, it could take me a day or a day and a half. So let's just say 4 hours for the ethic training, and then this non-bias awareness, training. It's a complex situation. I don't see how a 20-minute program will benefit us. I would approve this if it is something that we carefully plan for, study, and evaluate it. And then we commit our fund and our staff through it. But if it's not something that we have carefully evaluate, I would feel uneasy to commit the funding and staff time into attending this. God forbid, and if we, a dozen of us attend this, and we come back to you and say, well, it's no good. I don't have enough training. Then what would we do? So we have limited budget, especially with the COVID impact. So I would rather approve the concept, but not this particular training program and this particular budget. I would rather spending a little more, maybe $15,000, but have a better training program than hurry and commit to this, and we find out that this not good enough. That's my only concern. If that is the case, I would feel better if we can continue to deliberate. We do not have to I do not need to make the alternate motion now, but I would urge my colleague to consider that we change the item a little bit, that we approve it, but not commit to a budget and not commit to this particular training program, and direct staff to continue to look for a better program, even if it costs a little more, but it may be worth it.
Like I said, the implicit bias topic is a very fast emerging field, and a lot of the vendors that we did reach out to and the attorneys to see if there's any customized training and so forth, and they felt that it does require a little bit more time to have more choices. Based on the limited time that we had and the availability, these were the best selection. And I have taken all the courses, and it does talk about the implicit bias. I think either one, approving the concept, we would be continuously exploring what the new trend is, what the courses are, and what's available.
Mr. Mayor, council members, and perhaps if I could just chime in and ask a question of Ms. Lee and the council members. I assume that a preview of it, you've done the preview for the 20 minutes. Perhaps if there's couple of council members that would like to just view it and maybe join me as well, and we see it and we see if it kind of covers some of the things, and if it gets at it. And then we can come back and report to the council that, yeah, it covers a lot of territory in 20 minutes. We get a lot done. Or I think Janie said there's a 30-minute module, but then that takes it from $10,000 to $20,000 for 10 more minutes. Seems unusual to me, but so I'd be willing, if there's a couple council members that might want to volunteer their time to look at it, to join me and with Ms. Lee, and we could then come back and report back to council on what we think.
I just want to chime in because I made the comment about the 20 minutes. Sorry, George. I didn't bring it up to say that I didn't think it was sufficient. I work for healthcare industry, and we are driven mad with a number of ethics and compliance and HIPAA, et cetera, trainings that we have to do, ethics and work safety, et cetera. And it takes hours, but that's encompassing like 10, 12 different courses. Some of those courses are 10 minutes. You just read a code of ethics or, code of conduct. Some are an hour because they involve all of our different health plans and we need to know different information. But in regarding to sexual harassment and other things, they're quicker, but they involve like video modules where you go through scenarios, which is what I liked about the item that you presented as the favorable item, because it said that it was interactive and had scenarios, which I think does better than reading content when you're doing these types of trainings. So I'm not saying that 20 minutes isn't sufficient. Obviously, we're gonna kind of like squint our eyes and be like, 20 minutes isn't enough to teach this large concept, but I think that, like you said, it's a fast emerging concept, trend, training. There's not a lot out there right now. And I would like to see something happen today, because we've been a city for how many years? 60 years, and I don't know that this training has ever happened. So I want to see something now. I want to see action now. And to Councilmember Klopfenstein's point is, as new trainings are available and we see that something's better, we can shift that. Right? We're not stuck to this right now for the future. So I would rather see something take place immediately so that, there's that conversation and it's happening now, rather than delaying this a year to wait for better training to come along and never have this conversation or have this training for our staff available for our council members and for our commissioners. Interactive modules where you're going through scenarios that allows you to kind of answer questions and figure out like, what would you do in this situation? Similar to what we had to go through for our sexual harassment training. It kind of like gave you A, B, C, what would you do or how would you handle it? I'll say I didn't score a perfect score on some of them. So it kind of teaches you and explains to you why that was not the correct answer. So as long as you think that that's sufficient, I would like to see the training myself, but I'm not against it being a short training at all. I think that sometimes when you do something in a shorter time period, it sinks in better, because I know when we go through the 2-hour sexual harassment training, we're just kind of like, okay, let's be done, let's be done, let's be done. When it's shorter, it's interactive, I feel like you absorb that information more, and it begs better than just like sitting there waiting for the audio to stop talking and for you to hit next, right? So I'm not opposed to a shorter training as long as it's effective.
I think the purpose of this module is to plant the seed about the implicit bias and for us to do more on our own. So it's not, the purpose is not to teach the entire implicit bias in every single scenario. So it's to basically plant the seed, and the company that we've selected or we're recommending is the most efficient way to assimilate to our current system. And we can have it up and running less than 10 days after the purchase.
Thank you, George.
Yeah, I kind of concur with Councilwoman Kim Nguyen on we should probably take action sooner than later. However, I do have a caveat in keeping that cost down under 500. I think it was the number. Maybe we would allow employees who, we have a lot of city employees who go to trainings on their own, more inclusive and more in-depth type of training on this subject. They may have already attended something. I know I recently attended an 8-hour classroom implicit bias class, literally like 5 months ago. So, I mean, in the effort to keep the cost down so we're not hitting all that, maybe we should exempt those employees who've been to more in-depth classroom type of training on the same subject, so we don't have to pay so much to this particular vendor.
We would be looking for direction from the council on that.
I would urge us to make it a requirement for all staff outside of sworn police officers, just because of the fact that I don't think our staff are taking those trainings outside. I know we've cut our training and conference attending, so I want to make sure that this is something that everybody does, because we're all interacting with our residents at some point in time. So $10,000 out of our council contingency money that isn't used for general fund or for other activities, I'm fine with. That would be our money that we would allocate for special events if we wanted to add more to that, or grant to, some youth program or whatever, or for our conferences and traveling expenses. So I have no issue allocating $10,000 from our specific council budget for this. I think that that's more than fair for us, since we're asking our staff and our commissioners and ourselves to take this training. So I think it needs to be all staff.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem O'Neill.
Yeah, I think we could approve it tonight how it was motioned, maybe with just the recommendation from the city manager. Perhaps 3 of the council and the city manager and a few of the staff could look at it or even take the course. And if we get a blessing from a majority of all of them, move forward. But approve the money tonight, approve the plan tonight, just kind of have a little blessing by the council especially, and a few of the council to take it and the staff to just say, yeah, it's good. Keep moving ahead. You know, that's what I'm hearing, Kim. So I'm all in favor.
I think we should move forward. At the same time, I rather open to all the staff. It's not about the money. It's about adequate trainings and the content. And this is the time when we need to open up to all the staff. So I totally concur with Councilmember Kim Nguyen is to make the training available to all the staff, not just single out one, just the council or the commissioners.
Fat?
Okay. Yeah, I think all of us have expressed that we agree that we need to approve this and approve the budget. We were just a little bit concerned about whether 20 minutes is efficient or not efficient. So as we move forward, as long as we are not locked into this particular contract, I would feel easier. So if we begin with a smaller number of city council members taking a peek at this as it costs and have a feel for whether this is something that will feel good enough for us in terms of, bias awareness training, then it will be we can just take off from there. Similarly, if there are any program that I don't know how the cost or the contract with this vendor can take shape, but it is something that if we can, say begin with 100 trainer and then there is another cost coming along that seem to be better, then if we could, replace this cost with that cost, I think that would be much better. Also, expanding on Councilman Bradengam's remark that if some staff have taken even a better bias awareness training, a certified program, then certainly we do not need to have that person retaking a course, because if they just took that course within the last few months. So I think that would be helpful. We're not wasting that time, also wasting our budget, and use that for someone else.
Thank you. Kim?
I will amend my motion. Scott, looks like we have a date. Can we bring this back in 2 weeks as an action item to approve this as it stands, the $10,000 for all staff, commissioners, and councils for this specific training that's being recommended, on the caveat that I have a date with Scott to go through this and see for myself and 2 other council members if they have the time to do that before the next 2 weeks, and then share our feedback at the meeting and hopefully approve it then. Because if you're telling me you can do it within 10 days after purchase, I don't think it's a huge delay. So I'm willing to amend my motion to that.
It's an online course, so we could probably just send you the link with the password for a trial, and you could do it with Scott if you like. You can do it together, or you can do it separate.
All right, thank you. So we have a motion and a second to bring this back as a voting item in 2 weeks.
Just so we're absolutely clear, Mr. Mayor, so I'd like to know the exact council members that want to receive the link. So
is there a
can we
reason?
send it to everybody?
Does it have to be limited to several for any reason?
I mean, if you all watch it, I mean,
isn't that better
I
if
guess
we
my
all watch
concern
it?
is, have we paid for it? So like if she has to log into it, then we all have to be in a room with her to go through it, is where I was thinking the date was necessary.
We've had several staff take it with the same link. It just says that you've completed the course. So it would be like a retaking course. I'm not sure exactly how it will work, but I think we would be asking for something that is as a trial, as a potential client, that we're asking for this link, and otherwise we would be using the link that I used to do it all separately, or you guys, we can all sit in a room and go through it as well. But we'll let you know once we
I'm
talk to them.
volunteering, and I would like to be in the room with our city manager as we go through it. So if we see things, we can discuss it as it's happening, as call-outs. Also, I just want to spend time with Scott.
She's going to copy off your paper.
I think Scott
Sounds
should
good.
watch it twice. Yeah. Yeah.
We make Scott to sit with some of us numerous times, right? Three rounds. You can go through this training 3 rounds with each round with a couple of us.
Councilmember Nguyen can critique me as I'm watching and keep me on my toes.
Okay, how about for now, just Councilmember Kim Nguyen and Scott do this thing within the next couple weeks and then bring it back and we'll implement it and then we'll all get to do it. Assuming you guys pass muster with the two of you, then
Okay.
we're all going to do it soon enough. We good with that?
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. We have a motion and a second to bring this back as a voting item at the next meeting. You want to call roll call vote?
Councilmember Bridegan?
Yes.
Councilmember Deidre Nguyen?
Yes.
Councilmember Bowie?
Yes.
Councilmember Klopfenstein?
Yes.
Councilmember Kim Nguyen?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem O'Neill?
Yes.
And Mayor Jones?
Yes.
Motion received, 7 yes votes.
Thank you. Okay, this takes us to 7C, which is the Public Safety Ad Hoc Committee update. Kim?
I just want to jump in really quick. I'm hyped off coffee, so I'm ready to go if we need to. And I know we have some folks still in the audience, but I don't know which item they're waiting for. So I personally think that this item should be a presentation at the beginning of the council meeting, not at 12:37 a.m., where I don't know how many people are at home viewing this or paying attention, because it's meant to be educational and inform our residents of all. We're going to be talking about 8 Can't Wait and some of our other policies as the police department. So I'm open to pushing this to the next meeting and having it be at the beginning as an informational presentation, sort of like the VMT we had today. But again, if we'd rather just go through it now, I'm wide awake. So I pose that. I don't know about the audience here, what item they're waiting for. I don't know where staff and council feels about it, but I thought I'd throw that out as a suggestion.
Maybe a qualifying question for council or for city manager is if we did bring it back, if we did continue it and bring it back, would it have to come back in the same context as a matter, or could it come back as a presentation or information item or I don't know?
We'll follow whatever the wishes of the council are, whatever works.
I wouldn't mind pushing it so that we give it proper time and attention. And I think it is very, very timely and relevant right now. And that, so, I mean, I could go either way, your guys' call, but
That's fine. I feel bad, but at the same rate, I understand that this is educational and opportunity for a greater level of communication, and we want to make sure that the most people can hear this as possible. So I do believe something in the beginning of a meeting would be better to the very end, especially when we're looking at heading towards 1 o'clock in the morning.
yeah.
I mean, honestly, I believe that we have folks here waiting, to hear what.
And that's why I said I'm open to it. We can't directly ask them, but like if we can get some people shout, hey, like you're here for this particular item, or if you're comfortable with us pushing it so that a wider range of residents watching the meeting can engage in this presentation for the next council meeting. Like, can someone just give me like a woohoo?
Have respect.
Push it to the next meeting, right?
Okay.
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 Thank you, Chief. I'm sorry we kept you so late.
Okay. Do we need to take any action on pushing that, or you got the direction?
No, we have direction.
Okay.
It'll be a presentation at the beginning of the next council meeting.
Great. Let's move on to 7D.
Okay. Mayor, City Council members, I put forward a letter, and I intend to send out this letter very early tomorrow morning. And I think it should be prudent to offer the opportunity to, council member to join me, for those who would like to. Why do I want to bring this attention to the City Council? It is for the very principle at our Constitution that we do not want to discriminate against anyone in our country. With the Assembly Constitutional Amendment, which is usually known as ACA, number 5. The state is trying to reverse the California Civil Rights Initiative, known as Prop 29. What it is, Proposition 29, is the state constitutional amendment that ban discrimination or preferential treatment in public contracting, public employment, and public education. That constitution was passed by a wide margin in 1996, banning the state practice that discriminate based on certain factors such as race, sex, or a better word for that would be based on race and gender, ethnicity, or national origin in giving job to qualified people or admission of qualified student into the state public university and college. And by what we mean by state public and university, college and university, it referring to the public institutions such as the Cal State university systems, many community college, and it does not apply to the University of California system because UC system is considered not a public institution. In 2015, a similar effort to push the CNET constitutional amendment. It's the type of constitutional amendment that is originate from the state Senate, which is different from this time. It is originated from the Assembly. In 2015, the SCA 5 was met with tremendous opposition from the Vietnamese community, from the Korean American community, and the Chinese community. In fact, many of the Taiwanese Chinese approached me and interviewed me on their Taiwanese TV channel because they are very concerned about the impact this would be doing to the Asian students enrolled in various state college and university. In 2015, because of the effort by these various Asian community, the Senate, the senator that proposed the SCA 5 withdrew the SCA 5. And because it had been introduced and withdrawn, the Senate cannot bring it back to the legislative. So this year, instead of honoring that effort by the Asian community, they asked the Assembly to introduce a very similar constitutional amendment. So this time it is also similar to the SCA 5, but this time it comes under as ACA 5. I talked to many leaders in the Korean American Federation of Orange County. I talked to many leaders in the Korean American Federation of Los Angeles, the people from Korean American Foundation of Los Angeles, and they all are very concerned about this. I also talked to the Chinese community in both in Northern California and in Monterey Park. And I talked to many leaders in my own communities. They have all urging us to take a lead in, asking the state Senate to not passing this resolution. I also went on to the change.org. For the last few weeks, there have been efforts to urge the Senate to vote no on this. And I went on the change.org earlier this afternoon. There are now nearly 140,000 signatures on the change.org petition to oppose ACA 5. I'm sure there are many others who would support it, but my reason for bringing up this letter is very simple. Discrimination is discrimination, period. ACA 5 allow college and university to deny admission to university and college based on quotas, based on various social criteria such as race, gender, ethnicity, and national origin, and among many others. And I would like to pause at this moment to answer a resident who asked me why did I not talking about females. I do. As in my letter, you can see my letter was drafted earlier and finished about this morning before it being sent out to you. In that letter, it does address race, sex, which is gender, and ethnicity, among other things. You know, it would be very sad for me when I look at this. And I'm doing this because I care about the students who have working very hard and achieve scholastic results. We encourage our students, our children, our youth to study hard for a better chance for education opportunity. And nothing would be more saddened than a student with high scholastic ability not being considered, whether or not that person is white, is black, brown, or red. It shouldn't be matter. A person who are advanced, working hard for their during their school years should be allowed to get into the university. And that person should not be denied because it's too bad. Your ethnicity group have already reached the quota based on the proportion of the population in the area. I think that would be very saddening for that student, and it's not fair for them. I would like to take a moment to read a paragraph on the website from the Chinese Americans in the Silicon Valley. They quote the statement from Martin Luther King. Dr. Martin Luther King, on August 28, 1962, he said, "I have a dream that my 4 little children will one day live in a nation where they will not be judged by the color of their skin, but by the content of their characters." Yet, 58 years later today, some California legislators are proposing to entirely repeal Proposition 209 and unfairly roll the clock back to legalize discriminating a person based on his race, sex, color, ethnicity, or national origin. We are outraged. That is a statement on the website of the Chinese American community of Silicon Valley, Northern California. You know, many Asian workers are working at our city, at our county, at our state, and federal agencies at many levels, from the bottom to the senior management. We have many elected officials make it to Congress, to the Senate, to state office, and to county office, and including to our city. Someone mentioned earlier that, Mr. Bowie, how would you like running for office and not allowed to because of your race? This ACA, by that meaning, would be in the reverse. It would say that while the Vietnamese population in the city of Garden Grove, let's say 30%, there is enough city council who are Vietnamese. Therefore, you cannot run. That is ridiculous. That is discrimination at the very best. You know, I am proud last year that there are 4 Vietnamese colonels promoted to the general rank in the U.S. Armed Force. We are not being discriminated. We are encouraged to work hard. This land of the United States is a land of opportunity. If we work hard, there's nothing that is not within our reach. There's nothing that is out of limit. A decade ago, I was astonished to see history in the making. President Obama, whoever thought that a black person can become the president of the United States, yet it happened in the United States. Former Senator Janet Nguyen, a Vietnamese refugee, came here when she was very young. Her family is very poor. In fact, her family is on welfare. She worked hard through college, and look at what she has achieved. President Obama, during a visit to Vietnam, singled out Senator Janet Nguyen that America is a land of opportunity. Anyone who has dreams and work hard for it can achieve it, such as a Vietnamese refugee, Janet Nguyen, had come so far and become a senator, state senator. President Obama mentioned that during the arrest to the Vietnamese people in Vietnam. The reason I would like to send this letter to the Senate is because I believe in Dr. Martin Luther King, of his dreams. And when I look at it, and I could not imagine one day one of our children will suffer because he or she make a 4.0 GPA, very good student, but unfortunately, he ranked less than the number of quota that would allow the Vietnamese student to be enrolled in a particular public university. That is totally unfair. That is discrimination right on the face. And that's why I would like to write this letter. Tracy from the Viet Rights Group called me yesterday evening, or texted me yesterday evening and asked to talk to me about this letter. I have been working very long hours for the last few days, about 20 hours, so I couldn't make time for her. But I did call her this morning a couple of times, sending text to her. And we finally able to connect at around 3:30, 4 o'clock. We talked at length, and I expressed to her that I agree we have a huge problem. I would like to see more black, more brown, more Asian students in our university system. She mentioned to me that, yeah, but ideally that should be the case, but it's difficult. I said, no, the right way to solve that problem is to urge our state legislative to give more funding to our high school, to give more funding so that we can have mentor programs for our children, especially those who are in a lower income class, those whose family may need social mentorings, so that they can endure the difficulty and overcome it. In the past few years, I have come to a city in Long Beach, in a very bad neighborhood that are ridden with gangs. I talked to the student at that middle schools about the need to stand up if you fall out, about the need to never give up. We need more programs like that. We need more funding so that we can inspire our students. My only hope when I came to Long Beach is that if there's only a few who I could inspire to never give up. I told them about the story that when we are a baby, we learn to walk. We fall out a lot, but with our parent encouragement, we keep trying, and one day we can walk straight up as a kid. I told them about my struggle when I came here into the United States in 1975. I was so lonely, I was so homesick that it's difficult for me to sometimes focus on my studies. One quarter I have straight A, the other quarter I have a lot of F. So I understand how difficult it is for us. But the right solution is not to make it easy so that I could be awarded an easier path to my career. That's not a solution. The solution should have been based on fact, don't give up, work hard. And I did. And when I was able to achieve, I have to remember that I have to give back to the society that allowed me the opportunity to keep trying. In USA, well, during the first 10 years of my career, I was laid off almost every 2 years. Very sad. But one day, I felt that I do not want to give up. I will continue to work hard, and hopefully opportunity will land me somewhere, and it did. But I don't just stop there. I want to give back. It is because of this that I would like to urge my city council to join me if you believe in the right things. So let me take a moment to read the letters that I am asking you to co-sign with me. Dated June 23rd, 2020. Honorable members of the California State Senate and the address. Regarding discrimination of scholastic students in college admission. The members of the California State Senate, we are writing to you to voice the opinions of many of our residents concerning the Assembly Constitutional Amendment ACA 5. If passed, this measure could discriminate against students with high academic achievements and reduce their fair chance to be considered for college admission when weighted with other factors such as race, sex, but I'm going to change that to gender, ethnicity, or national origin. College admission should be evaluated based on the student ability and academic performance. In 2015, similar effort to push SCA 5 to undo the California Civil Rights Initiative met strong opposition from the Asian communities, including the Chinese Americans, Korean Americans, Vietnamese Americans. As a result, SCA 5 was withdrawn. In 1996, California voters approved the California Civil Rights Initiative Proposition 209, a state constitutional amendment that banned discrimination or preferential treatment in public contracting, public employment, and public education. Students should be encouraged to study hard so they can advance based on their academic achievement and not be rewarded based on other social criteria. Since the passing of Proposition 209, minority student enrollment in the state university and college system has increased from 15% in 1999 to 26% in 2019. Students in California public high school have gained better results in scholastic achievement as teachers and students are working harder to prepare for college entrance. ACA 5 is telling students that they no longer need to study hard for college entrance and that their academic performance will no longer matter as other criteria will weigh in. Today, the following Garden Grove City Council members joined the Vietnamese American Federation of Southern California, the Korean American Federation of Los Angeles, the Korean Federation of Orange County, and the Silicon Valley Chinese Association Foundation in urging you to vote no on ACA 5, sincerely. Mayor and Council member, I do not know whether you agree with me on this particular item, but I do believe it is very important that you speak up straight. Agree or not agree? I think it is important for our people to know where you care. Obviously, you don't have to agree with me, and I respect your opinion, but I do believe, and I really wish that you will take up your position on these very important matters. Not having speak up on this truly important issue that are dealing with constitutional right and on discrimination. I don't know how we can not taking a position. So therefore, I'm urging you, each of you, to let me know whether you would want to stand with me on this. And if you don't, it's okay with me. I intend to send out this letter early tomorrow, so I would love to have your answer tonight. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor?
Hey, please go ahead, George.
Yeah, just in response, when I get letters from other elected offices telling me how to vote, I tend to take that a little honorably. I don't like it. Congress people, Assembly people, I think you should vote like this. I noticed kind of a trend early on of things. We're a local body here, and I try to be as consistent as possible. We have absolutely no jurisdiction or standing on this issue, and no matter how we vote, Councilman Bowie can still send out his letter, and those who want to sign it can sign it. When I first got elected to this body, there was a state issue that I was involved in, and I didn't bring it on the agenda. I didn't put it on social media. I'm representing my constituents. We send out letters every month. There's, I don't know. I just look at this kind of thing as political grandstanding. No matter how we vote, no matter what we do, it's not going to change what the state does. They're the ones making that decision, not us. And, just trying to be consistent. I've brought that same issue before to other council members here, and we're local, nonpartisan. We're about making Garden Grove a better place to live, work, and play. So quite frankly, Would I sign the letter? I might. But I don't agree with bringing this stuff up on the agenda. I think it's inappropriate. People look at it, they read the agenda, and they think somehow we have some kind of control. And we literally don't. So I'm, being consistent with that, I just wanted to put that out there.
May I answer, Councilman Freeman?
One sec. I just want to clarify that this is not a voting item. This is just a matter that Fat brought up, and he's proposing in his own capacity as a council member to submit a letter and.
Well, and that's my whole point.
But
We
it's not-
could have,
It's not an actionable letter.
when I'm submitting a letter or other council members want to submit a letter, you get a phone call. It's not in our jurisdiction. As council members, it's nothing that would be agendized. Hey, would you like to sign this? Nah, I'm not going to sign it, or sure, I'll sign it. But putting it on the agenda, blowing it out like that, all it does is divide the community. You got the people who want it, the people who don't want it. And what is it really doing for us as a community other than dividing us? And that I just want to point that out. Sure, I get that sometimes you think it's an important issue, but if we have no jurisdiction, no scope, maybe that's things that you handle behind the scenes instead of try to stir the pot. And I'll just leave it at that.
Thank you, George.
May I, Mayor?
Please go ahead.
Well, first of all, for transparency, and also to respect the PROW Act, I cannot come to all of you and ask you to sign this. If I come to you and ask all of you to consider signing it with me, it have to be, at the city council. I cannot just email to you and ask all of you guys to sign it with me. So that's number one. So my intention was not to violate the PROW Act. When I approached 6 of you and ask you to sign this with me. Secondly, we do it quite often enough, right? So there have been many other resolutions from Councilman Kim Nguyen, Councilman Tu Ha, from other people. We also have received a lot of letters from Congress. Congressman Lowenthal, Congressman Lou Correa, Assemblyman Tyler Dibb, Assemblyman Tom Daly, suggesting that they're urging us to vote one way or the other. So I do not understand why is it that we cannot urging the state Senate. Now, maybe they will listen to us, maybe they don't, but it's important for us to communicate to them what we believe in. And that's my intention, Councilman Brattingham, not to have political grandstanding. I think this issue is important, and so that's why I want to ask you guys to side it with me. And I believe that in doing so, I need to ask you, because I'm talking to all 6 of you, I have to ask in a public setting like City Council. I cannot just email to you. That would, I heard from what I have been told in the past, that would violate the PROW Act.
And that's kind of where, I was going with it. This type of thing that we have no scope, no jurisdiction, and it wouldn't come to a vote to our council would clearly not be a violation of the Brown Act. And also, the old adage your mom and dad probably told you growing up, 2 wrongs doesn't make a right. Just because other council members do it, just because other elected officials do it, doesn't make it right. It's wrong, period, to bring that kind of stuff up, period.
Well, I was just told yesterday that I was not allowed to email to you guys. I have, because that would violate the PROW Act. So I have to send it to the city management, and they will then forward the letter to you.
I'll just jump in and say, in fairness, the beauty of the process that works is that any one of us are allowed to bring anything up under matters that we want to discuss, but it can't be a voting item until you get sort of, you know what I mean? So you can bring it up and say, what do y'all think? And if everybody agrees to dedicate staff time or resources to it, then we can bring it back for a voting item next week. So it does put sort of a stopgap in there to protect us from ourselves, if you will. And I wholeheartedly agree with you, George, everything you said, because, and you guys know, because I have offline conversations with each one of you individually, that I think our role, our scope as a city should be first and foremost to fill potholes and then kind of work our way out from there. And once we've got everything perfectly tight within our four borders, then we can go solve global warming and everything else outside of. But to me, it's we get way over our skis and we get way outside of our scope on a very regular basis. And I would love to reel that in if I had any control over what we all bring up individually on these things.
So very simple. All I want is I would like to ask you guys to vote with, to sign this letter with me, if you feel like to do so, or believe in that. But the only way for me to ask all of you guys is I have to ask you guys in public. So that's why I bring up under matter from the city. I cannot just quietly send it to each of you and then call you guys and say, hey, would you like to sign this? If I do so, I would violate the PROUD Act. That's what I've been told by city staff.
And I was defending that in the sense that that's the fairness of this process. You're allowed to agendize something, to put it on under matters and to discuss it.
So now I have presented it. You can let me know if you would want to sign it or not, so I can prepare the letter tomorrow.
Exactly. So I would urge that if anyone wants to jump on board, please let FAT know between now and tomorrow morning to go ahead and sign it. I don't know that it warrants too much further discussion other than
Well,
that.
I think it's important, and I've been waiting patiently while the back and forth has going on, and I know that Councilmember O'Neill wanted to say something, and he was waiting and said something before me, so if he wants to speak, please go ahead now.
Okay, thanks, Kim. I was just going to say that, for the public's knowledge, a lot of times when the council sends a letter to the legislative body, it's usually because of a legislative policy that the city already has and is a unanimous decision. Like, I kind of agree with George on this. If we know that something like this is going to be controversial or a mixed vote on the council, why would we want to, divide the community by sending a letter? We all have our personal opinion or our public opinion on our constituents, and we could write a letter or we can join FAT on this letter, which we can do. But anytime we've done a letter in the past since I've been on, it's always because it's always been a unanimous decision on a legislative issue that was directly related to affecting Garden Grove. So
city.
The city, yeah, not an individual or anything like that. So I just wanted to make that clear. That's it.
Kim?
Councilmember Nguyen?
Yeah, the last time we sent a letter was just last council meeting, right? Because it relates to the small business in Garden Grove. That's why we unanimously signed a letter to send to the governor. And then every single council meeting, we put the city matters as a priority. If anything related to the city, the constituents that matters, we put on the agendas. Especially for this one, it's more likely, just like Councilmember Brodigan and John and Steve agree, is that it's individual. And for me, where I stand is, I always believe that they need to do more to ensure greater access for more diverse group in public contracting, hiring, education. We gotta do more. We gotta have a good system for that. So, but for this particular items that Councilman Fat mentioned, I think it have to do with individual. It have nothing to do with cities or city sign for it.
How is it that it's not similar to the nail salon? The nail salon is in Garden Grove. This issue is affecting a student in Garden Grove one way or the other. So it's very important for us to take position either for or against. I would welcome anyone who would like to send a letter to the Senate to support ACA 5. I believe we need to let our state Senate know whether we support it or we are against it, because that is very important, because this is clearly affecting the student of Garden Grove. Whether we support it or we against it, it does impact the student of our city. So I think it's important for you to express your opinions on this issue. Do you think the ACA 5 should be passed, then communicate that to our state Senate. If you think that it should not be passed, communicate that to our Senate, rather than just, not making any voice, not represent the opinion of many of our constituents. Now, I have heard many arguments from for example, from Tracy of the Vietrise Group, that she is in support of ACA. If you believe in that, to her, you need to send a letter like me, send it to the state Senate, say, senators, I, to her, support ACA 5. Please vote yes for it. If you believe that ACI should not be, is bad for our students, then you should send a letter. Join me in signing this letter and sending it to the state Senate. I believe you should make the voice. I believe you should, if you believe ACF is good, then you should let our state Senate know that they should vote yes on ACA. If you believe that it's no good, you tell our state senators. I talked to many of my constituents. I believe ACA is not good. We postpone it. Make your choice and make your voice known.
Thank you. Thank you, Councilman Fat. I don't think we need the education lesson of what to say or what need to say, and I don't want to waste everybody's time because we are actually at past time. So I think it's have to do with individual. Out of respect, you can send a letter tomorrow, or any of us who believe can send individual letter. That's up to individually as well. So I think Council Member Kim has been waiting patiently, so it's your turn now, Kim.
Thank you. First, I would like to say a huge thank you to Councilmember George Buddingham for being consistent, because I constantly bring issues like this forward, and he constantly digs at me for doing so. So thank you for the consistency on that. I think if it's going to affect my constituency in some way, shape, or form in a negative manner, I am sure as hell going to bring it to the attention to this council, this body, and our residents, and try to bring that forward. And you don't have to go along with it. That's fine. We just express that. In regards to this item, before I go into my prepared remarks, I'm very concerned. Please don't interrupt me, because I know you're going to try to. That this conversation shifted, to President Barack Obama and former State Senator Janet Nguyen, and then there was a baiting of Tuha, who is running for a different position, to try and get her to take a position on this, which I don't appreciate, and to me is political grandstanding. So now to my point of the comments that I wanted to make originally is that a lot of the things that you stated on this dais regarding this item was grossly misinformed and factually incorrect on so many levels. The UC system is a public institution, and there are no quotas. I have heard no residents speak in support of this item, only in opposition. Opposition to ACA 5 is not only unconscionable, but is also reckless. It pits our Asian American communities against other communities of color. It is misleading. ACA 5 repeals Prop 209, which effectively banned affirmative action, which was fighting for equity for people of color. Asians are constantly dubbed as the model minority and are often described as obedient, submissive, and passive. Being silent is not who we are, but who the white America wants us to be. They use Asian Americans as evidence that people of color can only be successful if they work hard enough. This makes it easier for the white majority to absolve themselves of responsibility of systemic racism. It allows them to blame brown and black communities for their poverty and quote-unquote misfortune, rather than address the systems that they created to impose and hurt communities of color. I caution my colleagues from taking any position on this item, especially because it continues the cycle of inequality and spreads misinformation throughout the nation, and specifically in this state regarding affirmative action.
Wow. So now I'm just hearing you saying that, alleging that the Caucasian people are using and manipulating the Asian people as a tool against other community. Wow. I have no further comment, Councilman Kim Nguyen.
I'd like to say something.
Go ahead, John.
What I'm going to recommend to my constituents is contact your senator, your state senator, and you tell them how you feel. I'll call them and tell them how I feel. Maybe mine will have more weight, maybe it won't. But that gives everybody an equal voice. It has to get 2/3 majority to vote, and then it'll come back to the people anyway, right? Let the people vote on it.
Thank you. Can we leave it at that?
Yep.
All right. Thank you. Does anybody have an urgent need to do any other matters?
Yes, I do have one, a really quick one though. I would like to, I'm very pleased to report to the City Council and staff that our ERP project is on time, on budget, and on plan. Next week, we move to the final milestones where we are going to go production live with the ERP system. I would like to commend the IT staff and the business users across the city agency and departments for participating in this project. It has been very hard work, especially given the COVID pandemics. But we are at the final step. So next weekend, we are going to prepare for a production live, and hopefully, if everything is in check, the ERP system will begin working starting on Monday after the next week. And my sincere appreciation to the effort everyone put into this hugely critical project. And looking forward to the report from staff, following the production go live weekend.
Thank you. Scott?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, council members, just very briefly, a reminder to our residents that we have resumed street sweeping citations as of June 15th. I know you've gotten calls about that. We are going to delay resuming our water tax late fees. We're going to extend that through the end of July. So there's still a good bit of time that we will do that, along with suspending our, reinstating our delivery hours throughout the community for truckers and other folks who are delivering produce to our grocery stores and stuff. That will keep that option available to those delivery drivers through the end of July as well. And one final comment, the latest census numbers, Garden Grove is up to 72.4% response rate in our census, which is far above the California response rate of 62%. So we're still trying to beat and go far beyond 73.5%, which is what we did 10 years ago. So tell people to fill out their census forms, and for anybody who's watching at 1:30 in the morning, fill out your census form. That's all, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Legal counsel, do we have a need for closed session? Okay. Everybody take the rest of the day off. We are adjourned.